This girl is the tournament's top favorite, effortlessly dispatching her opponents with a single move, leaving them no chance to fight back. Her next challenger is a complete unknown named Damien, and Athene is convinced this match will be just as easy as the last ones. Yet there's something about this guy that doesn't quite add up. Damien strolls into the arena, his hands comfortably tucked in his pockets. As the fight commences, Athene wastes no time, launching the first strike with her dragon aura. Yet, Damien effortlessly anticipates her every move. She attempts to land a blow, but she skillfully dodges each attack, never once removing his hands from his pockets. Suddenly, he closes the distance between them and, to her shock, whispers in her ear that she isn't fast or strong enough. Damien is merely toying with her. Enraged, Athene activates her final dragon form, preparing a strike so powerful that it will be impossible to dodge. The sheer force of the attack leaves the viewers in awe, but Damien remains unfazed, standing his ground without a hint of retreat. Finally, he pulls his hands from his pockets, ready to charge. Athene, caught off guard, has no idea what he's planning. In an instant, Damien lunges forward, effortlessly passing through her energy spear. He slams her against the arena wall, knocking her out instantly. When Athene finally regains her senses, Damien helps her to her feet. But then, something unexpected happens. Athene offers him a reward for being such a strong opponent, herself. However, Damien isn't the type to be swayed so easily. He turns down her unusual offer without hesitation. What sets Damien apart from everyone else? The answer lies in his past. He's a regressor who was once the Knight of Death. In his previous life, he was an ordinary human, until the Archlick ensnared him with dark magic. However, just as the Archlick was about to revel in the crown earned through countless deaths, Damien broke free from his control. He unleashed an attack that struck Archlick squarely in the chest, so forcefully that even his demon generals couldn't shield him. Damien Hoxton had finally acted of his own accord, much to Archlick's astonishment, despite having erased Damien's consciousness entirely. Yet, fate had other plans. Archlick had never managed to fully reset our boy's mind. A fragment of his soul and consciousness remained intact, lying dormant within him, silently observing as his own body spiraled out of control. Under Archlick's command, his demon generals launched a fierce attack on Damien, only to be obliterated by a single strike from him. In a desperate bid for victory, Archlick revealed his trump card, summoning an overwhelming horde of undead. The entire mass surged toward Damien, intent on claiming his life. Once again, a single hand gesture was all it took to reduce the undead to ashes. Witnessing this, Archlick realized his end was near. He had unwittingly created a monster so formidable it could rival the gods themselves. Desperate to save his own skin, though he hardly had one, he began to smooth things over with nothing but words. Deep in his mind, even if he couldn't sway Damien with words, he had a plan to transfer his soul into another vessel. But Damien wasn't about to let this monster escape, especially after losing the people he loved. To eliminate this wretched being, Damien went so far as to create a technique that could sever souls themselves. Initially, the Archlick refused to believe such a technique was even possible. Still, he attempted to make a run for it before it was too late. But alas, it was already too late, as my guy had finally unleashed his final strike, landing a solid blow right in Archlick's chest. At first, nothing happened, much to the bony fiend's relief. Convinced that the technique was merely a bluff, he soon discovered just how wrong he was. A dark magic surged through him, and in an instant, he exploded, leaving nothing but his empty skull behind. But even that remnant was shattered by Damien's fury. With his revenge fulfilled, Damien found himself devoid of purpose. He had unwittingly killed his own family while under that monster's control. He brutally slaughtered them, while a part of him helplessly watched his loved ones perish. The only way he could reunite with those he had killed was in death. With that thought weighing heavily on him, he took his own life. But it wasn't the end. His prayers were heard, and he opened his eyes once more. The first thing he saw was his sweet older sister waking up beside him. He believes he's in heaven, watching his sister. Though there's something unusual about her, she looks much younger. When she overhears him calling her younger, a smile spreads across her face, flattered by the compliment. For a moment, she wonders if he's trying to charm her into saving him from their father's scolding. Being the good sister she is, she decides to come to his rescue in his time of need. She rushes toward the mansion, reminding him to get inside before the rain begins. Damien stands before the imposing structure, the very mansion he had reduced to ashes. Confusion washes over him as he grapples with the surreal situation unfolding before his eyes. The closest way to describe his condition is that he feels as if he is dreaming, or perhaps everything he endured in the past was merely an elaborate illusion, and he has finally awakened to reality. He is certain that the truth will reveal itself soon enough. Grabbing a sturdy tree branch from the ground, he positions himself in front of a massive rock, ready to unleash the formidable power he wielded as the Death Knight. He takes his stance, drawing on his past teachings, and jabs the hard rock with a simple tree branch. For a brief moment, nothing occurs. Then, the giant rock shatters into countless fragments, confirming that his past experiences were not merely a vivid dream. This revelation sends him into a fit of laughter, and he strikes a classic light Yagami pose. After laughing so hard he slumps down, the weight of his realization settling heavily upon him. What he is witnessing isn't merely a dream, nor was his past experience just an illusion. He has returned to the past, a realization that strikes him profoundly. To understand Damien's current state, let's delve into his life. As far back as he could remember, he had been a clown, a source of shame for his family with his reckless antics. His father was always there to remind him of his shortcomings, labeling him a pathetic son who only served to tarnish the family's name. His antics only brought misery to those around him. He trampled on his family's future and ensured their household properties were confiscated. With a knack for spreading shame and ruin, he ultimately faced his father's wrath and was kicked out. Among all his family members, the only one who still viewed Damien in a positive light was his older sister. He could never quite grasp why she remained so supportive and concerned, especially after he had shattered her life by ruining her engagement. Before he departed, she offered him some money to help ease his journey. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately seized the sack of money and sprinted away as fast as he could, unable to meet her gaze without feeling a rush of embarrassment. As he distanced himself from the family, a harsh realization struck him. His existence was deeply flawed and cursed. The weight of shame and guilt gnawed at him, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Back in the present, Damien kneels, deep in thought, trying to unravel the mystery of what triggered his regression. He had wanted to apologize to his family, but the reality that his prayers were truly answered, that he has actually returned to the past, is almost unbelievable. Only a divine miracle could explain this. He glances down at his trembling hands, still quaking from the recoil of the technique he just performed. The technique is called wave breaking, a move that amplifies the impact of a blow severalfold. He mastered it after defeating the knight known as the Castle Wall Destroyer. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces through his thoughts, a concerned servant calling out to him. The urgency in the servant's tone is unmistakable. He wouldn't be sprinting all the way out here if it weren't important. Damien is aware that he's part of the household staff, but for the life of him, he can't recall the servant's name. Suddenly it clicks. Victor. The servant confirms it, then immediately asks why his young master is still lingering outside when Lady Louise herself came to fetch him. Victor adds that the patriarch is currently seething with rage. Meanwhile, Damien has no idea what he did to anger his father so profoundly. But soon, the truth will unfold. Back at Hoxham-Vissey County, the patriarch's furious voice reverberates through the mansion. His rage is palpable as he attempts to strike Damien with an improvised swing. Fortunately, Damien's training as a knight kicks in, and he dodges just in time, narrowly escaping the blow. Just then, his mother and sister burst in, arriving just in time to stop the patriarch from tearing Damien apart. It turns out that our boy had been kicked out of a bar for causing a massive ruckus, once again tarnishing the family name. The entire town is already buzzing about how the Hoxham heir is nothing more than a good-for-nothing troublemaker. If it weren't for the mother-daughter duo, the old man might have shattered Damien's skull right then and there. They were both desperately trying to knock some sense into the furious father. Meanwhile, Damien found himself in a moment of reflection. He couldn't recall the last time he had been scolded like this. Yet, strangely enough, as it unfolded, he felt more alive than ever. Let's start with some quick introductions. The irritable old man is Paul Deesburn Haxon. The mother is Merlita Haxon, and the sister, his sweet saving grace, is Louise Haxon. It may be chaotic around them, but Damien missed this so desperately in his past life. Tears begin to stream down his face. Completely taken aback, the family stares at him in disbelief. Their son crying like this? It's truly unheard of. Even Deesburn finds himself softening a bit. Before delivering punishment, he decides to give his son a chance to explain himself. But Damien has nothing. No excuses, no deflections. This response shocks his father. In the eyes of the family, Damien is the one who always managed to wriggle out of trouble with feeble justification. But now, he takes full responsibility. He acknowledges that he has brought disgrace to the Haxon name. It's all his fault, and he's not ashamed to admit it. Deesburn lets out a long sigh. This isn't how things usually unfold. Still, he wonders if this newfound sincerity from his son is enough to warrant letting him off the hook. With all due respect, Damien declares, I'm ready to make amends for my actions. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to repair the damage and restore our family's honor. Once I've done that, I will accept any punishment my father deems appropriate. His words leave his family in stunned silence. He sounds like a completely different person. The father can't help but wonder if the boy has hit his head or something. The scene shifts to the bustling merchant city, where Victor and Damien stealthily approach the pub. The servant walks beside them, visibly tense and filled with apprehension. Doubts swirl in his mind. He's uncertain this is a wise decision. Whispers in the air suggest that the pub is backed by a syndicate, and if that's true, things could quickly take a dangerous turn. Damien, once a fearless death knight, strides past his servant, casually offering him permission to leave if fear has gotten the better of him. Victor, ever the loyal servant, shakes his head resolutely. He is duty-bound and has no intention of abandoning his master, especially not out of fear. Damien offers a reassuring smile, reminding him that their purpose here is simply to speak with the pub owner and sincerely apologize for the chaos he caused during their last visit. He just wants to make things right. As he walks, he envisions everything unfolding perfectly. He doesn't understand how or why he returned to the past. But if some god has truly granted him a second chance at life, he's determined not to waste it. If he wants to break the curse of constantly jeopardizing his family's future, he must begin taking bold steps. As he approaches the pub's gate, two thugs immediately take notice. They recognize his face and respond with cocky aggression. Damien struggles to recall them clearly. It has been so long, but their faces do seem familiar. Without raising his voice, he maintains a calm demeanor. He informs them that he's only here to apologize for the chaos he caused during his last visit. The two thugs freeze for a moment, taken aback by his unexpected approach. Once his words sink in, they erupt into laughter. To them, it's utterly hilarious to witness Damien, the so-called disgraceful heir, suddenly behaving with such politeness and respect. They had always viewed him as the worthless elder son of a dysfunctional household, but now they're reluctantly starting to see that he might not be so bad after all. Damien stands there, silent, absorbing their chatter. But then they cross a line. They begin to speak vile, disgusting things about his sister. Suddenly, their willingness to accept his apology hinges on one condition. He must introduce them to her. Creepy bastards leave no doubt about their trashy nature. In an instant, it becomes less about apologies. Damien snatches a dagger from one of them so swiftly that the guy doesn't even notice it's gone. Initially, Damien had only wanted to apologize and walk away peacefully, but it seems he doesn't have quite as much patience as he thought. With a clean, precise swing, he severs one of the man's hands completely. The guy drops to his knees, screaming in agonizing pain as his brain processes the horrific reality of his injury. The other assailant quickly draws his sword, though he visibly flinches at the sight. In that moment, Damien's killing instinct ignites. The dormant death knight within him begins to awaken. And let's not overlook Victor in the background, completely losing his composure. He cries out, filled with dread for what's about to unfold. The anguished screams of the injured thug soon attract the attention of passers-by. One man, drawn by curiosity, stops to watch the fight, while another wisely chooses to keep walking, eager to avoid getting caught up in the chaos. Meanwhile, the thug, who still has both hands, attempts to intimidate Damien with a few half-hearted threats. He boasts about his gang, the Black Snake, claiming that no one walks away unscathed after crossing them. It seems these aren't just random street thugs after all. Even Damien has a faint memory of this faction. The Black Snake is an organization that is steadily expanding its influence in land work, and this pub is one of their key locations. When Damien once complained about their overpriced food, all he received in return was a brutal beating. Not only was he physically assaulted, but they also humiliated him in front of everyone present. Reflecting on it now, he realizes he's the one who deserves an apology, not the other way around. Back in the present, the thug makes it clear that being a noble won't spare Damien from the consequences he's about to face. He lunges forward with his sword, putting all his strength into the attack. Damien simply steps back, deftly tripping the thug and sending him sprawling to the ground. Before the man can catch his breath or rise to his feet, Damien is already upon him with his dagger drawn. The thug should consider himself lucky. Losing a leg is the least of his worries. If it weren't for his family, wiping these scum off the face of the earth would be all too easy. With the threat made clear, Damien swiftly slices off the thug's leg, causing him to double over in agony. The screams draw more thugs to the scene, their faces pale as they witness the brutality that has just unfolded. Only one thug, emboldened by a mix of bravado and desperation, steps forward, while the others cower behind him. He demands to know which organization Damien belongs to and where he hails from. Damien firmly denies any connections to a gang. As for his presence here, he claims he's simply come to apologize. However, after some reflection, he realizes he should actually be the one seeking an apology. He also has a complaint for the pub owner, but this sassy individual isn't inclined to entertain Damien's requests. All they seem to want is to uncover his identity. Since he refuses to speak, they fear they'll have to force him. The leader shouts for his goons to charge. The brainless thugs rush at Damien, completely unaware of the danger they're in. Damien doesn't even feel like wasting time on these small fry. With a deep breath, he zips past them at sonic speed, effortlessly slicing off hands that were never meant to wield swords against him. One dash later, 3 men lie defeated. Damien is seriously shaken, while the leader of the thugs stands in stunned disbelief. That quick sprint has taken a toll on his young and fragile body, but he still has enough strength left to finish off the man before him. With a cold determination, he prepares to strike. The scoundrel, desperate for his life, tries to beg for mercy, offering an apology in hopes that Damien might forgive him. But it's clear that this whiny little brat isn't going to receive any mercy. At least not until Damien claims one of his limbs. The scene swiftly shifts inside the pub, which is alive with chatter and laughter. However, the atmosphere changes abruptly as everyone notices the whiny guy, frozen in fear near the entrance. Poor bastard couldn't escape his fate. As his body collapses to one side, Damien stands frozen, all eyes fixed on him. He wipes the blood from his cheek while the patrons, who were just moments ago enjoying their drinks, scramble for safety. Thankfully, that unnecessary nuisance had left just in time, allowing Damien to confront the pub owner alone. The owner looms above in the corridor, seething with anger over the commotion. More than anything, he's frustrated by the absence of any guards. The bar owner, a quirky character reminiscent of someone from One Piece, introduces himself as Anderson Home. Damien only deepens Anderson's distress by casually mentioning that he has already taken down the guards Anderson was referring to. The gravity of the situation finally dawns on Anderson. It's hard to believe that someone could defeat members of Black Snake. He demands that Damien explain why he's creating such chaos and disrupting his business. More importantly, he wants to know who Damien even is. Without hesitation, Damien introduces himself. He clarifies the situation, stating that he never intended to cause any trouble. All he seeks is a sincere apology from the owner. After all, the prices are exorbitant, and he has already filed a complaint before. The only feedback he received was a humiliating beating and being tossed out like a stray dog. Everyone misunderstood him, labeling him the troublemaker. This misconception severely tarnished his family's honor, leading to significant losses. Meanwhile, Anderson, the arrogant man with the big mustache, remains blissfully unaware of the gravity of his actions. Instead of feeling remorse, he continues to mock Damien and his family. He's heard that the Hoxham V County has lost all sense of honor, which this clown finds utterly laughable. What's even more amusing is that Damien actually expected him to apologize. It seems my guy had anticipated this exact response from this scoundrel all along. At first, he had considered sparing him, if only he had offered a sincere apology. But now, he has the perfect excuse to exact the revenge he's been craving. He won't forgive this bastard for talking trash about his family. In an instant, Damien moves with lightning speed, reaching the scoundrel standing on the first floor. With the dagger aimed directly at him, he's ready to rip this bastard's innards out. But it seems our boy got a little carried away and let his guard down. A figure bursts in, swinging a heavy sword that sends Damien crashing back to the ground floor. The force of the blow is staggering. This mysterious warrior is Ted, the very person Anderson has been anticipating to make an entrance. Damien can't help but acknowledge the man's impressive grit. With such formidable strength, he wonders how someone like Ted ended up in a third-rate establishment like this. Now, he's filled with curiosity about why a knight of such caliber is here at all. Let's take a moment to discuss the knights. These glorious warriors of honor dedicate their lives to the path of martial arts. Their journey begins as trainees, progressing to the rank of apprentice knight. At last, they achieve the rank of official knight, their skill level finally meeting the rigorous standards required. These knights are recognized as formidable warriors, capable of harnessing aura to extraordinary levels. They can fell dozens of creatures in their path with ease, and even slice through castle walls without breaking a sweat. In short, the knights in this tale are incredibly powerful. So formidable are they that they are regarded as transcendent beings. This is precisely why the bar owner is out here laughing like a madman. He's utterly convinced of his impending victory. Although Ted is merely an apprentice knight, he has pledged his loyalty to the leader of the Black Snake organization. With Ted in the mix, the bar owner is certain that our hero won't be leaving this place in one piece. And yes, the One Piece is real. Damien stands firm, confidently questioning Ted's rank. He finally understands why he sensed a hint of aura during their previous clash. This revelation astonishes Ted, who can't believe that someone as seemingly insignificant as Damien could perceive his aura, even when he had tried so hard to conceal it. After a moment of contemplation, Damien begins to piece together why Ted would even bother working in a place like this. He believes that Ted was deemed unworthy of becoming an official knight and was cast out from the ranks, leaving him with nowhere to turn. The verbal onslaught has already begun to wear down the knight's resolve, while the bar owner attempts to soothe him by mentioning payment. But upon hearing the word apprentice linked to his rank, Ted's blood begins to boil. Furious, he lunges forward with incredible speed, aiming to slice the arrogant noble's mouth shut as punishment for his disrespect. Yet, without a hint of fear, the noble stands his ground as Ted's blade descends. In a breathtaking display of agility, he dodges the heavy strike at the last possible moment. Had he not moved, the enraged apprentice knight would have cleaved him in two. As the apprentice knight readies himself for a second attack, he unleashes a series of powerful swings at Damien. Although Damien dodges with relative ease, he begins to recognize the skill of his opponent. It becomes clear that Ted is no ordinary apprentice knight. His swordsmanship and precise strikes reveal a level of expertise that sets him apart. Fueled by rage, the apprentice knight swings wide, but the young master deftly sidesteps the attack. Although Damien carries some of his future combat skills, he finds himself grappling with the limitations of his current body. It's a challenging moment, forcing him to confront the necessity of managing his stamina wisely. Frustration mounts for the apprentice knight as his attacks continue to miss their mark. In a moment of desperation, he channels a surge of aura into his body, transforming his demeanor. Sensing the shift, Damien anticipates his opponent's secret technique. With a fierce determination, the apprentice knight unleashes a powerful linear sword strike, radiating with immense energy. As the blade inches closer to his body, Damien finds an unexpected calmness, even in the face of imminent death. He resolves to counter with a technique of his own, one that could turn the tide in his favor. Memories flood back from his harrowing days as a Death Knight, particularly the time he faced the legendary assassin known as the Blade of Death. This assassin was regarded as a force of nature, prompting the Death Knight to confront him. The phantom assassin swiftly aimed his blade at the grotesque knight, declaring his intent to kill if the knight didn't flee. When he realized the Death Knight had no intention of backing down, a sinister sigh escaped the phantom assassin's lips. The bloodthirsty beast reveled in the discovery of yet another target to slay. Eager to showcase his secret technique, he aimed to deliver a performance like no other. With his keen eyes, he meticulously analyzed the vital points of the human body, tapping into the water within. Then, he unleashed his ultimate Kit Kat technique, likely a lesson learned from Sukuna, slicing down upon the Death Knight's body with deadly precision. The best part, he accomplished all of that with just a basic wooden sword, highlighting the brilliance of his technique. The Death Knight's battered form lay on the ground, while the phantom assassin reveled in his victory. Little did he realize that the Death Knight wasn't going down without a fight. As he turned around, he was met with a chilling sight: doom. The creature's body was reassembling, its flesh and organs merging back into one cohesive form, even after being severed in half. Yes, that was thanks to the Death Knight unleashing the infamous anti-Kit Kat technique from the Heian era. As the phantom assassin watched the creature fully reform, a sinking realization hit him. He had made a grave mistake by targeting an undead monster. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, the icing on the cake was about to be served. After experiencing the same technique applied to him, Damien quickly mastered it, using his perceptive eyes to pinpoint the phantom assassin's vital points. In a blur of instinct, the Death Knight retaliated, delivering the same lethal treatment to the assassin. Instant karma, and he did it all without a sword. The maniacal assassin writhed in excruciating pain, unable to fathom how someone could replicate his secret technique. This brings us back to the present, where Ted wears a similar expression of despair and defeat. He lies on the ground, his body not gruesomely severed in half, but marred by a deep slash that tells its own story of suffering. Our glorious protagonist reveals that every single one of his enemies never saw it coming until they found themselves groveling on the ground. Each of his battles unfolded in the same way. Why? Because his unique ability, as the Death Knight, allows him to absorb his foes' skills and wield them as his own. In short, he's out here giving Kakashi, the copy ninja, a serious run for his money. Watching Ted fall like that sends a wave of fear through the bar owner. He's sweating profusely, convinced he's the next target. His expression mirrors that of a desperate Vegeta, caught between panic and dread. Moments later, he finds himself kneeling before our protagonist, pleading for forgiveness for bringing shame to Jackson V County. But this is just the beginning. He also offers a substantial amount of gold as compensation for any trouble caused. Inside, Damien is celebrating. He came here for a simple apology, but now he's walking away with easy money as well. Choosing to let the matter slide, he glances at his servant, Victor, who has quietly observed the entire scene unfold. The servant hurriedly approaches to collect the payment, his mind racing as he questions his own senses. Just moments ago, he witnessed the young master dismantle the knight with an astonishing technique at the last second. It defies all logic how the young master suddenly acquired such formidable skills. As they exit the bar, Victor remarks, "I've never had to carry this much money before. But something tells me the bar owner isn't done yet. This scumbag is plotting his revenge. He plans to speak with the leader of the Black Snake organization. However, as he schemes, our hero makes a dramatic return, slicing off the bar owner's right ear. The bar owner screams in agony, and Damien coldly reminds him that he couldn't leave without delivering the appropriate punishment. He anticipates the bar owner's next move and is more than ready to leave a message for the leader of the organization. Damien's warning is clear. If they dare to threaten his family, he will wipe them all out. Even after losing his ear in a brutal encounter, his thirst for revenge remains unquenched, and he plans to report back to the organization. But that's a story for later as our boy continues walking ahead. As he steps out, he confronts the weight of his past wrongdoings. His history is stained with blood, marked by murder and sinful acts. Yet, he has no intention of fleeing from this past. This time, he vows to stand by his family and never let them down. With determination in his heart, Damien declares that it's time for them to head home. The scene shifts to the Lion Bloom March, where a man speaks to his brother about the saying, "Pain always follows love." Confused, his brother struggles to understand what he's talking about and quickly realizes that his sibling is preparing for another battle. However, the man rejects his brother's assumption, clarifying that he is actually embarking on a quest to find love. I might believe his words if it weren't for that ugly expression on his face. Back at the Haxon estate, our boy feels grateful for a good night's sleep after his adventurous escapade. Poor Victor, on the other hand, is a different story. He's been wrestling with the events he witnessed, the horror of it all keeping him awake as he anxiously contemplates what might happen next. Damien reassures everyone that everything has turned out in their favor, so there's no need for concern. Despite straying from the original plan, they still accomplished their goal. Now he waits for the rumors to circulate, ensuring that everyone understands the consequences of crossing the eldest son of Viscount Haxan. With this gossip taking hold, no one will dare to challenge his family again. He's also pleased that his reputation as the useless son will soon shift, allowing others to see him in a more respectful light. Meanwhile, his servant Victor struggles to comprehend how the young master has suddenly become so competent and self-aware. However, Victor is deeply concerned about the implications of their recent encounter with the Black Snake group, as their actions last night were provocative in every sense. Damien had taken care of their men and even dispatched an apprentice knight with ease. Despite the looming threat, Damien remained confident that anyone would think twice before crossing a noble family. And if they were foolish enough to try, he would gladly beat them black and blue. This reassured some of Victor's concerns, prompting him to comment on Damien's exceptional swordsmanship. Skills he shouldn't possess leave him questioning when the young master became so adept at sword fighting. Naturally, he quickly turns away as he has no explanation for it. Damien casually mentions that he trains from time to time. Speaking of Damien, his father seems to be channeling the speed of Barry Allen, the Flash, as he moves with incredible swiftness. Bro is furious that his son was missing all day yesterday. Even worse, he's worried that the kid has gotten into even more trouble. But Damien shows no signs of fear. Instead, he urges his father to calm down, insisting that he has taken care of everything and fixed his previous mistake. With a confident grin, he then prompts Victor to unveil their prized possession. The glimmering gold coins instantly captivate their parents, drawing them in like moths to a flame. It's the simplest way to bring them joy. The young master shares tales of his travels to the same tavern, explaining how he resolved a misunderstanding, a miscalculation on their part. As a result, they rewarded him with consolation money for their error. I can't help but chuckle at how he conveniently left out the part where he severed about 20 hands and plucked off the bar owner's ear. At first, his parents are skeptical, but their doubts quickly fade when they see the gold. In a rather amusing twist, Damien even enlists Victor to back him up, effectively placing him under the boss's scrutiny as well. Ultimately, Victor supports everything the young master claims, lending even more credibility to Damien's words and reinforcing his family's trust in him. Damien's parents are filled with joy, while Victor is left grappling with the realization that his young master is a master gaslighter. The scene shifts to our protagonist sprinting through the fields, pushing himself to test his stamina. After a short while, he finds himself utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. This moment forces Damien to confront his own limitations. He knows he must take charge of his weak body immediately, or risk facing a significant disadvantage. He pulls a purple gem from his pocket, feeling fortunate to have acquired this little treasure that will aid him in the short term. Before leaving the tavern, the bar owner had included this tonic among his prized possessions. Crafted by the Alchemy Academy, it promises a significant boost to stamina and energy. Damien was taken aback when he heard the name of the academy. They were renowned for crafting potions and tonics of such exceptional quality that their worth rivaled that of gemstones. It was a stroke of luck for this young master to have obtained one for free. He quickly downed the tonic, and within moments he felt a surge of electrifying energy coursing through him. The effects take hold immediately. He crushes the vial, realizing that his foremost goal is to restore his body to its former glory. He must become the unstoppable Death Knight, the very force that Archleash Dorgo is destined to unleash upon the world, leading an army of the undead to reduce everything to ashes. Damien knows he must do everything in his power to prevent that dark future from becoming a reality. That's why he's determined to regain his powers. It's the only way he can protect what matters most to him, his family's safety and happiness. Fueled with resolve, he takes off, vowing to kill the Archleash and ensure that Dorgo stays down for good. That very night, the scene shifts to the Tower of the Black Snake group. The grunting fatso is visibly disappointed by the apprentice knight's defeat, especially after spending a fortune to hire him. Ted's condition is dire. Even the underlings believe he needs medical attention. However, their ruthless leader, resembling an off-brand Kim Jong-un, coldly orders that Ted be tossed into the dumpster. Meet Cedric Walker, the ruthless leader of the Black Snake Group. He has little faith in second chances and insists that Ted must be eliminated immediately. After all, to him, a replacement is just a purchase away. Summoning every ounce of his strength, the apprentice knight stands firm, expressing his disappointment at how the story is unfolding. Cedric spins around, taken aback to see the knight still standing firm. To his surprise, the knight offers Ted a second chance, provided he receives treatment. However, recalling how the knight was moments away from disposing of him, the apprentice knight is consumed by anger and lunges at him with his blade. Despite his desperate attempt to eliminate the organization's leader, a shadowy tendril swiftly intervenes, ensnaring him and rendering him powerless. The figure responsible emerges, revealing a preference for executing the apprentice knight as part of their contract. Cedric watches with keen interest, eager to see how their newest hire will fare. Meanwhile, the helpless knight can only shout his complaints into the void. The mage chants a dark command, summoning demonic creatures from the shadows to confront the helpless knight. Before he can grasp the gravity of the situation, his fate is sealed. Despite his desperate pleas for mercy, the 5 demonic beasts tear into him, devouring his limbs and his head, ripping his body apart as his screams echo off the walls. By the end, all that remains of Ted is a pitiful foot. He certainly met one of the most gruesome fates I've witnessed in some time. Cedric, though repulsed, can't help but feel a sense of admiration. He reluctantly welcomes the mage into his group, requesting cleaner deaths from this point forward. The mage, pleased by the compliment, eagerly anticipates his next target. The leader of the organization recounts the recent incident involving a noble who dared to cross their members. Yet Cedric remains undeterred. His sole focus is on ensuring that Damien experiences a slow, agonizing demise, and he's even prepared to raise the bounty for it. Without hesitation, Cedric pays the mage his commission in advance. The dark mage, eager for the challenge, accepts the task with a wicked grin, ready to carry it out with ruthless efficiency. Panting in exhaustion, our protagonist pushes through his intense training arc. He's performing squats with heavy weights on either side, building muscle and boosting his stamina. This rigorous regimen is transforming him, but an unsettling quiet has settled over the past few days, as if disaster is lurking just around the corner. He fully expected the Black Snake organization to come and take him down any moment now. Just as he was about to take a sip from his bottle, he sensed the presence of two assassins nearby. Recognizing them as the scumbags of the organization, he sprang into action, zapping in with incredible speed to pin them down. To his utter shock, the person he attacked wasn't an enemy at all, but his nerdy brother, Abel. Bro instantly releases him, causing his younger brother to tumble to the ground. Abel is left in awe of his older brother's incredible strength, having fully expected to have his head popped just moments ago. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Damien quickly apologizes and extends a hand, explaining that it was never his intention to treat him this way. Instead of accepting his older brother's apology, the nerdy brother reveals what happened at the bar, explaining how he managed to get an apology from the owner. However, he also shares what he's heard. A fight broke out, leaving dozens injured. With a steely gaze, Abel accuses his older brother of lying to their family. Instead of deceiving him, Damien confronts Abel with the cold, hard truth. Shocked, Abel leaps forward, demanding to know how his brother managed to take on so many opponents. It just doesn't add up, unless he somehow hired Agent 47 or something. Despite Damien's full acceptance of his actions, Abel remains unconvinced. The only thing he truly cares about is ensuring that his older brother doesn't tarnish their family's reputation. They are already exhausted from dealing with the chaos he has caused in the past. Understanding his little brother's frustration, Damien gently pats him on the head, recognizing that his brother has a pure heart and has always wanted the best for their family. That's why he isn't bothered by Abel's attitude. Instead, he smiles at him, reassuring that there's nothing for them to worry about anymore. However, their moment is abruptly interrupted by Victor, who bursts in, panting and delivering some shocking news. His sudden announcement sends both young masters into a state of alert. In the next scene, they rush into the family estate and fling the door open, only to discover his parents seated across from a familiar figure. It's the same man from earlier, the one eager to embark on his quest for love, or whatever he claims it to be. Upon seeing Damien arrive so swiftly, the arrogant man feigns innocence, eager to share his version of the events that transpired in the banquet hall. Meet Erwin Lionbloom, a darker, more timid version of the Erwin from Attack on Titan. Unfortunately, he shares some troubling connections with our protagonist. To unravel their story, we must journey back to the past. In the grand banquet hall, tensions flared between him and Erwin. It seems Damien had taken offense to something, while the composed Erwin only managed to provoke him further. The drunken troublemaker loudly reminded everyone that Erwin had insulted his sister and spoken ill of him, claiming he had every right to be offended. However, Erwin cleverly seized the opportunity presented by the boy's inebriation, shifting the blame onto him. To make matters worse, he leaned in close and called him a fool, taunting him with the reminder that even if he had said those things, Damien couldn't do anything about it anyway. It hit our boy like a bolt from the blue. In that moment, he made the gravest mistake he could have. He resorted to physical violence and landed a punch on the bastard. Truth be told, that punch felt incredibly satisfying, even if it was the wrong choice in the hallway. Despite taking a solid hit to the face, the noble wore a triumphant smile, as if he had been waiting for this very moment all along. And that brings us to the present. Damien realizes that Erwin deliberately chose to take the hit, knowing full well that he possesses the skills to dodge it. He's almost knight material after all. It turns out, this slippery character was biding his time for this very moment. During the family meeting, he boldly declares to Damien's parents that he admires their daughter, Louise. At first, the Viscount struggles to grasp what Erwin is trying to convey. That is, until Captain Douchebag boldly declares a marriage proposal between himself and Damien's sister. The announcement shakes the Haxon family to their core. Damien feels a surge of frustration, recognizing that this is precisely the sequence of events that unfolded in his previous life. The bastard exploited his family's unfortunate situation. Erwin insists that he will overlook the events of the banquet hall, but only if they agree to join his family, thus ensuring no animosity between their two houses. However, his father resolutely rejects the proposal, standing firm like the true gigachat he is. Erwin's frustration deepens upon learning that Louise is already promised to another man. To make matters worse, he recalls the humiliation he suffered at the banquet hall. With a steely resolve, he warns the Haxon family that rejecting his proposal will lead to dire consequences, ones they won't be able to handle. With a smirk, he presents them with a final dilemma, leaving them to ponder the wrath that may follow. It's either they choose him for their daughter, or they face the consequences. This is a challenging decision for the Viscount, especially considering the immense power of the Lionbloom family among the nobles. Yet, he is painfully aware of just how despicable Erwin truly is. His instincts as a father refuse to let something so disgraceful happen to his daughter. Suddenly, Louise steps forward, offering herself as the sacrifice and accepting the terms of marriage. Witnessing their daughter make such a selfless choice shatters the Viscount. He breaks down, desperately trying to reassure her that they will find a way out of this. Anger simmers beneath his words as he admits that his sister shouldn't have to bear the burden of the trouble Damien has caused. Watching her stand firm for her family stirs a sense of sadness in Damien. Yet the brave girl keeps her smile intact, vowing to accompany Erwin. This moment serves as a poignant reminder for our protagonist, a reflection of his past mistakes encapsulated in a single scene. Because of the chaos he created, his sister had to bear the burden. Now, with the situation resolved to his advantage, a sinister smile spreads across Erwin's face. He feels a sense of relief as they finalize their plans. Just as he prepares to leave, he informs Louise that a formal request will be sent soon so they can discuss the details. However, as he speaks, the devil himself suddenly appears before him, glaring down with an intensity that could freeze the air. Anyone with a sister would likely share the same expression as our protagonist after what just transpired. With a mocking grin, Erwin openly refers to Damien as his brother-in-law. Damien may not care about him, but the fact that he ruined his sister's life in the original timeline is more than enough motivation to ensure it doesn't happen again. Louise can hardly believe that he has taken a stand for her. He mumbles something unintelligible, words that the arrogant blonde noble fails to grasp. What he does understand is a Mike Tyson uppercut that sends him soaring into the sky. While it's true that Damien shouldn't have fallen for Erwin's provocation again, he can't just sit idly by while this bastard threatens to tear his family apart. As the noble's body crashes to the ground, our boy stands firm, declaring his resolve. He won't allow Erwin to have his way. To grasp the depth of his disdain for this man, we must delve into the original timeline of events. After being sold to the Bloom family, Damien was separated from his sister for an agonizingly long time. One day, as he learned that they were coming to visit, he couldn't contain his excitement. With a smile lighting up his face, he rushed to meet his sister. However, things took a terrifying turn the moment he arrived. His heart sank in despair at the sight before him. There stood his beautiful sister, her hair pulled back as if she were some kind of animal. Erwin had dragged her here, fed up with her constant complaints about their dysfunctional family. He was furious that she had the audacity to threaten to leave him, but he didn't stop there. To teach her a lesson and ensure she would never defy him again, Erwin steeled himself as the innocent girl trembled in fear. With a clenched fist, he unleashed a brutal assault, and her cries of pain echoed in the air. Watching this unfold shattered something deep within him. He couldn't even protect his sister, and he was the one who had put her in such a vulnerable state to begin with, all because of his reckless actions at the banquet hall. From that moment on, a deep-seated hatred took root in Damien's heart, a hatred aimed squarely at the bastard known as Erwin Bloom. And now, we return to the present, where Damien has just delivered a powerful uppercut, knocking the man out cold. The entire family is shaken. The Bloom guards rush in, alarmed by the sound of their young master moaning in pain. In an instant, they unsheathe their weapons, ready to confront whoever has harmed him. Damien glances at them and quickly recognizes his escort guards. Speaking of the bastard, Erwin lets out a snicker, embodying the little pest he is, before getting back on his feet. He's had enough of being slapped around. With a surge of anger, he tightens his grip on his sword, while the Haxon family watches in horror, finally revealing his true nature. Erwin unsheathes his blade, taunting his brother-in-law with a chilling question. Is he looking for a quick death? To prevent the situation from escalating into a bloodbath, his escort guards swiftly intervened, aware that a violent confrontation could tarnish his reputation. However, this time, the furious man refused to listen to reason, insisting that the guards step aside. When one of the escort guards resisted his order, Erwin responded with brutal force, literally punching him into the nearest wall. I genuinely underestimated him as a weakling, but to my surprise, he possesses skills nearly on par with a knight. With a chilling glare, Erwin commands his guards to move, his contempt palpable. Abel and Louise tremble at the thought of their brother's fate, while the young master, embodying the spirit of a lion, strides forward to confront Damien once and for all. He can't help but wonder how the Haxon family will navigate this situation, especially considering they've only made things 10 times worse. Sensing the imminent danger to her brother's life, Louise realizes that Damien is in grave peril. Determined to intervene, she steps forward to resolve the situation. But this time, her brother stands firm to defend her. No longer will she be the one to sacrifice herself. With a reassuring glance, Damien assures her that he will handle this. It's time for an official one-on-one duel. The mention of a duel leaves the young master of Lion Bloom, Damien, utterly astonished. He makes his offer clear. If he loses, he will do anything Erwin asks of him. However, if he wins, everything that has transpired up to this point will be erased from both sides' memories. Surprisingly, Erwin hesitates to accept these terms, revealing that he has already obtained what he desired from Louise. She had already signed her approval. Instead of backing down, Damien cleverly challenges Erwin's ego, calling him a coward for withdrawing from the duel. Essentially, he's throwing down the gauntlet with a no-guts argument. The irony? It actually works. Erwin contemplates accepting the duel, convinced he'll easily defeat Damien in a real battle. Seizing the perfect opportunity to crush Damien once and for all, and then steal his sister away, the sadistic bastard draws his blade and accepts the duel. Meanwhile, Damien's mother watches with growing concern, desperate to intervene. Yet, as she sees his son step forward with unwavering confidence, the Viscount begins to believe that Damien must have a plan up his sleeve. That's why they must place their hopes in his hands. Unfortunately for them, Abel fully grasps the despair of their situation. He is the only one who truly understands Erwin's skills, likening him to a seasoned knight. From that perspective, this battle feels like a losing one from the very start. The arrogant young master is eager to ignite the battle, but he's taken aback to find his opponent uninterested in wielding a sword. Damien calmly reassures him that he'll be just fine. To deliver the ultimate humiliation, he unveils his trusty fork. Ah yes, the legendary fork sword, the only weapon that can rival the ultimate stick of destruction. Staring at the fork in his hand, Erwin is momentarily speechless, while Damien's family watches in silent agony, wondering what on earth he plans to do with that. Erwin bursts into laughter, convinced that his opponent has already accepted defeat. He can't help but think that Damien has lost his mind in the face of terror. With unwavering confidence, Erwin lunges into the fight, determined to cut Damien down. To his utter shock, the first swing misses as Damien effortlessly evades. Undeterred, Erwin intensifies his assault, launching a flurry of strikes with his technique, the fierce roaring lion sword. It's as if he summoned his own Susnu for this battle. However, the seemingly devastating blow is nothing but smoke and mirrors, for by the end of the attack, our hero's feet remain firmly planted on the ground. He has successfully deflected every single strike. Even the escort guards are left speechless, unsure whether their young master is merely toying with his opponent or if the challenger is truly that skilled. To unravel the mystery of what just transpired, we shift our focus to Erwin's perspective. In that fleeting moment after the technique was unleashed, our boy gracefully dodged each swing, managing to avoid any hits. Meanwhile, Damien couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. His physical training was finally paying off. With his enhanced stamina, he could now keep pace with rapid movements without exhausting himself. And let's not forget, he's doing all of this with nothing but a fork. However, he has also gained a solid understanding of the Lion Bloom family's swordsmanship. Here's the intriguing part. In the original timeline, the Death Knight Damien clashed with the eldest son of the Lion Bloom family, Michael Lion Bloom, who was truly a force to be reckoned with. In comparison, his younger brother falls short, proving to be considerably weaker and less impressive. That's why the current Damien faces Erwin without any trouble. Erwin's blood boils as he unleashes waves of aura, unwilling to accept that it was skill that enabled Damien to dodge his techniques. Unfortunately, harnessing aura is perilous for anyone, leaving our boy with yet another challenge. How will he navigate this? Erwin Lion Bloom sprints at breathtaking speeds, positioning himself directly in front of the target, poised to deliver a lethal strike. In this tense moment, Damien weighs his options and chooses the Sword Saint technique from his repertoire, determined to unleash its power. A fierce clash erupts, but Erwin's world shatters when he sees a simple fork not only blocking his sword, but overpowering it as well. He can hardly comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Before he can even process what's happening, he is struck by our hero's secret move, the Countless Thunder Shadow Revelations. With that move, the ultimate fork of destruction effortlessly sends Erwin's sword flying. It's the beginning of Erwin's downfall as Damien rushes to finish the fight, fork in hand. The fork plunges forward, and every member of his family gasps in horror. You might be wondering if a fork was just used as a murder weapon, but it turns out our boy is feeling rather generous. He merely poked Erwin's neck, a warning that he could have done much worse. Yet, even after that minor jab, Erwin starts panicking like a child. Deep down, Damien would have relished the chance to eliminate him and rid the world of his kind. However, he knows he must side with his family this time and let the situation pass. He concludes the duel, confidently declaring himself the clear winner, and asks if little Erwin has any objections to that verdict. Shuddering like a frightened puppy, the once arrogant noble has been reduced to a mere plaything. Damien bluntly tells him to get lost as the scene draws to a close. If you found satisfaction in the way Damien handled that humiliation, be sure to like the video and show your support. The morning after the duel, the family gathers for a quiet breakfast. Once he finishes his meal, the boy rises to leave for his training. With his departure, a heavy silence settles over the family, their spirits dampened. The boy's mother, filled with concern, wonders aloud when they will discuss the events with Damien. Meanwhile, Abel is off somewhere, undergoing a system reset of his own. Dude is in a constant state of shock, struggling to understand how his brother suddenly became so incredibly powerful. Even their parents share a look of concern. The Viscount finally speaks up, asserting that it wouldn't be fair to pressure their son for answers. He believes the best approach is to allow the boy to reveal the truth when he feels ready. It's refreshing to see that they're not forcing him into anything. It's a subtle but powerful moment. His father is clearly shaken. While he's curious about his son, the chilling look in Damien's eyes fills him with dread, leaving him hesitant to confront him about anything. Despite being his flesh and blood, Damien has transformed into someone far more intimidating than he ever imagined. Shifting the perspective to our boy, he draws inspiration from Rock Lee, strapping on heavy weights to build his endurance. Just as he's about to head out, Louise catches up to him. She's the first member of the family to approach him about what happened the other day. As she struggles to find her words, our boy suddenly realizes his mistake. He immediately lowers his head, apologizing for the trouble he caused and for putting her in such a vulnerable position. While he rambles on about his regrets, his sister gently interrupts him, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. He truly stood up for her, and although she didn't reveal her fear in front of Erwin, she was terrified for her life. It was her brother's bravery that spared her from a miserable fate. Hearing her express this fills Damien with joy, knowing that his actions made a difference. Her gratitude stems from the fact that he stepped up to save her when it mattered most. In a heartfelt exchange, Damien receives Louise's gratitude with warmth of his own. A sister expresses her love for her brother, and he reciprocates with equal fervor. He feels deeply thankful for all she has done for him up to this point. Just as Louise begins to grasp the depth of his words, he prepares to take his leave. Before he departs, she presents him with a sword, urging him to take it with him. It's actually their father's most prized possession, his favorite item. To express his love for his son, the Viscount gifted the blade to Damien for his training. The boy is taken aback by such thoughtfulness from his father, while Louise adds that despite their father's tough exterior, he cares deeply for Damien. With a playful smirk, she mimics their father, reminding Damien never to use a fork again, declaring it disgraceful for the family. Damien is thoroughly convinced by her impression as he unsheathes the blade. Finding himself genuinely impressed by its craftsmanship, he realizes he is in his father's debt. In a humorous twist, when we return to his father's sword collection, we see that this man has an impressive array of swords at his disposal, yet he continues to complain for no apparent reason. In the next scene, a sense of dread hangs in the air. The evil mage wielding his dark magic has arrived at a certain estate. The night guards, weary and yawning from exhaustion, are caught completely off guard. In an instant, the shadows engulf them, dismantling their forms with chilling efficiency. With both of them incapacitated, the mysterious mage strides through the gate. In the moments that follow, he cautiously enters the house. Abel, still dozing off in his room, remains blissfully unaware of the evil presence looming over him. The vile intruder revels in the sight before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gazes down at Abel. Even though he arrived on behalf of the Black Snake, he believes he has stumbled upon something entertaining. The filthy mage is taken aback when a voice suddenly emerges from behind him. It's our boy standing at the door, aura radiating as he tries to look even more formidable. He shoots the intruder a disdainful glare and questions his motives. The confrontation is genuine, as Damien reveals that he sensed strange energy lingering around their home, prompting him to investigate. The perspective of the Dark Mage is intriguing. Despite using a unique form of magic to put everyone to sleep, Damien remained unaffected. To make matters worse, the Dark Mage couldn't even sense his presence until he spoke. These factors alone are enough to convince him that this opponent is truly troublesome. He swiftly turns around and unleashes Vegeta's Gallic gun. Dodging the magical blast, our hero shifts to a different position, leaving the Dark Mage bewildered and frustrated as he struggles to comprehend the situation. Damien readies his sword, throwing the same question back at him, reminding the scoundrel that he's the one who invaded their home. Suddenly, the mage realizes he is face to face with his target, Damien of the Haxon house. Confirming his identity, Damien draws his blade, fixing the mage with a lethal glare. "What the hell are you doing in my sister's room?" he demands. The powerful magic attack reverberates through the house, rousing the rest of the family from their slumber. The mage quickly realizes he's in deep trouble. The servants must have already caught wind of his presence. Tasked with executing his mission flawlessly, he decides to retreat for the time being. As he begins to dissolve into a shadowy mist, Damien makes a desperate attempt to stop him. Unfortunately, there's little one can do while battling the invisible foe, and so his enemy slips through the window and vanishes into the distance. With the immediate threat neutralized, Damien's gaze catches a glimmer of the mage's dark energy lingering in the air. It seems he left a trace behind. In the next scene, we shift to the perspective of the servants. They stumble upon a horrifying sight. The Viscount's most treasured horse lies motionless. Panic grips them at the thought of what will happen if word gets out. There's no doubt the Viscount will unleash his fury. It's particularly unsettling, as just the other day, the horse had been in perfect health. As the servants murmur in horror, Damien makes a sudden entrance that leaves them stunned. His unexpected arrival sends a jolt of fear through them, but he quickly reassures them, saying there's no need to panic. "I'm not here to hold either of you responsible," he declares. What matters to him is taking a personal look at the situation. With that, he orders them to leave the site. Now that he's alone, Damien inspects the condition of the horse. To his shock, he discovers that the same shadowy trail of energy is somehow linked to this lifeless creature. The terrifying energy signature confirms his suspicions. Dark mana is indeed present. This revelation solidifies his belief that the man he confronted last night is, without a doubt, a dark mage who wields such sinister power. Damien realizes that his family remains unaware of the events that transpired. He has no intention of revealing the truth, knowing it would only stir chaos and worry among them. Instead, he fixes his gaze on the trail of dark energy swirling in the air, leading ominously into the depths of the forest. Moments later, we catch a glimpse of the dark mage's hideout. He's clutching his valuables while snickering like a villain straight out of a discount store. The truth is, Cedric recently sent him everything he requested. He deceived the Black Snake's leader, claiming it was all part of a curse. Yet, with the sheer volume of inventory he received, the Dark Mage is thrilled that his experiments can continue. Still, beneath that excitement lies a nagging disappointment in his own abilities. He's forced to tackle bottom-tier requests just to scrape together a little money, but it's his only option, especially with the Holy Church already on his tail. He knows he must keep a low profile, or so he believes. However, following the same trail of dark energy, our boy arrives with a grin. It's like he's returning a favor for the unwelcome invasion of his home. He recoils at the disgusting stench, reminiscent of that one stranger on the bus who unleashed a mustard gas-like odor that left everyone gasping for air. The Dark Mage can hardly believe his eyes. The eldest son of the Viscount, the very man he battled just yesterday, has appeared at his doorstep. It irks him that Damien managed to uncover his little hideout. It wasn't difficult to guess, especially given that his mana has the same scent as the average gamer's room. The Dark Mage reveals that he has heard rumors about the noble standing up to the members of the Black Snake. However, now that he's seen Damien in person, he realizes the young man is far more powerful than anyone gives him credit for. The young master feels a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that his instincts were right. This Dark Mage is indeed connected to the sinister organization. The Dark Mage confirms this, revealing that part of their deal is to ensure Damien suffers an agonizing death. Hearing this, Damien laughs, boldly declaring that the mage will die for making such a request. The mage, taken aback by such a ridiculous remark, responds with a sinister laugh, relishing the delusion of his victim. He's determined to create the perfect experimental pet out of Damien after capturing him. The swordsman readies his sword, reassuring the mage that killing is not in his nature. He vowed never to take a life unless absolutely necessary. Yet, there is one exception to his rule: those as vile as the Dark Mage, who embody filth and disgust. Damien is more than eager to wipe them off the face of the planet. The Dark Mage is once again astonished by the boy's knowledge, but he dismisses it as meaningless and unleashes a barrage of magic circle attacks. He's determined not to let the Viscount's son escape at any cost. Fortunately for him, Damien has no intention of fleeing either. Looking effortlessly cool, he lunges forward with precision, delivering a clean upward slash that cleaves his opponent in two. But just like a stubborn disease, this foe proves difficult to eliminate. Despite being split in half, he disintegrates into shadows, only to reassemble himself moments later. Damien realizes that his opponent is wielding the same ability he had used back at the estate. This guy is surprisingly strong, even if he has taken on a lower-tier request. A maniacal laughter escapes the Dark Mage's lips as he revels in what he believes to be his impending victory. Confident that he won't be harmed by ordinary means, he dismisses Damien as a mere nuisance. Determined to prove him wrong, Damien decides to unleash his full fury, delivering a flurry of cuts to ensure nothing remains of his foe. Despite his impressive effort, it doesn't change the fact that his opponent's body can effortlessly reassemble itself. The Dark Mage, convinced of his superiority, smugly declares that the moment Damien stepped into his hideout, he sealed his own fate. As he seals his fate, the scumbag unleashes the same attack he used against Ted, restraining Damien in place and allowing his little demons of death to feast on the remnants. The Dark Mage is well aware that the church is closing in on him, so he intensifies his preparations with advanced spells. The tension in the air is palpable. Even our boy is on edge, acutely aware of his dire circumstances. The mage grins in triumph, laughing at the impending demise of his opponent, who will soon regret challenging an officer of the Yulin rank, while Damien remains bound. He is mere moments away from being consumed by the dark creatures, destined to meet the same fate as the apprentice knight. The tendrils of darkness wrap around their victim, mummifying him in a chilling embrace. It's like watching a spider ensnare its prey, weaving a web to trap it in place. The Dark Mage materializes, mocking Damien for his reckless approach. He recalls Cedric's command to make his target suffer as much as possible, a task he relishes knowing he can prolong the torment. To add insult to injury, he revels in the thought that he can now indulge in the beauty he glimpsed at Damien's home, free from any interruptions. That's when Damien drops a surprising revelation. He shatters the decomposing curse spell he had just cast, momentarily at a loss for words. The Dark Mage gazes back with despair, questioning how his prey remains unaffected. It's impossible to dispel the curse unless someone possesses knowledge of dark magic. Exactly what our boy has. But here's the twist. Even Damien is taken aback by his own actions. It seems his regression powers have kicked in, awakening an authority insignia on his body, something he shouldn't possess at this point in the past. Now let's delve into what an authority truly is. In this world, it represents the power of a god bestowed upon mortals. In this case, Dorgo held his Death Knight in such high regard that he infused him with the strongest magic, binding it to his very essence. Yet, even after granting him indestructible magic and immense power, Dorgo remained unsatisfied. He yearned for more from his Death Knight, the ultimate servant and the embodiment of evil. Driven by this desire, he decided to slit his own hand, unleashing a fragment of his dark power and transforming the Death Knight into an unparalleled weapon. A column of dark mana pulsed around the Death Knight Dorgo as he exerted his authority. With a final hand sign, he infused all of that power into Damien's body, carving an ominous insignia into his hand. The malevolent energy tore through him, subjecting him to an agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. By the end of the transformation, the Death Knight had transcended, becoming an unstoppable force. This Gigachad had received the authority of a god, turning him into a formidable powerhouse. Side note, I'm starting to understand why Dorgo met such a catastrophic end. He literally transformed his Death Knight into a mini-nuclear weapon and thought everything would be just fine. Back in the present, Damien recalls the mark of the authority of greed, his power as a Death Knight resurfacing once more. Before he can fully process this revelation, another magic blast hurtles toward him, which he narrowly evades. The Dark Mage, visibly perplexed, demands to know just how Damien managed to survive his decomposition spell. With a lighthearted grin, Damien jokingly claims he had a trump card all along. The truth, however, is that the real explanation lies in the power of plot armor, a cheeky nod from the author. Back in the heat of battle, Damien gains a deeper understanding of his opponent and his connection to Yulin. This Yulin is not just any organization. It's a far more sinister group that employs dark magic for assassination. In comparison, the Black Snake seems trivial. It's no wonder that this opponent is exceptionally skilled. The Dark Mage, too, is keenly aware of the stakes, realizing he cannot afford to let this battle drag on, especially against an unpredictable foe like Damien. Though he had intended to save his ultimate weapon for the church, he decides now is the perfect moment to unleash his true power. With his bracelet glowing a brilliant green, the mage releases a surge of mana that radiates from his body, slowly spiraling out of control. Even Damien can sense the overwhelming amount of dark mana being wielded. From what he understands, the bracelet seems to be an artifact designed to store mana. Things escalate rapidly as the mage taps into his full power. He conjures an illusory beast that defies description. Let's just call it the hideous five-eyed creature. Losing all restraint, the dark mage bellows a curse upon his opponent, proclaiming that Damien will burn in hellfire. The creature of destruction surged forward, crashing into our boy with a devastating blow. The dark mage, confident in his triumph, reveled in the chaos. After all, how could anyone on Earth possibly survive such hellfire? Hellfire is a force that cannot be extinguished, even in death. Once again wielding the power of plot armor, Damien strides confidently through the green flames, highlighting the mage's grave miscalculation. The truth about the authority of greed is that it cannot simply dispel magic. Unharmed, Damien absorbs the very hellfire that once threatened him, standing more powerful than ever before. He reveals that his authority allows him to absorb all dark magic. The mage is left speechless, struggling to comprehend how a mere Viscount's son could wield such terrifying power. It's time to bring this fight to a close. With determination, the young master readies his blade, declaring that he has nothing to explain to a dead man. Inside, Damien is genuinely furious that he must rely on his dark powers to win this battle. Yet, he has little choice but to invoke the techniques of the Death Knight to secure his victory. The dark mage stands speechless as he gazes upon the aura blade. This sword, enveloped in a sinister black aura, is no ordinary weapon. It's a technique only achievable by a warrior of the Swordmaster rank. Before he can voice his confusion about Damien's abilities, our hero unleashes his ultimate technique, the soul-severing slash. With a swift motion, he cleaves to his opponent, leaving a massive gash in the cave wall. The very structure trembles and begins to crumble under the devastation wrought by his blade, while Damien glares at his fallen foe. The strike is so powerful that it tears through the dark mage, slicing the mountain behind him in half. Without hesitation, Damien strides toward the fallen mage, pinning him down with his sword and demanding the location of the dark snake hideout. The next morning, the boy heads toward the city of Landwork alongside Victor. The hefty companion questions the purpose of their journey, but Damien quickly silences him, frustrated by his incessant inquiries. Redirecting Victor's curiosity, the attention shifts to a dark book Damien is reading. He claims it's a grimoire of dark magic he recently acquired, though in truth he knows it came from the dark mage he defeated. Victor remains skeptical, aware that such grimoires are incredibly rare and hard to come by. But before he can say more, a strange, foul smell wafts from the sack Damien is carrying. Soon they arrive at the market, where the boy hands the sack to him, casually stating that it contains a person's head. Still refusing to believe him, he opens the sack, only to be met with a lifeless eye staring back at him. With a panicked yelp, he hurls it away and begins to breathe heavily, shaken by the sight. When he demands an explanation, the boy insists that he must first deliver the head and the book. He promises to explain everything afterward. Despite nearly losing his composure, Victor reluctantly agrees. A while later, the boy arrives at the gates of the Dark Snake headquarters and confidently introduces himself. The guards initially dismiss the Haxan name. As the realization dawns on them that he is the one their boss warned them about, the boy senses their recognition and pressures them to let him pass. To Fatty's shock, they comply. But just as they grant him entry, one of the guards suddenly fires a flare into the sky. In an instant, the entire compound is swarmed by assassins and bounty hunters, all surrounding Damien with weapons drawn. According to them, this is the welcome gift prepared by their boss. Yet, despite being completely encircled, the boy remains calm, confident that they will soon regret their decision. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, Cedric, the boss of the Dark Snake, hosts the Landwork governor and his drunken knight for lunch. The governor, clearly relishing the meal in good company, casually grants Cedric control over the city's red light district. Cedric's face lights up with excitement at the offer, though a flicker of worry crosses his mind about potential protests. However, the governor quickly reassures him, asserting that he has the authority to silence any dissent. Meanwhile, the knight, slouched and tipsy, attempts to offer his assistance with something, but the governor dismisses him with a wave. He insists that the knight is already contributing by protecting them and urges him not to waste energy on trivial matters. The comment flusters the knight, and both he and the governor seem ready to comply with whatever Cedric desires. With a sly smile, Cedric plays along, expertly keeping them wrapped around his finger. In truth, he entertains them only to avoid bowing to their power later. His ambitions stretch far beyond a mere district. He aims to claim the entire city. Just as they revel in the moment, one of their men bursts in, urgently calling for Cedric. Though clearly irritated, Cedric follows him out. When the man reveals that it's Damien, Cedric's shout echoes so loudly that even the governor hears it from the other room. Fury ignites within him as he realizes that the dark mage he once relied on has become a disappointment. Nevertheless, he dismisses the man, insisting there's no need to worry. In Cedric's mind, Damien has unwittingly walked into his own death trap, and even if things don't unfold exactly as planned, he has someone who owes him a favor, someone who will ensure the job gets done. Sensing that something is amiss, the hefty man steps out of the building to investigate. He is stunned to find his assassin lying defeated on the ground, while the boy stands there, completely unharmed. The sight leaves him reeling. He had always heard that Damien Haxon was nothing more than the useless son of a viscount, but this boy clearly possesses skill. The realization dawns on him. Could Damien also be the one who took down his dark mages? Panic sets in, and he rushes back inside, desperate to summon reinforcements. Outside, the mage unleashes a blazing fireball at Damien with their staff. To their shock, he counters it with his sword, channeling his mastery of the thunder technique too. Deflecting and hurling the attacks back at them, the rebounding blasts explode in fiery bursts, reducing the mages to scorched corpses. It seems all of them have been taken out, until Damien suddenly senses something approaching from behind. He turns just in time to narrowly dodge a devastating sword strike. The blow crashes into the ground, sending up a violent shockwave. Though he avoids the direct hit, Damien can feel the overwhelming aura. It's so intense it even singes the ends of his hair. As the dust settles, a knight radiating deadly intensity stands before him. The sheer pressure emanating from this man tells Damien that he might be a formally ranked knight. Soon, more soldiers arrive surrounding him. The sight stuns Damien. It's clear these aren't just mercenaries. They're official troops, the very ones responsible for maintaining public order in the city. He immediately grasps the implications of their presence. Moments later, the governor bursts onto the scene, shouting accusations at the boy for disrupting the peace in the heart of the city. Cedric stands smugly at the governor's side as he publicly declares that Damien will face punishment, not only for targeting a respected businessman like Cedric, known as Big Cap, but also for attacking and killing his employees. The townspeople watch, visibly confused about why the governor is siding with someone like that rotund figure. With a confident stance next to the governor, Cedric believes the boy is finally in serious trouble. But Damien stands his ground, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he recognizes Cedric, the leader of the Black Snake. Though he had suspected Cedric had connections, the extent of his influence is nothing short of absurd. With boldness, Damien openly confronts the governor, criticizing his support for someone as repugnant as that double cheeseburger of a man. Unfazed, the governor coldly demands that he surrender. But the boy stands firm, insisting he has committed no crime. Growing impatient, the governor orders his knight, Robert, to take charge of the situation. Stepping forward, Robert commands Damien to submit to arrest. To his surprise, he finds no flicker of fear in the boy's eyes. Mistaking this for arrogance, the knight swiftly swings his sword. Damien narrowly dodges as the knight's strike crashes into the ground, sending rubble flying in all directions. He may have provoked Robert, but he knows this won't be an easy fight, not at this level. Bracing himself for the next move, Damien is caught off guard when Robert delivers a powerful blow, sending him hurtling through the air. Miraculously, he lands on his feet, but the impact rattles him, despite his desperate attempt to deflect the hit. As the fight rages on, Damien remains poised, silently anticipating an arrival. The knight, however, shows no mercy, closing in with relentless speed and swinging his massive axe with brutal force. Just as the weapon is about to strike, a figure suddenly leaps between them, intercepting the attack. The impact is so powerful that it sends the knight's axe careening away. Stunned, the knight demands to know the identity of the figure before him. When she reveals herself, everyone is taken aback to discover that it's a muscle mommy paladin. Damien exhales in relief. Their reinforcements have arrived, and it's all thanks to Victor. Cedric comes to a stark realization. The involvement of a paladin means the church is now in the picture, and they may already be aware of the dark mage's ties to the recent turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, Damien had dispatched Victor to the church, delivering the dark mage's severed head. Victor had followed through with the task precisely as instructed, ultimately saving Cedric in the process. A few hours earlier, Victor arrived at the church, drenched in the greasy sweat of fried oil, clutching both the sack and the book that Damien had given him. He handed them to a nun, asserting that they were evidence of someone working with dark mages. As she examined the book, a chill ran through her. She could immediately sense the dark energy radiating from it. Upon noticing the symbol inside, her expression shifted to one of shock. Without a word, she snatched the sack from Victor. The moment she glimpsed the severed head, recognition washed over her. It belonged to the long-sought officer of Yulan. Without hesitation, she stripped off her nun attire, revealing a muscular figure beneath, and demanded to know who had sent Victor with these items. Now, back in the present, she appears eager to finally meet Damien, assuring everyone that the church will handle the matter from here. Damien nods in respectful agreement. This is precisely how he had hoped things would unfold. Paladins, devoted to serving their god, are renowned for their charity and compassion. But when it comes to confronting demons and dark arts, they show no hesitation. They become relentless, almost fanatical. After all, they are the vanguard of the church. With this development, Damien realizes he now has the church on his side. As he contemplates everything, the paladin steps forward to address the gathered citizens. She announces that, due to evidence of someone within the city communicating with dark mages, the church will be launching a full investigation. Until then, they will assume control of the city. This decision does not sit well with the governor, as the city had been granted self-governance by the kingdom. However, the paladin cuts him off, asserting that the church has the authority to overrule even the kingdom. Moreover, both he and his knight are prime suspects. Stunned by his words, they struggle to process the implications. But the real shock comes when she points directly at Cedric, accusing them of harboring the very man who supported dark mages and concealed himself among them. Cedric swiftly denies the accusation when confronted. However, the paladin reveals the book as evidence, containing meticulous records of Cedric purchasing supplies for the dark mage. This shocking revelation ignites Cedric's fury. He is enraged that the dark mage had documented every transaction. As the soldiers begin to turn against him, Cedric and his men desperately plead their innocence. But it's already too late. The paladin orders their immediate custody for investigation. As they are led away, the governor catches sight of Damien and realizes he was the mastermind behind it all. A mix of anger and fear washes over him, leaving him uncertain about what the church might do next. Meanwhile, Cedric makes one final desperate attempt to evade justice. He attempts to provoke the governor's knight, urging him to take action and not allow a mere boy to frame them. The knight hesitates, contemplating his next move. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he breaks free from the church guards and charges directly at the paladin, intent on taking her down and making his escape. However, his strike goes wide, missing her entirely. To his horror, the paladin responds without hesitation, landing a devastating punch to his gut, so powerful that it kills him instantly. The paladin declares that anyone who stands against God will face divine retribution. Witnessing the knight's grim fate, Cedric quickly drops to his knees, while the governor continues to resist. Meanwhile, the boys are reveling in the spectacle, watching the leader of the Black Snake gang kneeling before the crowd. In that moment, the boys silently thanks Victor. From his observations, the paladin is even more formidable than he had initially believed. Judging by her aura and presence, she's likely an Azure Flame apprentice. The Azure Flame is renowned as the strongest warrior in the church, celebrated for vanquishing countless formidable foes. As Damien drifts into thought, the paladin snaps him back to reality, calling his name and expressing gratitude for his defeat of the dark mage from Yulin. She reassures him that the church will recognize his contributions and that he won't face any repercussions. However, she reveals that the church is aware he reached out not only to report the dark mage, but also to leverage the situation as a cover for his assault on the Black Snake faction. Upon hearing this, Damien offers an apology and explains that the dark mage had attempted to harm his family. The paladin, touched by his words, agrees to absolve him of any wrongdoing. She also confirms that the bounty for the dark mage's head, 1,000 gold coins, will be awarded to him. While the sum is more than sufficient to buy a small castle, Damien chooses not to ask for the gold. Instead, he makes a different request, one of the church's manhwa cultivation techniques. This surprises the paladin, who, despite his apparent strength, is taken aback by the desire for advanced training. Yet deep down, Damien understands the truth. While he successfully defeated the dark mage using his authority skill, he knows he won't survive the trials ahead without further growth. To achieve that, he desperately needs the advanced mana training technique, the same one employed by paladins. He admits that he has only mastered the basics so far, and now seeks to conquer the advanced stage. The paladin is taken aback. Achieving such a level of power with only the basics is nearly unheard of. She can feel the immense aura radiating from his body, and the fact that he has defeated a dark mage only deepens her admiration. Impressed by his potential, the paladin offers him something even greater than the training technique. She eagerly invites him to become a paladin himself. To her dismay, the boy politely declines. She struggles to comprehend why he would turn down such an honorable position, one regarded as a great privilege, bestowed only upon a select few chosen to serve God. She insists that earning that title is incredibly challenging. However, Damien isn't particularly religious, and more importantly, he has no desire to become the church's pawn. Naturally, he can't voice that sentiment openly. Instead, he insists that he isn't worthy of such a title. For now, he fabricates a story about wanting to travel the world as a humble devotee in search of truth. To Victor's astonishment, the ruse works flawlessly. The paladin is visibly touched by Damien's humility. Impressed by his sincerity, she agrees to grant him access to the mana technique and warmly invites him to visit the church whenever she wishes. With a gentle smile, she formally introduces herself as Agnes, the first apprentice of the Azure Flame. Damien respectfully acknowledges her name before requesting her permission to attend to one final matter. She watches in confusion as he strides over to Cedric and, without a moment's hesitation, delivers a punch that knocks the wind right out of him. A brutal kick follows, sending Cedric hurtling across the street. Only then does Damien finally feel a sense of satisfaction. With that, he and Victor have achieved exactly what they set out to do. Meanwhile, at the Lionbloom family estate, Erwin's father hurries to his son after hearing about the incident. Trembling with fear, Erwin insists that Damien tried to kill him with a fork. This revelation sends his father into a fury. He demands to know who would dare lay a hand on his son. To his astonishment, the guards reveal that it was Damien of House Haxon. This only fuels his fury. The thought that a so-called lowlife like Damien could defeat his son using what he deems cowardly tricks ignites a blaze of rage within him. He starts smashing furniture in the room, utterly consumed by his anger. In a fit of vengeful wrath, he commands his men to drag Damien to him like a dog. Immediately. Meanwhile, at the Haxon household, Paladin Agnes arrives with her men and greets Damien's father. Upon seeing them, his father's expression darkens with anger, furious that his son has not only caused trouble, but also brought what he refers to as a group of lunatics into their home. Maintaining her composure, Agnes politely explains that their presence is connected to the investigation of a heretic. Despite his irritation, his father becomes increasingly concerned about whether their house can accommodate 4 additional guests. To everyone's surprise, the house magically expands when she offers some gold. Later, as Damien's parents retreat to their room, Agnes turns to Damien and expresses his gratitude for allowing them to stay. Internally, he never anticipated her making such a request. To his surprise, she has another one. Even more unexpectedly, she wants to ask personal questions about him, seemingly as part of her mission to spread the gospel. His parents overhear the conversation and quickly misinterpret it as something flirtatious, leaving Damien feeling even more embarrassed. Eventually, Agnes gets straight to the point. She hands over the mono training technique he requested and, in addition, presents him with a matching sword technique, explaining that the two complement each other perfectly. These 2 books, a destructive sword style and an advanced energy cultivation method, are unlike anything Damien has encountered, even in his previous life. As he flips through one of the books, Agnes launches into a spirited monologue about the challenges she faced in acquiring them. She insists on making it clear just how much effort she put into helping him. In her enthusiasm, she reveals that after reporting everything to her master, the Azure Flame himself showed interest in Damien joining the Paladins. With that, she eagerly extends another invitation for him to join their order. But our boy, as always, declines. Agnes doesn't press the issue. She simply smiles and offers her assistance if he ever needs anything before taking her leave. As he watches her go, Damien feels a sense of unease wash over him. One thing becomes clear. She's a true fanatic. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ruined cave of the Dark Mage, church investigators meticulously examine the remnants left behind. One of them looks visibly shocked, still struggling to comprehend how a kid like Damien could defeat a mage trained in dark magic. The other investigator shares the same skepticism but notes that Lady Agnes hasn't raised any concerns about it. Nevertheless, the situation weighs heavily on both of them. Just then, Agnes arrives and confronts their worries head-on. She acknowledges their skepticism as understandable, but insists she is confident that Damien is telling the truth. One of the investigators counters, expressing their confusion over how he could have accomplished such a feat. In response, Agnes reveals that they have already heard the complete account from Damien himself. She explains that on the day his servant delivered the severed head, she too had her doubts about his abilities. That's why she chose to stay behind and secretly observe him when he was later ambushed by assassins. To her astonishment, Damien effortlessly overwhelmed them. What shocked her the most was witnessing him deflect a fireball with nothing but his sword. Hearing this, both investigators were left in disbelief. However, Agnes explained that she had heard of warriors who, upon reaching a certain level, could deflect magical attacks through sheer skill and mastery of their aura. One of the investigators speculates that Damien might be a swordmaster, but Agnes remains uncertain, though she firmly believes he is at least a gifted warrior. She reveals that after Yulan's defeat, she considered bringing Damien with her to meet her master, convinced he could be a valuable asset to the church. With that, she decisively orders them to stop doubting and focus on their work. Outside the Haxon estate, an official knight of House Lionbloom arrives, flanked by 2 apprentice knights. He confirms their location, and one of the younger knights nods in acknowledgement. The leader then reiterates their mission, to arrest Damien of House Haxon. He insists it should be a straightforward task, but a sinister glint in his eye reveals his true intentions. He plans to make them suffer. For him, this is a quest for personal revenge against Erwin's humiliation. As he speaks, he spots an elderly man, barely clinging to life, staggering by. He calls out, inquiring if the man is from Viscount Haxan's household. When the old man confirms, the knight, without a moment's hesitation, strikes him down in an instant. But wait, what did Gramps even do to deserve this? F's in the chat. The knight considers it a grave disrespect for a mere servant to fail to bow before the lion crest. Meanwhile, the apprentice knight quietly comes to a troubling realization. The old man might have been blind, yet the commander remains unfazed. Without a trace of remorse, he commands his men to drag Damien out of the estate and to eliminate everyone else once they're inside. At the command, the knights surge forward, charging straight toward Victor, who stands nonchalantly at the front gate, absorbed in cleaning. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Lady Agnes and her team gather, engaged in light conversation. Agnes shares that the site had collapsed, complicating their efforts to gather the intel they had hoped for. Nevertheless, she reassures them that it's all right. Everyone performed admirably. But then, out of nowhere, something catches their attention, halting them in their tracks. Perched on a rock is a solitary figure, effortlessly conjuring magic in the most mesmerizing manner. Their jaws drop in astonishment as they watch, spellbound. Agnes stares in disbelief, her mind racing with questions about what is happening and how he is even capable of such a feat. She finds the entire situation remarkable, even though she has no idea what kind of technique it is. In her mind, she begins to piece things together. The destructive energy technique she gave to Damien must be a cultivation method, and if mastered to its highest level, it supposedly allows the user to absorb surrounding mana freely. What astonishes her most is that he has reached such a level in just a matter of hours. As Damien snaps out of his focused state, he looks down to find 3 wide-eyed onlookers, Agnes and her team, staring up at him like curious baboons. Unable to contain herself, Agnes bolts toward him. Damien, calm and casual, glances her way and asks if they've finished their investigation. At that moment, he feels quite pleased with the book in his hands, fully absorbed in its contents. Agnes, observing him intently, can't help but recognize the remarkable progress he has made. It dawns on him that Agnes wasn't exaggerating when she spoke of the rarity of this book. It's the genuine article, difficult to obtain and even harder to master. As a swordsman in his past life, traditional sword techniques have lost their significance for him. Yet this cultivation method is a game changer, something genuinely valuable, even for someone like him. Upon reflection, the destructive energy technique was specifically crafted to counteract the staggering mana drain caused by the destructive sword technique. Fortunately, it operates differently. It gathers mana at a much faster rate than most other techniques, and can even temporarily draw in external mana from the environment. This capability alone makes it an invaluable asset, particularly for someone like Damien, who requires a steady supply of energy for high-level combat without risking burnout. Lady Agnes and Damien find themselves locking eyes, and for a fleeting moment, time stands still. The snow-white beauty blushes softly, while Damien, ever the oddball, breaks the silence by casually noting that it's already dinner time. He suggests they head back together, but then, without warning, Damien feels a sudden surge of bloodlust wash over him. His instincts scream that the vermin has arrived. Without wasting a moment, he informs Agnes that he has an urgent errand to attend to and that he will leave first. He kindly encourages her to return at her own pace. Stunned, Agnes watches him vanish with astonishing speed, especially given the minimal amount of mana he used. It dawns on her that he must be exercising remarkable control over it. Agnes quietly contemplates just how far Damien's limits truly extend. Meanwhile, at House Haxon, the atmosphere has turned violent. Night Lavender relentlessly pummels Victor, delivering a gut-wrenching punch straight to his stomach. Victor collapses, pleading for mercy, but the night is far from over. With each strike, Night continues to curse Victor, while Garrick and Olpaz stand by, reveling in the cruel spectacle as if it were mere entertainment. Victor cries out in pain, but his cries fall on deaf ears. Suddenly, Viscount Paul rushes onto the scene, commanding the knights to hold their horses. Garrick instantly recognizes him. It's Paul Haxon, the Viscount himself. Paul hurries to Victor's side, catching him in his arms as the poor man lies unconscious, bruised and battered. Fury boils in the old man's eyes as he demands to know what kind of knights would assault civilians like this, especially when their estate has already inflicted worse upon House Lionbloom. What Victor did pales in comparison to this. With that, Garrick steps forward, declaring that the Marquis Lionbloom demands Damien Haxon. He coldly warns them to surrender the young master, or the land of House Haxon will face dire consequences. The Viscount anticipated retaliation, but not on this scale. Yet Paul remains resolute, dismissing it as a mere bluff. He declares that he won't hand over his son, no matter the cost. In fact, he's convinced that even if he did, Lionbloom would still turn their estate to ashes. With a quiet yet defiant smile, the old man locks eyes with Garrick, making it clear that he will not surrender his son. Gritting his teeth, Garrick warns that the fool will come to regret that decision, but it seems they've left House Lionbloom's knights with no other option. Garrick commands his sidekicks to lay waste to everything until that insufferable Damien reveals himself. The Viscount shouts for them to halt, but a chilling voice suddenly pierces the chaos, inquiring if the vermin have completely lost their minds. Everyone freezes as a dark, purplish, toxic aura seeps in from another direction. Garrick turns, feeling the oppressive energy, yet he has no idea who the man behind such monstrous power could be. Meanwhile, Opus and Lavender stand frozen in place, paralyzed by Damien's overwhelming aura. They can't even lift a finger. With deliberate calmness, Damien strides forward and kneels beside Victor, checking to see if his loyal servant is still breathing. Just one glance is enough to ignite his fury. His voice sharp yet controlled, Damien informs the knights that their fortunate Victor is built tough. Had he died, Damien would have eliminated every last one of them without a moment's hesitation. Garrick stiffens under the weight of that threat, finally piecing it together. This man, this terrifying presence must be the infamous Damien Haxon, clearly someone bold enough to defy the Marquis himself. Garrick scoffs, convinced that Damien is nothing more than a delusional madman, overly confident after pulling off a cheap trick to defeat a noble. Either way, the blonde brute has reached his limit. He snaps at his minions, commanding them to crush Damien's legs and force him to kneel before him. Without hesitation, Opus and Lavender advance in perfect sync, prepared to execute their command. In an instant, Damien draws his blade, countering their strikes with impeccable precision. Steel clashes, and sparks fly. The ace isn't backing down. In fact, he's eager to test the mana he's been gathering. With the destructive energy technique surging through him, Damien is just getting warmed up. The hero acts without hesitation. He seizes Lavender's arm and twists it with brutal force, eliciting a scream of agony from the knight. In one swift motion, he delivers a powerful punch to Lavender's chest, sending him flying across the yard like discarded trash. Damien smirks, pleasantly surprised to see the guinea pigs lining up to come to him so eagerly. Seeing his friend in trouble, Opus rushes in to take a shot, only to be met with a swift kick to the chin that sends him flying like a discarded piece of trash. Damien isn't holding back. He's fully prepared to unleash his abilities. Just then, Garrick, the official knight of the Lionbloom family, steps onto the scene, advancing directly toward Damien. He's taken aback to see this guy resisting Lord Irwin's cheap tricks, yet he can't shake the discomfort of how Damien practically crushed Opus. Those impressive skills are something Garrick never anticipated him possessing. Damien casually brushes it off, insisting there's no need to delve too deeply. But then, Garrick shifts into a dramatic mode, as if all the puzzle pieces have finally clicked into place. Damien is utterly bewildered when a burly blonde knight boldly declares that he isn't actually Damien Haxon, but rather an imposter. His father, Viscount Haxon, cradling Victor in his arms, is left speechless by such a ludicrous accusation, sinking further into confusion. Even Damien can't help but feel a wave of disgust at the thought that this gorilla-brained knight believes he could be foolish enough to pull off such a ruse. The blonde gorilla continues to shout, insisting that Damien must stop lying. He claims that Damien isn't the type to fall for traps, and that this is clearly a setup by the field dogs to thwart the Lionbloom's rise. The man drones on, adamantly declaring that Damien isn't the real Damien Haxon. Honestly, Damien finds the tirade increasingly tedious. He calls him a fake poser, merely a hired hand sent to take down Lord Irwin and tarnish the good name of House Lion Bloom. Garrick reaches for his sword, hurling insults at them, calling them a bunch of lowly jerks for slinging mud at the Lion Blooms and daring to challenge them. Damien can hardly believe that this King Kong wannabe has a brain the size of a pinball. Lavender lies on the ground, pretending to be knocked out to avoid the chaos around his. Viscount Haxon calls out to his son, while Victor silently prays for Lord Damien's victory against Garrick. Suddenly, Garrick draws his sword and charges at Damien, likely aiming to take his head clean off. He can sense that this imposter has some skills, but he believes the man's luck has finally run out. The old fool has it all figured out. As soon as Damien steps even half a pace closer, the moment he's within range, Garrick plans to split him in two. With that thought in mind, Garrick swings his blade toward Damien's neck, poised to deliver a lethal strike. But Damien dodges with lightning speed, flashing a confident smirk. He knows the Lion Blooms didn't send a clown this time. They sent a real knight. Gorilla can't believe this poser just parried his thrust, but he brushes it off, thinking it's merely a lucky fluke. The knight, furious at seeing his attacks deflected, charges at Damien once more, unleashing a wave of fire with his strike. He shouts at the lad, daring him to block this one and handle something with real heat. Damien stands there, cool and composed, effortlessly blocking the attacks as if they were nothing more than a puff of air. He taunts the blonde gorilla, calling him too slow for such a large figure, and that pushes Garrick over the edge. Now it's Damien's turn. He draws his sword and dashes forward at full speed, aiming directly for Garrick's forehead. Damien moves with such swiftness that Garrick can barely catch a glimpse of him, let alone anticipate his strikes. In an instant, Damien delivers a powerful kick to Garrick's face, sending him tumbling across the ground like a discarded rag. The big man lies there, gasping for breath, while Damien coolly remarks that the kick was for Victor. Garrick struggles to rise, using his bloodied arm for support, muttering curses under his breath. In an instant, he charges at Damien once more, his sword ablaze with fire. Yet, even with the speed of his ultimate lion's mighty sword, Damien remains unfazed. The ace meets the attack head-on, allowing the tip of his blade to collide with Garrick's. The impact shatters Garrick's sword into a shower of metal shards, leaving his jaw hanging in disbelief as he continues to run. Before he can react, Damien's sword plunges straight into Garrick's shoulder, severing it in one swift motion. Overwhelmed by agony, Garrick's mind spirals as blood spills from his mouth. He collapses to the ground, disbelief etched on the faces of the Viscount and Victor. Damien's strength has bested an official knight. Groaning in pain, Garrick presses down on his wound, desperately trying to stem the flow. With a swift motion, Damien brings his blade dangerously close to the gorilla's face, threatening to sever it from his body. The old fool quickly begins to plead for his life, unaware of the formidable opponent he has crossed. Damien, with a steely gaze, declares, "I am Damien Haxon," emphasizing that he should have begged for mercy much sooner. Now it's too late for Garrick to mend things with his family, and he's only made his already unattractive servant even more repulsive. This begging session is unlikely to yield any results. Garrick pleads for forgiveness for his earlier actions, but Damien remains unimpressed by his lackluster apology. It simply isn't his style. The ace turns away, leaving the blonde fool at the mercy of his father and Victor, both of whom look more than ready to unleash their fury. Meanwhile, Garrick, the official knight of the Lion Bloom family, walks out in utter shame, flanked by his sidekicks, Opus and Lavender. Their bodies are battered and bruised, all thanks to a man named Damien Haxon, who even had the audacity to slice off Garrick's hand. It turns out that Damien had given his not-so-pretty servant, Victor, full permission to beat them to a pulp. Yet, Victor still felt unsatisfied, contemplating whether he could land a few more hits. Damien quickly interjected, warning him that if he went any further, Garrick would surely die. With a casual smirk, Victor suggested cutting off another limb or two instead, noting that Garrick looked close to tears. The old fool dragged himself away like a horror-stricken wreck, and Damien found himself genuinely entertained by the idea of treating Garrick as their personal plaything. Just then, Viscount Haxon intervened, telling Damien that it was time to stop. As if on cue, Garrick collapsed at the Viscount's feet, admitting he was completely in the wrong and apologizing for all the disrespect he had shown. However, Paul isn't about to let this slide easily. The old man insists that the gorilla's apology had better be worth something after all the chaos it caused. He emphasizes that if his son hadn't possessed such incredible strength, their entire territory could have been devastated. To make matters worse, the Marquis family would have dragged them out by their limbs, subjecting them to unimaginable suffering. Garrick slams his head to the ground, bowing and pleading for forgiveness, desperately begging for mercy. Yet Viscount Haxon's anger remains unyielding. With a mere glance from Paul, Damien reluctantly slides his blade back into its case, muttering that he never intended to kill this worthless fool. He understands that taking Garrick's life would jeopardize their relationship with House Lionbloom and unravel the delicate ties that bind them. Damien honestly admits that if it were just him, he wouldn't hesitate to take on the Marquis family alone, no matter the odds. However, he can't afford to act solo when he has his own family to consider. He's not foolish either. He knows that if he sends these three back like this, they'll undoubtedly seek revenge. Now, it's simply exhausting to figure out how to deal with this troublesome trio. Suddenly, Lady Agnes bursts in, calling out to Damien and demanding to know what's happening. The ace is taken aback by her unexpected arrival, but then it strikes him. Lady Agnes could actually be an asset in this situation. He quickly briefs her on the entire mess, and she grasps the gravity of the situation. Once she understands Damien's concerns, this stunning ally is fully committed to supporting him. Damien inquires if she has any clever ideas up her sleeve. She pauses for a moment before expressing her gratitude for successfully taking down one of Yulin's executive officers for the first time. That's no small feat. With this victory, Lady Agnes decides to officially recognize House Haxon as an allied household, which brings a sense of relief to Damien. Meanwhile, Viscount Haxon and Victor share a knowing glance, both aware that if this plan succeeds, their family might just avert a significant crisis. Meanwhile, Damien is giving his best puppy-eyed look, trying to charm Lady Agnes into accepting his request. "Can you really make it happen?" she asks, his voice dripping with sincerity. The girl is clearly captivated by him and seems more than willing to grant his favor. Deep down, this cunning smooth talker had been aiming for something like this all along. Protection from the church. In the background, Paul and Victor watch their son's flirtation unfold, amazed at how effortlessly she works his magic on the noble lady. Lady Agnes readily agrees to Damien's request. Not hesitating for a moment, with determination, Damien ensures his voice carries, commanding that this matter be reported to House Lionbloom without delay. He instructs the troublesome trio of knights to return and inform their superior that House Haxon is now under the church's protection. He makes it clear, if they attempt to force the issue again, the church will respond with full force. Damien shoots a deathly glare at the scumbags, delivering a silent but powerful warning. Then, with a firm voice, he orders them to get out. Now, Garrick and his sidekicks, Opus and Lavender, bolt for the exit, as if their lives depend on it, hastily thanking Damien for his mercy as they flee. The scene ignites Victor's spirits, and he can't help but mock them, taunting that they were lucky to escape today. He's clearly thrilled to see how Damien's strength sent those brutes fleeing with their tails between their legs. Finally, they can catch their breath and relax a bit. However, Paul isn't so sure about that. He reminds them that they still need to figure out what comes next. For now, he decides to call a family meeting to discuss everything in more detail. Once all the high officials have gathered, the meeting begins. Paul opens with a brief discussion on how to address their ongoing feud with House Lionbloom, a matter that has become increasingly pressing. Dressed in the most nerdy attire imaginable, Abel turns to his father and questions the significance of the meeting, wondering why it matters at all if they are already backed by the church. He doesn't understand why they should worry about the feud at all, especially now that the church is watching their backs. However, Louise interjects, reminding him that they can't rely on the church to fully protect them or intervene when things escalate. Paul reflects on his words and realizes he agrees with his daughter. He explains that the church typically steers clear of becoming too entangled in noble affairs, particularly those that could provoke political backlash. However, the true strength of the Lionbloom family extends far beyond their military might. It runs much deeper. The Viscount understands all too well the precarious power struggle they face against the Lionblooms, who could easily obliterate smaller noble families like his in numerous ways if they chose to. As he contemplates the wisest course of action, he concludes that the most pragmatic solution is to offer them a substantial sum, enough to keep House Haxon out of further trouble. If that doesn't work, the second option would be to seek protection from a high-ranking noble who could shield them from the Lionbloom's reach. Lady Agnes listens to Paul's reasoning and recognizes that, realistically, aligning with another great house might be their safest course of action. However, she speaks up, suggesting there might be one more option to consider. Without missing a beat, she proposes her favorite idea, making Damien a paladin. She insists that if he takes on this role, it would solve all their problems at once. Damien's expression says it all. He's had enough of this nonsense. He never expected such a suggestion to be thrown into the middle of a serious meeting, but now it's too late. With everyone in the room fixated on him, eagerly awaiting his response, Damien firmly rejects the idea. Paul doesn't push the issue. He respects his son's decision and considers the option closed. However, Abel visibly flinches at the mention of it. Suddenly, the nerd slams his hands on the table, demanding his father's attention. When Paul turns to him, Abel challenges, "Why did you accept Damien's refusal so easily?" He argues that if Damien became a paladin, all their problems would be solved. But it's clear that Abel is trying to sabotage his brother, steering him toward a path that would prevent any future confrontations. Damien sees right through Abel's manipulations, irritated by his constant meddling in matters that don't concern him. The contempt Damien feels for this punk is palpable. Abel notices the expression on his face and snaps, demanding to know what's with that nasty look. The nerdo shifts the blame entirely onto Damien, insisting that the chaos was his doing and that he should take responsibility. Since it's all Damien's fault, Abel insists that he should become a paladin and set things right. However, before he can continue, Paul shoots Abel a glare so piercing it seems to shake the entire room, reminding him that there's a guest present and that he should sit down and behave with some decorum. That silences Abel instantly. While Paul certainly agrees that Damien's actions ignited the feud with the Lion Blooms, he understands it's not entirely Damien's fault. Then, Paul reveals the real shocker. The second son of the Lion Blooms had been harboring lustful intentions toward Louise. The old man knows that if Damien hadn't intervened, that man wouldn't have backed off so easily. In essence, their son stepped in to protect Louise, filling the role of a father who felt powerless to act. Marilda and Louise share a quiet moment of consolation with Paul, acknowledging the heavy burden he bears. At that moment, the dignified figure of Viscount Haxon approaches, placing a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. "You did well today," he says, his voice filled with genuine pride. The old man stands tall, grateful for his son's bravery in defending their family's honor and delivering a much-deserved lesson to those who dared to insult their house. That moment ignites a warm feeling in Damien's heart, an emotion he never anticipated experiencing. He quietly remarks that it was simply something he had to do. Taking charge, Paul asks everyone to allow him to act as their father, if only for a moment. Just then, the butler enters, announcing that someone from House Gold Pixie has arrived. Paul is bewildered by the unexpected visit. It turns out their young master, Damien, borrowed money using the family's wheat fields as collateral, and the repayment deadline has long since passed. The real shocker? They've already sold off the fields. Damien is left completely blindsided, never anticipating that his luck would take such a swift turn for the worse. Paul's expression darkens, rage surging within him. In a fit of fury, he seizes Damien by the neck, choking him while cursing his very existence. Nearby, one man lifts his hat momentarily, paying his respects to young Master Damien and wishing him a good day. Damien squints, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. It's Olin Demishi, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, standing next to his personal guard. It's been a while since their last encounter, but Olin has arrived on official business, appearing right on the repayment date they previously agreed upon. This cunning man casually pulls out the contract signed by young Master Damien, reminding him that he had agreed to use his family's land as collateral. With a smug smile, he declares that this was how he could guarantee Damien would receive the money in the first place. With a smooth tone, he presents the paperwork to make everything official, referring to it as just a simple formality. He reassures Damien that there's no need to worry, as if everything is perfectly under control. The old man, however, snaps back, insisting that someone of such low birth could never take land from a noble like him. Meanwhile, Damien begins to connect the dots, recalling that Olin was the one who had manipulated him into surrendering the land deed in the first place. He can't help but wonder what had compelled him to agree to such a deal. Locking eyes with Olin, Damien asks how much he truly owes. Olin responds with a calm demeanor, stating that he borrowed 200 gold and with interest the total now amounts to 300 gold. The staggering amount sends shockwaves through Damien's mind, leaving his jaw nearly on the floor. He stares at Olin in disbelief, questioning whether the number is truly accurate. With his usual smug calmness, Olin simply urges him to read the contract. Damien struggles to recall why he borrowed the money in the first place. It feels like a lifetime ago. But one thing he knows for certain is that their family doesn't have that kind of gold lying around. At this rate, he's convinced he's about to drag his entire household into poverty, leaving them begging for coins like destitute, homeless wanderers. The thought of his family being tossed into the streets with nothing to eat crushes Damien. Olin then coldly declares that if the debt isn't paid by today, the land used as collateral will officially become the property of Dash and Cash. Damien retorts, reminding Olin that he had claimed the collateral was merely a formality. Olin, maintaining his calm and smug demeanor, concedes that he did say that, but insists that circumstances have shifted. Duke Gold Pixie has now commanded them to collect on all outstanding debts, no exceptions. It doesn't matter if the debts are owed by nobles or commoners alike. He then advises Damien to gather the money and casually inquires if he even has that kind of sum. Stunned to his core, Damien admits he hasn't prepared anything for repayment. That's precisely the answer Olin was hoping for. Deep down, he's thrilled, though he maintains a facade of concern for the young master. With a casual air, he flops onto the couch as if it were his throne, remarking that Damien should have thought twice before borrowing money in the first place. With a snap of his fingers, two imposing, gorilla-like bodyguards step forward, their menacing glares fixed on Damien. Olin declares that he will handle the situation his way, fully aware that Damien is incapable of repaying the debt on his own. As much as he enjoys collecting money, what truly excites him are moments like this, watching arrogant nobles fall to their knees, groveling, humiliated, and licking his shoes. Olin can hardly contain his excitement at the thought of Damien's next reaction. Just imagining it sends a thrill down his spine. This is the kind of exhilaration he lives for. Meanwhile, in a completely different atmosphere, Marilda and Louise sip tea leisurely, while the Viscount paces like a madman, consumed by stress. Abel sulks on the sidelines, likely cursing his own existence at this point. Marilda gently offers the Viscount a seat, urging him to take a moment to rest before he carves a hole in the ground with all that frantic pacing. Even Louise urges her father to calm down, but the old man is at his breaking point, nearly pulling his hair out in frustration, weighed down by the disaster his sons have caused. Paul teeters on the edge of madness, acutely aware that they can't afford to sit idly by while their entire future hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, Marilda sips her tea with effortless calm and advises them to trust Damien. He took the matter into his own hands, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Even Louise supports him, asserting that Damien has never let them down when he stepped forward. The Viscount knows this to be true, but he also reminds them that it's only because Damien's swordsmanship is exceptional. However, combat skills and negotiation skills are two entirely different realms. Just as he finishes speaking, Damien springs into action. With brutal force, he slams Olin's sidekick's face into the ground, cracking the floor beneath them. Olin stands frozen, stunned by the sudden violence, chills racing down his spine. Having just taken down two hulking opponents, Damien knows his father is going to explode with anger, especially since they had just repaired that wall. The remaining bodyguard wastes no time, drawing his blade and lunging at Damien with a curse, clearly intent on severing his head. Yet Damien remains unfazed. With a swift motion, he catches the man mid-strike, gripping his throat and choking him on the spot. Glaring with indignation, he can't believe that a scumbag would dare to draw a weapon against a noble. Calmly, he declares it an act of self-defense. With a wicked smirk, Damien turns to Olin, watching him squirm under the pressure. As he steps closer, he orders Olin to loosen up his legs, and Olin complies like a frightened puppy. For a brief moment, Damien drops the aggression, speaking civilly as he explains that he can't make the payment right now. Olin, completely rattled, finds himself surprisingly unconcerned about that anymore. Damien grips Olin's shoulder tightly, leaning in to suggest he'd like to pay in another way. A cold sweat forms on Olin's brow as a chill runs down his spine, filling him with dread about what might come next. The following day, Abel somberly informs his father that violence has triumphed over justice, and the weight of the truth is breaking his heart. Meanwhile, Marilda and Louise share a warm conversation with Damien, gently reminding him to eat well during his trip and to take care of himself. On his knees, Abel gazes up at the sky, pleading with God for answers. But Paul quickly interrupts, telling the nerd to cheer for his brother instead of crying like a baby. Despite this, the Viscount can't shake his doubts, pondering whether their plan will truly succeed. Nearby, Lady Agnes observes the scene and remarks how unfortunate it is that they must part ways now. Damien, filled with gratitude, sincerely thanks her for everything she has done. the White Beauty mentions that their investigation is nearly complete, and they will likely be returning home tomorrow. She wishes him a journey filled with blessings, and Damien responds with a grateful nod. Then, she adds, just in case he changes his mind. However, Damien is already aware of where this is heading. He meets her gaze with a calm, firm look, and assures her that nothing will sway his decision about what she desires. Afterward, Victor finishes loading Damien's luggage, and with all the goodbyes said, he climbs into the carriage. To his surprise, Olin is joining him. Olin assures the ace that he'll ensure nothing disrupts their journey. Damien appreciates this newfound confidence and nods in approval at Olin's change in attitude. He even tosses in a casual request. He'd love a lobster for lunch if Olin is really bringing that kind of energy. Victor hops in as well, and with everything in place, the carriage finally rolls out, heading straight for House Gold Pixie. When they arrive, the lavish carriage comes to a stop, allowing the three-man party to stretch their legs. Before them stands the opulent ducal mansion. The Gold Pixie family, rumored to be the wealthiest in the kingdom, certainly lives up to their illustrious name. Damien turned to his personal servant / loan shark, expressing his gratitude for the comfortable journey. He could sense that this Orlin Demichi fellow was seething, having been treated like a dog throughout their travels. With a forced smile, Damien wished the young noble well, all the while cursing him silently to the depths of hell. With a confident stride, it was time for Damien to set his next move into action. He was promptly escorted to request an audience with the wealthy sovereign. Adam Gold Pixie, the Duke of Apple Kingdom, scrutinized the young man from the Hoxham family with keen eyes. Naturally, the boy maintained a formal and polite demeanor, as any proper noble would. Without further ado, the Duke inquired about the young man's reason for this unexpected visit. Damien candidly admitted that he had borrowed money from the dukedom's loan company and the repayment deadline was looming. He revealed that he lacked the funds to settle the debt. With this in mind, he proposed an alternative solution. Rather than paying in cash, he offered to represent the Gold Pixie dukedom in a decisive battle against the Lionbloom family, aiming to defeat them once and for all. The Duke appeared intrigued, while his inner circle looked on in surprise. Adam Gold Pixie chuckled at the unexpected proposal. It seemed the young man had done his homework, approaching him after catching wind of some rumors. In the Apple Kingdom, the hottest gossip making the rounds was the recent developments along the border between the Lionbloom Marquisate and the Gold Pixie dukedom. A large gold mine has recently been discovered, igniting a fierce rivalry between two long-feuding families. This newfound wealth has become the breaking point in their bitter conflict. Now, they are gearing up for a duel between low-class knights, a showdown meant to settle their generational feud and determine who will claim ownership of the mine. In Damien's past life, the outcome of this very contest was strikingly clear. The duel would culminate in a resounding and decisive victory for Lionbloom, thanks to their rising star. In the aftermath, the Lionbloom Marquisate would harness the wealth from the gold mine to swiftly expand its power. Meanwhile, the Gold Pixie dukedom would gradually see its influence wane. In short, aiding the Duke in this upcoming match would serve a dual purpose, achieving two goals with one strategic move. Not only can Damien settle his debts, but he can also keep those Lionbloom bastards in line. Adam Gold Pixie was captivated by the young man's audacity. He had also heard whispers of the Hoxton heir's triumph over the second son of the Lionbloom family, dismantling a significant crime syndicate in Landwalk City. Such feats undoubtedly enhance his reputation, leaving no room for denial. His arrival couldn't have been more timely. The Duke has been struggling to find a suitable knight for the upcoming duel. With unwavering confidence, Damien declared himself the perfect candidate, boldly proclaiming that he is the only low-class knight capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Lionbloom heir. To assert that he can defeat Michael Lionbloom is quite a daring claim indeed. He's known as a generational genius after all. While there's no denying the kid's impressive talents, Damien is an entirely different beast. As he presented himself as the rightful representative, one of the Duke's knights interrupted, challenging his claims with exaggerated rumors. Meanwhile, Lady Chelsea Gold Pixie is still on his journey to find a suitable candidate. Middle-class knight Ernst Horwitz openly displays his disdain for Damien. It has been a month since Grand Duchess Chelsea set out to find a knight capable of defeating Michael Lionbloom, and her supporters remain confident in her quest. Despite this, Horwitz persists in urging the Duke to reconsider his daughter's ambitions, advising him to trust the process. Duke Adam listened to his knight, acknowledging the validity of his words. Meanwhile, Damien felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this scrawny knight who was ruining the moment. The knight resembled a chewed-up bone that an orc had spat out. Despite his irritation, Duke Adam valued the counsel of his retainers and turned to Damien, asking him to defend his proposal. In this moment, he knew he had to prove his worth through action. With unwavering confidence, he boldly declared that not choosing him would be a grave mistake. If Gold Pixie wanted to secure victory in the duel, Damien was the only choice. Anyone the Grand Duchess brought would pale in comparison. To support his assertion, he challenged the Slender Knight to a contest. Boney should draw his blade and Damien will counter his strike. If he can successfully block an attack from a mid-class knight, it will serve as proof of his true abilities. The plan to provoke him had worked perfectly. Horwitz was eager to teach the brat a lesson, provided the Duke granted permission. Intrigued and thrilled, Adam gave the go-ahead for an exhibition match. A few moments later, the training ground was set to be the venue for the showdown. The combatants glared at each other, their tension palpable, while the Duke and his entourage observed with keen interest. Victor had just arrived, only to discover his young master embroiled in yet another mess. He glanced at his boss's opponent, feeling a surge of rage ignite within him. This was the consequence of letting rage-baiting spiral out of control. The dukedom's guardian knight, J.L. Heinrich, stood beside the Duke, overseeing the match. When the signal was given, Sir Horwitz stood ramrod straight, as if a stick were lodged firmly in his backside, offering the arrogant young man one last chance. In response, Damien simply yawned, urging them to hurry up with this little test. Limited to a single decisive strike, the mid-class knight summoned every ounce of mana he possessed, skillfully channeling it to converge at the tip of his spear. Sensing the overwhelming surge of power gathering before him, Damien couldn't shake the feeling that he might have pushed Sir Horwitz a bit too far. With a face twisted in fury, Sir Horwitz directed his weapon at the arrogant bumpkin, his intent unmistakably lethal. In a flash, he closed the distance, building an astonishing momentum. It was an impressive move, but if Damien could anticipate the strike's trajectory, blocking it shouldn't be too difficult. He raised his sword, eyes locked on the tip of the spear, poised to defend with flawless precision. But at the last moment, Horwitz's spear tip twisted and slipped past his guard. It was a subtle shift in angle, yet it left the young man's chest completely exposed. With deadly accuracy, his sword shattered into pieces. As he felt the steel splintering beneath his grip, Horwitz realized that the fool had fallen for his cunning trap. Without a blade to absorb the impact, the spear tip roared forward, piercing Damien's chest and drawing blood. The Duke was taken aback, while Victor felt his stomach churn at the sight of his young master's injury. To everyone's astonishment, Damien managed to regain his balance, refusing to fall. Though pain etched across his face, he stood resolute. Horwitz could hardly believe his eyes. A mere low-class knight should not have been able to withstand his surprise attack. Breaking the silence of the training ground, the young man wiped the blood from his face and grinned, asking the Duke if this was sufficient proof for him to earn the representative position. Relieved to see his master safe and conscious, Victor rushed onto the stage and enveloped him in a concerned hug. The pain was far greater than that of a knight's spear strike. Damien struggled to shake off his loyal attendant, who was concerned about the wound on his chest. The Duke watched with satisfaction, pleased by the display he had just witnessed. Enduring Horwitz's strike was no small feat, and Duke Adam, initially skeptical, now recognized the boy's true potential. He had discovered a rare gem in his hands. He turned to his retainers and proudly announced that Damien Haxon, having admirably proven his strength, would be appointed as the representative of the Gold Pixie family. Horwitz attempted to complain about the outcome of the exhibition, but the Duke silenced him with a piercing glare. Adam was in a good mood, and if anyone dared to ruin it, who knew what might unfold? Horwitz was in shambles, replaying the events in his mind over and over. He was convinced that his attack had landed cleanly. After all, there was a reason he had mid in his title and whore in his name. Honestly, Damien, in his current state, was already on the middle tier of the knight hierarchy. Since only low-class knights were allowed to participate in the upcoming duel, he had to hold back and pretend to be at a lower level. He needed to ensure that his performance was convincing enough to deceive anyone watching. To protect himself, he resorted to using a magic shield, which would absorb the impact of the spear for just a split second. If his timing was off, he could find himself in serious trouble. Duke Adam assessed his condition and noted signs of light internal damage. He couldn't allow his new blade to suffer any harm like this. He tapped his ring, accessing his subspace storage. A magic item like that must have cost a fortune. The wise Duke retrieved an ornate box from the subspace and presented its contents to Damien as a gift. Inside the box lay 5 small golden balance pills. He had paid a steep price to acquire these from the alchemy school. Knights typically rely on these precious pills during training, but they also serve as an excellent remedy for internal injuries. Damien graciously accepted the gift, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. With this gesture, the Duke solidified their new working relationship. Meanwhile, the young Baron's plan continued to progress smoothly. The next day arrived. Damien spent the night in one of the mansion's opulent rooms. Today, he was eager to explore the training facilities. To his astonishment, the balance pills had worked wonders. His internal injuries from the previous day had nearly healed overnight. Though he hadn't had a chance to look around yesterday, it was clear that, as expected of the Duke's household, the training equipment was nothing short of exceptional. Coming to this place was the right decision. Now, he had the opportunity to train with some impressive gear. As he admired the weapon rack, a squeaky voice called out his name with an air of arrogance. He turned to see a short figure standing on a platform just to match his height. The self-proclaimed noble, Pavel Vermond, a low-class knight from the Gold Pixie Dukedom, made a flashy introduction. The two goons behind him are his sworn brothers. Together, they were chosen to participate in the upcoming match against the Lion Blues. Pavel insisted that they had been out training in the field yesterday, which is why they missed the chaos that unfolded. He confidently claimed that if they had been present, they would have easily dealt with Damien, sparing Sir Horace from getting involved. Pavel views the duel with Lion Bloom as a matter of honor for their house. Now, all they can do is hope that an outsider's mediocre skills won't hold the team back. With that in mind, Shorty had warned Damien never to interrupt their intense training sessions. He quietly slipped away, preferring to train alone. Besides, he was eager to discover the true level of skill his teammates possessed. Now was the moment to see them in action. After quickly taking their positions, Pavel signaled his brothers with a loud harumph. Leading the trio, Pavel Vermont assumed his flag-style, immovable king technique, looking as if he were desperately holding in his bladder. Meanwhile, in the opposing corner, the lanky one unleashed his secret technique, the Vermilion Bird Ascension, though it resembled more of an awkward chicken jump than anything majestic. The two clashed their wooden swords, the sound barely registering as they remained deathly serious. This was their 987 duel, after all. For a pair of novices wielding such rudimentary techniques, they certainly acted as if they were the main characters of an epic tale. After a brief moment of wild swings and a desperate attempt to land a hit on his friend, the lanky one had to channel his inner matrix, dodging nimbly away from the chaotic arcs of his buddy's sword. As soon as the wild swings subsided, he seized the opportunity to turn the tide. With all his strength, he brought his wooden blade down, landing a clean hit on Pavel's head. Eyes closed in concentration. When he opened his eyes, he was in awe of Brother Pavel's brilliant strategy. Lanky couldn't shake the thought that Shorty had somehow anticipated his attack and blocked it with his forehead. Look at this guy, bleeding and crying in pain. He's clearly a mastermind. They broke apart, exchanging respectful nods. Pavel struggled to stay conscious, insisting that this round was a draw. Moments later, Fatty stepped up to the stage for his sparring match, while Pavel stammered that he just needed a brief break first. With only a month left until the duel, they somehow believed that this kind of training would be enough to help them triumph over the Lion Bloom Knights and protect the honor of the Duke's house. They raised their flimsy wooden swords and shouted their corny chant, "All for one, one for all." At this rate, the three of them were destined for humiliation at the hands of the Lion Bloom Knights. Off to the side, Damien watched with a darkening expression. So focused on securing his spot as a representative, he had completely overlooked his would-be teammates. Now, he feels a sense of impending doom as he gazes at the clowns he must share the stage with. In his past life, he wielded strength akin to that of a god, serving as the blade that brought the entire world to ruin. Yet, in the presence of these three fools, he feels utterly powerless. Meanwhile, in his office, the Duke is in high spirits after successfully securing a promising proxy for the duel. He chuckled at the events that had unfolded with his guardian knight and the young pup the previous night. After the trial with Sir Horowitz, Duke Adam had summoned Damien to his room, offering the mentorship of Jael Heinrich himself. However, the young man had politely declined, insisting on training alone. Now, a night later, the Duke found himself unable to contain his laughter. Damien Haxon is quite the amusing character. As his most trusted aide, he sought an honest evaluation from the guardian knight, Sir Heinrich. Stoically, Sir Heinrich rated the young man highly, noting that he was the only one to witness Damien use mana for a brief moment to block Horowitz's spear. Not just anyone can achieve that level of control. However, when it comes to their chances of defeating Michael Lion Bloom, the outcome remains uncertain. 3 duelists will be selected to compete, and the first team to win 2 rounds will claim victory. Even if Damien Haxon secures his match, it won't guarantee a win for the team. The rest of their local knights must also perform admirably. That's why they are training under Sebastian Vicenzo, a skilled middle-class knight. The Duke remains unconcerned, confident in Sebastian's abilities. But if you were to ask Damien, he would tell you that the local knights are a hopeless bunch. He's watched them goof off, mistaking it for training. Their intelligence is lacking, their stamina is abysmal, and their swordsmanship is all style with no substance. They have neither flair nor finesse. With great reluctance, he knew he had no choice but to step in and protect his reputation. So, he called over the 3 stooges. As he strapped on handicap weights to his arms and legs, he challenged them to a spar. With a cocky grin, Pavel the Shorty commended him for his audacity in challenging them, even after witnessing their impressive skills. He volunteered to go first, and Damien shot Shorty a look that said he was being foolish. They couldn't afford to waste time taking them on one by one. It would be far more effective if they all attacked him at once while he was still wearing his rocky weights. Naturally, the challenge stung the pride of the 3 stooges. To showcase their foolishness even more, they discarded their wooden swords, believing they could overpower Damien with their bare hands. Ignoring the code of chivalry, the 3 launched a synchronized attack, but with their angry fists just inches from him, Damien remained completely unfazed. 5 minutes later, Pavel stirred, still disoriented from the encounter. He lay on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, trying to shake off the daze that enveloped him. As he racked his brain, he struggled to piece together what had just happened. A few meters away, the lanky and the overweight members of his group were still fast asleep. Damien couldn't help but think how utterly pathetic they were in combat. Beside him, Victor was visibly stressed over his young master, adding to the chaotic scene. The last thing Pavel remembers is leaping into action alongside his friends, launching a multi-angle assault. As he forces himself to recall the events that followed, fragmented memories begin to surface. First, he sees Damien effortlessly dodging Fatty's attack, his head moving just out of reach. Then, he watches as Lanky swings wildly, hitting nothing but air and losing his balance in the process. With 2 swift strikes to the back of their necks, he sent the goons crashing to the mat with ease. With the side characters incapacitated, the delusional Shorty found himself quite literally left hanging. He braced for impact, attempting to sneak in a punch, but instead, he was met with a powerful blow to the chin. To further wound his already bruised pride, Damien delivered another merciless blow. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, as if he were toying with a novice in a fighting game, shattering and dislocating every bone in Pavel's frail body. In that moment, Pavel's mind fractured, plunging him into darkness. The outsider had truly overpowered the pride and joy of the dukedom's knight order. What kind of monster can achieve that at the low-class knight level without breaking a sweat? After molding them into shape, Damien had effectively beaten the 3 into complete submission. When asked who their instructor was, Pavel stammered out the name of Sir Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien couldn't believe that someone at the middle-class level had trained a group of kids to be so utterly pathetic. Honestly, they would be better off without that lousy teacher, but there's no need to stir up drama. To enhance their lackluster education, Damien insisted that the 3 of them come to him for sparring sessions after formal training each day. Pavel worries that if Sir Vincenzo discovers this arrangement, he might take it the wrong way. Fortunately, Damien is so skilled in combat that he can take down opponents without leaving a single mark or injury. Reflecting on it, Shorty must have felt his bones breaking and dislocating during the beating. Yet he woke up without a scratch. You see, Damien mastered a unique method of fighting during his days of chaos on the night of his death. Long ago, there was a man who roamed the continent, earning his living through criminal reformation. He was widely known as the character corrector. His methods were crude and straightforward. Inmates who misbehaved would find themselves on the receiving end of a severe lesson. He would relentlessly beat them for an hour straight, and if that didn't do the trick, he would simply double the time. Rumor has it that he once relentlessly beat a criminal for an astonishing 512 hours straight. Over time, the character corrector began to feel a twinge of pity for the bloodied criminals he left in his wake. Rather than quitting his job, he devised a technique to deliver endless punishment without endangering their lives. After countless hours of practice on these unfortunate souls, he achieved mastery over this bizarre method. He referred to the technique as Olmase, or my kill. It was just one of many skills Damien had acquired in his past life. Inflicting unbearable pain without leaving a single scratch proved to be quite useful in moments like these. Today, he made the 3 stooges confront the harsh reality that they were nothing more than pathetic worms. But there was no need for concern. They had an entire month to transform from worms into something more. During that time frame, Damien was determined to ensure they became something useful. The Three Stooges sensed a painfully challenging month ahead. Just as they were about to resume today's training, the Duke's personal attendant rushed in with urgency. He hurried to inform Damien that he was being summoned by Duke Adam. His presence had been requested ever since the Grand Duchess Chelsea Goldpixie returned. Fresh from her long travels, she paid her respects to her father. The Grand Duchess knelt, accompanied by a formidable knight at her side. No one was more delighted by her return than Sir Horwitz. Despite her humiliation the day before, Lady Chelsea had come to set things right. Duke Adam greeted her with indifference, inquiring if the man behind her was the knight she had chosen to represent her in the upcoming duel. With a confident and sly smile, she introduced the hulking warrior. At first glance, the Duke appeared unimpressed, almost suspicious. The man rose to his full height, his imposing frame commanding attention. With a booming voice, he declared himself as Guillaume Blackwing, famously known as the Wild Beast. A few of the Duke's retainers exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the name. The Wild Beast is none other than the legendary Free Knight. Combat enthusiasts throughout the kingdom have shared tales of his exploits during the Eklund Kingdom's conflict. In one fierce battle, Guillaume was credited with vanquishing every low-class knight on the opposing side. Whispers in the streets claim that there is no one who can rival him at his level. Even the Duke has heard the stories of the Wild Beast and his remarkable feats. He was given that nickname for a reason, and it certainly piqued Duke Adam's interest. Lady Chelsea proudly declared that Sir Guillaume had already pledged her loyalty to her and agreed to participate in the upcoming duel. She was brimming with confidence, convinced that he would be the solution to their Michael Lionbloom problem. In terms of reputation alone, Sir Guillaume was a name that carried significant weight. If Michael Lionbloom is still in development, the Wild Beast is already finished. While this would have been excellent news just a few days ago, Sir Guillaume's arrival has become a bit of a headache. Lady Chelsea couldn't stand watching her father hesitate. Duke Adam introduced the young man he had chosen as the Gold Pixie's representative, Sir Damien Haxon, who arrived just in time to make a grand entrance and impress everyone around him. However, Lady Chelsea was far from pleased with this unexpected development. After a month of relentless travel and hard work to secure a chance for the dukedom, she discovered that the position had already been filled without her knowledge. Looking unhinged, she implored Daddy to change the representative to her choice so they could resolve this mistake. The Duke remained neutral, promising to consider her suggestion. With Daddy not immediately supporting her, Lady Chelsea erupted in a tantrum. She had never even heard the name Damien Haxon before and believed it was only natural to choose someone with a wealth of accomplishments over an unknown. Damien despises being treated like a mere background extra. Meanwhile, Sir Guillaume Blackwing regards him with unmistakable mockery. For some reason, the young man can't shake the unsettling vibe radiating from the Wild Beast. The Duke, listening patiently to his daughter's rants, calmly defends the young man he appointed. He points out that Sir Damien possesses the skill to withstand a full-powered blow from Horwitz. The memory of recent events cast a shadow over the evening. Lady Chelsea finally set aside all formalities and confronted her father, accusing him of always seeking the perfect excuse to undermine her abilities. She began to voice her frustrations about the Duke's treatment of his family, prompting Adam to caution her to watch her words in front of their guests. Struggling to maintain her composure, the Grand Duchess attributed her outburst to the fatigue from their long journey, hoping to excuse her behavior. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone sensed the deep-seated issues between the father and daughter. With a decisive tone, the Duke declared the meeting over, dismissing everyone while promising to consult his retainers before making a final decision on the job. Suddenly, Sir Guillaume erupted into a hearty laugh, casting aside all formalities. "What's the point of deciding based on mere words?" he declared, his voice ringing with a mix of amusement and challenge. Offended by such brutish words directed at the Duke, Guardian Knight Heinrich nearly drew his blade on the spot. The Wild Beast continued, insisting that the strongest should naturally represent the Gold Pixie had just mentioned. "Why not settle it right now?" he suggested. Lady Chelsea swiftly reprimanded her knight for speaking out of turn, reminding him that she had specifically instructed him to remain silent. Recognizing the truth in the brute's words, the Duke turned to Damien and inquired about his thoughts on the veiled challenge. Frankly, all these tests were becoming tiresome. Yet, he understood that the quickest way to resolve the situation was to demonstrate a bit of force. While he agreed with Sir Guillaume's sentiment, he suggested they settle the dispute without resorting to an actual fight. He extended his hand, silently challenging the young man to a contest of sheer strength. However, there was something else he wanted to confirm by making contact. Sir Guillaume burst into laughter, warning the young man about the risks of losing an arm. In response, Damien smirked and declared that he would be merciful, settling instead for dislocating the brute's shoulder. feeling insulted by the taunts. The wild beast lunged at the young man's arm as if it were settling a debt. He moved with all the speed and intensity he could muster. However, in a stunning turn of events, his entire body was flipped upside down in front of the captivated audience. Damien showcased his judo skills, effortlessly taking down an opponent much larger than himself. You know you've done something shocking when even old Heinrich is left speechless. Meanwhile, Sir Horwitz felt his already sunken cheeks sink even deeper. Lady Chelsea, closer to the action than anyone else, struggled to comprehend what had just happened. It all unfolded so quickly. Inwardly, Sir Heinrich admired the young man for his remarkable display of skill and finesse. With his seasoned gaze, he observed Guillaume make the first move for Damien's hand. However, the young pup skillfully redirected the giant's raw power, tossing him aside like a mere sack of potatoes. While his physical prowess was impressive, it was his technique that truly stood out. Rather than accepting defeat like a true knight, Sir Guillaume quickly regained his composure, muttering curses under his breath as he seethed over the humiliation inflicted upon him in front of the crowd. Damien had anticipated this reaction, so he chose to stoke the fire even more. With a sly grin, he remarked that he had unfortunately failed to dislocate the brute's shoulder. Rage clouded the beast's vision as dark mana swirled around him. Gripping his dual axes tightly, he took an aggressive stance, poised to slice and dice the young man before him. Lady Chelsea attempted to intervene, but her words fell on deaf ears. Her champion charged toward Damien, driven by a fierce desire to tear him apart and crack his skull open. Just as his mana began to coalesce into a devastating attack, a more formidable force interrupted him. The moment his circulation halted, Sir Guillaume realized that someone had intervened. Damien stood firm while the dukedom's guardian knight unleashed a surge of energy, furious at the outsider's audacity. Swinging a weapon so carelessly in front of the duke was a grave offense. The guardian knight confronted the wild beast, demanding to know if he had a death wish. As the old man's mana enveloped him, Guillaume felt all his animosity dissipate. Damien was genuinely impressed by the pressure the old knight could exert with just a basic aura release. It was no surprise that he was a high-class knight. Out of respect for Lady Chelsea's dignity, the guardian knight chose to overlook this act of disrespect. This time, however, he made it clear that it would be the last time the brute could behave so callously. He doesn't believe in second chances. As the cold aura of the old man faded from his body, Guillaume slumped to the floor, gasping for air. With that settled, the Duke called for everyone's attention. Observing the chaos around him, he concluded that it would be best for their house to retain Sir Damien as their representative. Once again, Sir Horwitz protested, insisting that what had transpired was far from a fair match. He justified that Sir Guillaume Blackwing had yet to fully recover from his travels, giving Damien a distinct advantage. The young man began to regret not slitting this toothpick's throat when he had the chance. Moreover, he complained that Sir Guillaume, being a knight skilled in weaponry, should not be judged solely on a brief hand-to-hand combat test. This time, Lady Chelsea supported his protest, insisting that decisions should not be made based on childish squabbles. An official duel was necessary between the two. The Duke, growing increasingly irritated by the other camp's shifting demands, felt his patience wearing thin. Disappointed and furious with his daughter's insistence, Adam slammed his fist on the desk and shouted at her for being such an incompetent brat. Lady Chelsea was shaken to her core. Once she composed herself, she stammered an apology for overstepping her bounds. The toothpick knight gritted his teeth, choosing to remain silent on the sidelines. An awkward silence enveloped the room until Damien raised his hand, addressing the Duke. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked if he could share something. Much to everyone's surprise, he accepted Lady Chelsea's proposal for a formal duel to determine who would represent the Duke. With that being his wish, Duke Adam had no choice but to relent. Later that day, Victor hovered around his young master, pestering him about the decision to engage in a needless duel when all he had to do was remain silent, avoiding the risk of defeat. Ignoring Victor's persistent nagging, they finally reached their destination, a workshop personally recommended by the Duke. Adam Goldpixie had added a stipulation to the upcoming duel. Since Damien's longsword had been destroyed during the Horwitz fight, he needed to have a new weapon forged at the Duke's smithy. Truth be told, he could likely defeat Guillaume with nothing more than a training sword if it came to that. There was no reason to decline the Duke's generosity. After all, free stuff is free stuff. As they entered the workshop, Victor conveyed Duke Goldpixie's orders and requested a blade for the young master. Since the smithy had been informed ahead of time, they were welcomed into the arsenal. Inside, they were greeted by an impressive array of high-quality blades, each varying in form and size. Even someone like Damien, who had encountered his fair share of legendary weapons, was genuinely impressed by the workshop's collection. Among the array of glittering blades displayed in cases, one particular sword captured his attention. Noticing Damien's interest in this unique weapon, the owner revealed that it had been commissioned by a valiant knight who once served the Duke's family. Before the blade was completed, he had to depart for reasons unknown. As a result, the sword never reached its intended owner. Intrigued, Damien inquired whether the knight had supplied any resonance steel for the forging process. He asked this because the uniquely shaped sword bore a striking resemblance to the signature weapon of a legendary sword master known as the Sword Maestro. It looked almost like a tuning fork. The owner was taken aback that the young man chose the blade, even after learning it was forged from the notoriously unpredictable resonance steel. Unlike other rare metals that amplify mana, resonance steel possesses a distinct property. It repels mana and generates waves instead. When asked for the blade's name, the owner strained to recall it, digging deep into his memory. The knight who commissioned the peculiar weapon named it the Thousand-League Sword. With this remarkable creation, Damien effortlessly acquired a new weapon that could enhance his power. As they stepped out of the workshop, a figure approached them on the street. Flanked by armed guards, Rebecca, the personal maid of Lady Chelsea, politely introduced herself. She conveyed that the Grand Duchess wished to speak with Damien. It would be nice if he could spare the lady a moment to talk. Of course, Damien had no obligation to accept such a suspicious invitation. However, Rebecca insisted that the Grand Duchess held more cards than one might expect. Perhaps a conversation would be beneficial. After all, that Chelsea girl would likely try to win him over with all sorts of persuasion. With a few things he wanted to confirm, Damien decided to play along. Rebecca took the lead, guiding them to a restaurant personally managed by the Grand Duchess. This upscale establishment only accepted reservations from nobles, making it a rare privilege to dine there. She stressed the significance of their meeting, noting that Lady Chelsea had cleared the entire venue for the day to ensure their conversation remained private. As they approached, a suspicious maid opened an ornate gate and gestured for the young man to enter. The Grand Duchess awaited him inside, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about the offer this lady might present to remove him from the equation. As he stepped into the private room, a captivating scent enveloped him. Lady Chelsea poured herself a glass of wine, the only other item on the table being a solitary hourglass. With a bewitching smile, she beckoned Damien to join her. A single whiff of that pink substance in the air, and I could tell some of you would have crumbled like a lawn chair. Despite sensing the sketchiness of this meeting, he took a seat and boldly asked what she wanted. Instead of diving into business, she insisted they share a meal first. Not one to waste time, he firmly demanded that she present her offer immediately. Since he insisted, she relented. Lady Chelsea had only one request, that Damien step down as the family's representative. He accused her of lacking faith in her champion's chances against him, but she calmly clarified that she had complete confidence in Sir Guillaume's ability to prevail. Her concern was simply to preserve his strength for the true duel with the Marquis of House A. It would indeed be troublesome if he were to get injured in a meaningless duel, wouldn't it? In the spirit of negotiation, Damien inquired about what he would gain by accepting such a significant request. Lady Chelsea responded simply, stating that he could name his price. Anything he desired was on the table. She views him merely as a countryside noble, someone who would be content with money, fame, or other material possessions. The girl doesn't even attempt to mask her arrogance and judgment. Yet, playing along, Damien countered that he could easily acquire those things directly from the Duke himself. She conceded that, while that might seem like a viable path for now, wouldn't it be wiser to be in the good graces of the future Duke instead? Throughout their conversation, Chelsea's gaze kept flickering to the hourglass. She presented her offer. If Damien wanted to accept it, he needed to speak to the Duke about withdrawing immediately. As the final grain of sand slipped through the hourglass, the enchanting atmosphere thickened, and she commanded the young man to step down as the family's representative. Damien felt a wave of warmth and stimulation wash over his body. Instead of succumbing to the obvious attempt to enchant him, he firmly rejected her offer. Lady Chelsea, expecting her cunning maneuver to succeed, was taken aback by the refusal from a mere bumpkin noble. Damien relished the sight of the spoiled brat squirming in her seat, her panic evident as her alluring charm fell flat. The moment he stepped into the room, he sensed the unmistakable presence of black magic, a force that induced false affection and lingered in the air. This dark art was often wielded to manipulate its target at will. Fortunately, he retained all his knowledge of black magic from his previous life. Once you know what to look for, that enchantment is nearly impossible to overlook. Given the room's size and the palpable sense of concentration, anyone else would have succumbed to slavery within an hour of exposure. Yet, thanks to the authority of greed, Damien effortlessly absorbed everything around him without being affected. Feeling mischievous, he pressed the spoiled Duchess about her peculiar reaction to his refusal. She stumbled over her words, desperately doubling down, offering him everything he desired. Done with his amusement, Damien turned his back and walked away. He needed nothing from this brat. She could never provide what he truly sought. Desperate to keep the conversation alive, she asked what it was that he was fighting for. After everything Damien had endured, the only thing he truly desired was happiness for his family. His answer left the bratty Duchess bewildered. She simply couldn't comprehend someone who cherished their family. Finally, he warned her to prepare Guillaume Blackwing for the upcoming duel if he wanted to survive. Pursing her lips, Lady Chelsea resolved to abandon the incentives and resort to threats instead. Knowing how much he values his family, she turned the tables and hinted at a cruel plan for Damien's loved ones if he refused to cooperate. She vowed to unleash a force that would utterly devastate the Hoxon household, erasing the insignificant family from existence. Before she could finish her ultimatum, Lady Chelsea felt a vice-like grip tightening around her neck, nearly crushing her windpipe. Even in such a perilous position, she maintained her haughty demeanor, insulted that a mere country bumpkin would dare to lay a hand on her. She demanded to be released, but in a foolish miscalculation, she threatened the family of a former Death Knight. Hearing the commotion, Lady Chelsea's guards burst into the room, weapons drawn, prepared to eliminate the boy who dared to threaten their Duchess. Damien, suppressing his anger, flung the filthy witch aside. In an instant, he snatched a knife from the table, catching the guards off guard. With swift precision, he slashed their throats. It took them a moment to realize something was amiss as the warm blood began to flow from the wounds on their necks. As they panicked and clutched their lethal wounds, Damien strode toward the exit. He had only lightly sliced their carotids. If they applied a potion to the wounds in time, they might just survive. But as for this waste of space, Chelsea, the gold pixie, nothing would please Damien more than severing her head right here and now. Yet he chose to restrain himself. Resorting to ordinary violence would be far too merciful a punishment for her foolishness. He preferred to witness the impending horrors awaiting her rather than become an emotional executioner. As she struggled to catch her breath, the guards slowly bled out around her. Just then, her maid Rebecca entered the room, quickly tending to her, ensuring she was all right. This girl must be deaf to the chaos surrounding them. She was oblivious to the ominous hints Damien had just dropped. Her mind was solely fixated on achieving her bloody revenge. With all her might, she shouted the name Mustang Fury. Such a badass name belonged to this pale, dumpling-like man. Honestly, I was expecting an assassin or something equally menacing. Lady Chelsea unleashed her fury on Mustang for what had transpired. She had been promised that the allure scent would be unyielding, yet it failed to affect Damien Haxon. Mustang speculated that the boy might possess a natural resistance to black magic. The Grand Duchess had a zero-tolerance policy for excuses. In a fit of rage, she slapped Mustang hard for putting her in such a humiliating situation. Meanwhile, Guillaume Blackwing was last spotted at the tavern, insisting he needed to cool off after the chaos of the day. Hearing that her champion was getting drunk the night before a pivotal duel only deepened Chelsea's frustration. One last time, she asked Mustang if their beast could defeat that Haxon kid. Naturally, Mustang Fury confidently vouched for Guillaume. After all, she was Yulan's pride, a man whose talent for black magic was unmatched. Mustang asked the lady for just a bit more patience. Yulan is tirelessly working behind the scenes to secure her the gold pixie dukedom. As always, she threatens to kill Mustang and everyone associated with Yulan if they fail to deliver on their promise. This girl has no other options, it seems. Meanwhile, as she brazenly discusses a collusion with a heretical organization, Damien listens intently from the rooftop above. Even while eavesdropping, this guy still has to manage a farm. Late into the night, a light glows from Damien's room. Inside, Victor lies sprawled across the floor, fast asleep, clutching several weapons as if they were his drinking buddies. Meanwhile, our boy remains wide awake, his gaze fixed on the new sword he received from the blacksmith earlier that day. Suddenly, he flicks the blade and softly utters the name Yulan. As he examines the weapon with keen focus, an unusual sound wave emanates from the sword. Lost in thought, he realizes he never anticipated encountering members of the Yulan organization again. This revelation means that Chelsea is also connected to the Dark Mages. Consequently, the energy he sensed from Blackwing during their earlier encounter must indeed be pure dark magic. He flicks the sword once more, producing a sharp sound wave. A small grin spreads across Damien's face, and a mischievous glint sparkles in his eyes. Instead of tracking down the Duke to explain everything, he concludes that it would be far more effective to simply show him the truth. Tomorrow, the next morning, Blackwing strides onto the sparring grounds, fully geared up for battle. The Three Stooges are present as well. Pable quietly points out Blackwing's arrival, admiring the power and intimidation he exudes. Lanky then asks who is likely to win the duel. Pable hesitates for a moment, weighing the reputations of both fighters. Based solely on their reputations, he concludes that Blackwing probably has the advantage. Excited and a bit stammering, Lucky wonders if this means they might finally be free from the terrifying Damien. His words are laced with bitterness as he recalls the one-sided beating Damien delivered during their sparring session. He's convinced that Damien relished every moment of it. Pable feels that familiar fear creeping back, secretly wishing for Damien's defeat, yet a nagging dread lingers in his mind. With a long sigh, he concedes that, despite his hopes, he just can't envision a scenario where the hero actually loses. Our boy strides onto the sparring grounds, radiating energy and excitement. Before long, both fighters stand facing each other. Blackwing, breaking the silence, smirks and, with a cocky, sarcastic tone, expresses surprise that Damien hasn't run away. Unfazed, our boy remains completely calm, brushing off the comment as if it were nothing. Just then, the Duke arrives and takes his seat, ready to witness the showdown. He officially announces that, as promised, the winner of today's match will become the next representative. Looking directly at his daughter, he firmly states that he expects everyone to accept the result with grace. Chelsea watches him, utterly convinced that her champion is destined for victory. With a swift motion, the Duke tosses a small white cloth into the air, signaling the start of the duel. Blackwing swiftly draws two axes, spinning them effortlessly in the air as he strides confidently toward Damien. He truly believes that Damien's decision to accept this duel is the gravest mistake of his life. With a firm grip on both axes, he assumes a battle stance and declares that he will demonstrate why they call him the Wild Beast. As mana surges through his body, he charges forward at full speed. His attack is about to land any second, but our boy remains perfectly calm. He raises his sword, flicks the blade, and unleashes the same sound waves he had conjured the night before. The waves crash into Blackwing's axes. Startled, Blackwing quickly retreats to avoid a direct hit, but the force of the attack still sends him reeling. He's not the only one left stunned. Chelsea and her maid stare in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Even the Duke raises an eyebrow, remarking on how unusual the technique is. Jael observes intently, as if he recognizes something, but he remains silent. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Blackwing charges forward once more, hurling insults at the MC and accusing him of relying on some strange sorcery. Damien remains silent, unleashing a barrage of even more powerful sound waves. Blackwing anticipates the incoming assault, but his pride refuses to let him retreat. He charges headfirst into the onslaught. The collision is devastating, and blood begins to pour from his wounds. Before he can regain his footing, another sound wave slams into him, striking him squarely in the face. Now drenched in blood, he struggles to move. With great effort, he lifts his head, wipes the blood from his nose and mouth, and continues to curse Damien. Finally, our boy raises his sword high into the air, channeling a massive surge of mana into it. Determined to end the game, he swings the blade down with all his might. The shock wave is so powerful that it violently expels the dark mana lurking within Blackwing's body. A horrific scream escapes him, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. Moments later, something surges from his throat, and he suddenly vomits a foul black substance onto the ground. The Duke turns to the jail in shock, demanding to know what's happening. Even the girl struggles to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Blackwing continues to vomit, the retching seeming to last an eternity. Gradually, smoke begins to rise from his body, and the flesh on his arms visibly shrinks away. Our boy steps forward, a calm expression on his face, and declares, "The truth has finally come out." Looking down at him, he coldly labels him a fake knight. The Duke stands frozen, stunned by the revelation. Victor and the three low-class gold pixie knights are left utterly dumbfounded. With the duel concluded, our protagonist sheaths his sword and calmly explains that Blackwing has been enhancing his physical abilities with dark magic. A wave of fear washes over the Duke's retainers. Some begin to stammer, while others struggle to find their words. Amid the chaos, Chelsea's maid quietly turns and starts to leave the sparring grounds. The Duke calls out to Damien, asking if he had known Blackwing's true identity all along. With respect, Damien admits that he did, but explains that he chose to remain silent in order to uncover everyone involved before revealing the truth. The answer nearly makes the Duke feel ill. Damien's expression shifts to one of gravity as he reveals that dark mages have infiltrated the Duke's household. To unmask the true culprit, he names the individual responsible for wielding dark magic, his own daughter. The accusation leaves Chelsea utterly speechless. Her eyes widen in disbelief upon hearing her name. She quickly begins to defend herself, desperately insisting that she knows nothing about any of it. The Duke, however, simply covers his face with his hands, overwhelmed by deep disappointment. Then his anger erupts. In a voice that sends chills down the spine, he demands to know how such filth infiltrated his household. Without a moment's hesitation, he raises his hand and commands the soldiers to arrest Chelsea and anyone involved in this chaos. He demands their true identities be revealed at once. The soldiers swiftly seize Blackwing, while others encircle Chelsea, urging her to comply peacefully. In that moment, she understands that if she is captured, all her secrets will be laid bare. Instead of surrendering, she frantically commands her guards to protect her. In a misguided display of loyalty, her men draw their weapons and charge at the soldiers surrounding her. The Duke observes this reckless scene with a long, disappointed sigh escaping his lips. He then calls for his official knight, Jael, and issues a direct order to capture the girl immediately. The old knight bows his head in acceptance of the command. As he begins to oar a farm, he strides forward, instructing the other guards to step aside. Just by observing him, they realize they stand no chance against someone of his caliber. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, they stubbornly refuse to abandon their posts. Instead, they urge Chelsea to find a way to escape while they hold off the knights and soldiers. Seeing their futile determination, Jael lets out a sigh. He draws his sword, regret washing over him as he reflects on how unfortunate this situation has become. The instant the blade leaves the sheath, he prepares for a devastating slash. As Chelsea runs, she glances back, only to see a wave of mana erupting from Jael's sword, slicing through her soldiers and racing toward her with relentless speed. Acting purely on instinct, she ducks and squeezes her eyes shut, screaming in terror. Even then, an invisible force slices through her hair. When the immediate danger subsides, she opens her eyes, gasping for breath. The sight of her soldier still standing in front of her brings a fleeting moment of relief. However, she remains oblivious to the thin lines that have etched themselves across their bodies and weapons. A moment later, the soldiers and their swords separate cleanly along those lines. Blood splatters across her face, and pure horror engulfs her as the bodies crumple to the ground. Jael's imposing presence makes her feel like an insignificant ant. Desperate for help, she turns her head and catches sight of Ernst. Desperately, she begs him to save her. Hearing her plea, he can't resist. With his weapon drawn, he steps forward and positions himself at her side. He can't bear to see the woman he adores cry and plead for help any longer. Our boy watches this unfold and internally labels him an idiot. Meanwhile, the old man cautions Ernst that he is a respected mid-class knight, one who has done much for the ducal household and enjoys the Duke's favor. However, he makes it clear that protecting Chelsea could cost him his life. This revelation causes the man to pause, and he realizes that this girl isn't worth the trouble. He quickly drops his weapon and surrenders. The soldiers swiftly move in to arrest her. Turning toward the Duke, she attempts to act innocent and plead her case, but he interrupts her before she can continue. He calls her worthless and commands her to be silent. In his eyes, her actions nearly brought disaster upon the family, dragging everyone through the mud. With a look of pure disgust, he declares that bringing Chelsea into the family was the biggest mistake of his life. Yet, the girl insists she is not responsible for any of it, and pleads for mercy, but her father refuses to hear her out any longer. He declares he's heard enough and commands the guards to silence her and remove her from his sight. Without hesitation, they cover her mouth. As they drag her away, she fights against them, desperately trying to scream, but her words are muffled and lost. The onlookers watch her departure with a blend of pity and satisfaction. Just as she's being escorted out, her eyes meet Damien's, a moment of silent connection amidst the chaos. Her rage intensifies, making her eyes appear almost blood red. She silently curses him, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, our boy stands there, completely unfazed by the storm brewing around him. A few days later, we find a man being tortured in prison. He's bound in chains, desperately muttering that he knows nothing. He claims he fell for the Duke's daughter due to a peculiar scent, reminiscent of some sort of black magic incense. Upon hearing this, the old knight gestures for the interrogation to cease and instructs them to bring in the next prisoner. He suspects that dark mages are orchestrating Chelsea's sudden rise to power throughout the dukedom. With a long, weary sigh, he wonders why she would resort to such treachery. Meanwhile, the girl lies quietly in an isolated prison cell, yet hatred still burns in her eyes. She replays her father's harsh words in her mind, convinced that the Duke is the one who has driven her to this breaking point. Her entire life, she has yearned for just one thing: her father's acknowledgement as his daughter, even if only once. But from the very beginning, all she has received in return is neglect reflected in the Duke's gaze. She can't understand why his cold, disappointed gaze seems directed solely at her. Just then, a prison guard appears, carrying a plate with a piece of bread, which she sets down in front of her. She stares at the bread, her fingers trembling with hunger as she reaches out to grab it. As she begins to chew, she reminds herself that no matter the humiliation or pain she endures, she must fight to stay alive. Meanwhile, the guard glares at her with an intensity that suggests he could strike her down with just his gaze. Elsewhere, our boy straightens up after completing his training. As he walks down the hallway, he notices Victor standing by a door. Victor gives him a subtle nod, indicating that the Duke wishes to see him. Moments later, rich red wine is poured into crystal glasses in the Duke's study. The Duke and Damien sit across from each other, each taking a sip of their wine simultaneously. Damien praises the drink, noting how its rich flavor lingers on the tongue. The Duke offers a faint smile, confessing that it's his favorite vintage. With a flourish, he reveals a small box containing some angelic cheese from the Blanco region, remarking that it pairs perfectly with the wine. The hero nods, takes a piece of cheese, and bites into it. They maintain a relaxed atmosphere until the Duke suddenly sets his glass down. With a serious tone, he reveals that they've decided to enlist the church order for assistance with Chelsea's situation. Damien raises an eyebrow, surprised that the Duke isn't taking charge of the investigation himself. The Duke rubs his temples, his voice weary as he explains that none of the individuals they apprehended in connection to Chelsea turned out to be actual dark mages. Upon hearing this, our boy's irritation grows. It feels as though the true enemy has slipped through his fingers. He begins to question whether he should have taken a more active role. The Duke explains that he had to relinquish the pursuit to prevent complications with the church. After a moment of silence, Damien inquires if Chelsea revealed anything during the interrogations, perhaps names or clues. The Duke lets out a deep sigh and reveals that, even under the most brutal torture, Chelsea remained resolute and said not a single word. Taking one last sip from his glass, he gazes at Damien with an empty stare and admits that Chelsea wasn't always like this. A bitter smile crosses his lips as he reminisces about his younger days, recalling how he met her mother, a commoner, during a reckless hunting trip. Not long after, the woman returned to him, bringing Chelsea along. In his arrogance, he once dismissed the idea that a commoner could share his blood, turning the child away without a second thought. Time passed, but curiosity eventually gnawed at him, prompting a return to the girl he had abandoned. To his dismay, he discovered that Chelsea's mother had succumbed to the plague, leaving only the frail little girl behind. As he gazed at her pale face, he couldn't help but reflect on how bringing her back contradicted his usual nature. He found himself questioning the very reasons behind his unexpected decision. Damien listens intently before suggesting that it was likely because she was family. The Duke's expression hardens at the mention of the word family, and it strikes a deep chord within him. Regret flickers in his eyes as he softly reflects that perhaps his daughter simply longed to be accepted as part of that family, and that desire for acceptance led her down a dark path. Shaking his head, he laments that she could have chosen to live a simple life as a noblewoman. Regaining his composure, he apologizes to Damien, urging him to disregard his earlier words, attributing them to drunken rambling. However, before they can continue their conversation, a stern voice calls for the Duke from outside the study. An attendant appears at the doorway, panic etched across his face. The Duke rises, anxiety washing over him as he asks what's wrong. The attendant hesitates for a moment before delivering the devastating news: Lady Chelsea has hanged herself. The words struck like lightning, leaving the Duke momentarily paralyzed. The scene shifts to the prison cell, where two guards stand frozen in shock at the sight of Chelsea's lifeless body hanging from the ceiling. The perspective then changes to Victor, walking down the hallway alongside Damien, a laundry basket in hand, grumbling about whether the young master intends to continue this routine. When our boy casually asks what Victor means, Victor reminds him that he has mentioned multiple times that underwear should be washed separately from the rest of the clothes. He continues to rant, questioning why Damien always turns his socks inside out when he takes them off. Ignoring Victor, the hero suddenly halts in front of a half-open door. Through the gap, he catches sight of the Duke, staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Damien reflects on the 4 long days that have passed since the devastating news of his daughter's death reached him. The official investigation has concluded, declaring it a suicide, and all interrogations have been completed. In light of the family's disgrace, her grave remains stark and unadorned, an utterly inappropriate resting place for a noble lady. For now, the immediate crisis in the household appears to have settled, but Damien's instincts warn him that this is merely the calm before the storm. His thoughts are interrupted by Victor, who asks if he is even paying attention. With a reassuring smile, Damien places a hand on Victor's shoulder and assures him that he understands everything. Meanwhile, in a desolate city alley under the cover of night, Ernst stumbles forward, deeply intoxicated and overwhelmed by sorrow. He loses his balance, crashing into a rough stone wall, and slowly slides down until he collapses onto the grimy ground. Taking a sharp breath, he whispers the girl's name in a broken voice. Suddenly, a flashback washes over him, revealing a young, innocent Chelsea, asking if her dad will like the flower crown she made. He shyly admits he doesn't know, as he's never received flowers before. The girl beams as she shares that her mother used to say flowers possess a magic that brings happiness. She adds that these flowers come from the very field where her parents first met. Ernst gazes at her in wonder as she asks once more if her father will be happy. He smiles and assures her that the Duke will definitely appreciate them. In the present, his face is etched with profound grief and disappointment as he apologizes for failing to protect her. Calling himself an idiot, he strikes his own chest with a hard punch, cursing himself for not saving Chelsea. Then, overwhelmed by emotion, he releases a soul-shattering scream. After that moment of despair, his breathing gradually begins to steady. Chelsea's maid, Rebecca, approaches from behind and notes his presence. Ernst slowly lifts his head to meet her gaze. The moment he recognizes her, fury consumes him. He seizes her throat and slams her forcefully against the wall. With rage burning in his eyes, he demands to know how she dared to show her face, accusing her of being responsible for Chelsea's death. Rebecca weakly pleads for him to listen, but he dismisses her, calling her a dark mage who has made contact with a demon. Desperate, she begs him to help her seek revenge. Intrigued, Ernst asks her to explain further. The maid reveals that although the dukedom declared Chelsea's death a suicide, the reality is far more sinister. She couldn't endure the torture. The weight of her words shatters him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He releases the maid, who collapses to her knees, coughing violently. Filled with rage, Ernst demands proof. Rebecca asserts that she heard the torture marks on Chelsea's body were so horrific that no one could possibly endure them. She claims the Duke covered it up as suicide to protect his reputation. As Ernst processes this information, he comes to a chilling realization. The Duke is entirely capable of such a heinous act. Rebecca confesses that she initially approached the girl with ulterior motives, but Chelsea embraced her like a sister. As she touches the guard's hand, she vows not to let this go and promises to seek revenge against the dukedom. Suddenly, a mesmerizing purple aura emanates from her pendant. She turns to him, declaring that she needs his help to achieve that revenge. The purple aura envelops Ernst's face, rendering his gaze vacant. In a hollow voice, he asks what he needs to do. Dropping his bottle, he stiffly propels his disoriented body forward like a marionette. From the shadows, the overweight man steps into view, expressing his relief to the maid that the enchantment has taken effect. He admits he was worried that it wouldn't work on a mid-level knight. Rebecca smiles and explains that no matter how strong someone is, everyone has a weakness, and amplifying that weakness makes the enchantment simple. Mustang observes that, in Ernst's case, Chelsea was his weakness. Rebecca's chuckle morphs into a wild cackle as she remarks on how foolish the knight is, completely unaware of who truly caused Chess's death. She envisions the moment he discovers that the dark mages were behind her death. The maid then turns to her boss, Mustang, and asks if they truly need to pursue the MC. The stout man responds with irritation, insisting they can't remain silent. A church spy has confirmed that he was the one who killed Agito. With a fierce glare, he adds that Damien's interference with their sacred mission is utterly unforgivable. Switching to a calmer tone, he observes that the hero is still unaware of their own identity, while the dukedom believes they have vanished. Realizing that both Damien and the dukedom are completely unprepared, he sees this as the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Later that night, within the walls of the dukedom, our protagonist sits alone in a meditative pose, deeply focused on manipulating his mana. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures lurk in the shadows, observing his every move as he trains. Their swift motions nearly extinguish the nearby candle. In an instant, the trio launches an all-out assault, swinging their wooden swords at him. Just as their weapons are about to make contact, he disappears without a trace. A heartbeat later, he reappears above and behind them, poised to deliver a powerful counterattack. One of the attackers catches sight of the shadow of the incoming strike and attempts to block it, but the force is overwhelming. He is sent flying backward, crashing into a pillar. Struggling to regain his footing, he uses his sword to prop himself up, gritting his teeth in frustration. This attacker is Pable, his anger laced with fear. The other two knights quickly retreat in a panic. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Damien scoffs at their ineptitude. He reminds the three low-class knights that he had given them permission to do whatever it took to land a hit on him, even if it meant resorting to ambush tactics. Yet, despite that freedom, they still failed. The three knights lower their heads in unison, offering simultaneous apologies. Pable braced himself, convinced that the hero was about to deliver another punishing blow. To his surprise, Damien announced that sparring was over for the day. The unexpected news left Pable bewildered. "Are you unhappy that training ended early?" Damien asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Pable quickly replied, "No, I'm happy." But inside, he was reeling, shocked that he had escaped what he had fully expected to be another brutal beating. Damien explains that their upcoming match against the Marcos family is meant to eliminate any further sparring sessions. He wants them to take the next 2 days to rest and reflect on everything he's taught them. Lanky and the fat guy exchange bewildered glances, both silently questioning whether Damien has truly imparted any knowledge. Their strongest memory of training is simply getting utterly demolished during those sparring matches. The hero lets out a sigh of disappointment, recognizing that most of them still fail to grasp his intentions. He explains that the sparring sessions were never merely about physical training. There was a deeper lesson woven into each encounter, yet it seems almost none of them have caught on. His gaze eventually settles on Pable, who remains lost in thought. A faint smile tugs at the corners of Damien's mouth as he realizes that at least one person might have understood. He removes the weighted bags he's been wearing throughout his training, leaving everyone around him in stunned silence. Ignoring their reactions, he walks away with a proud smile. A few days later, the scene shifts to the lush, leafy plains, where the Duke and his crew ride on horseback. The Duke notes that they're running a bit behind schedule before turning to Damien for his assessment of the enemy forces. Observing the advancing army, Damien remarks that it's a formidable force overall. Not only do they possess advanced equipment, but all their fighters are also highly skilled. Rather than showing fear, the Duke chuckles and nods in agreement. He teasingly adds that while the Lion Bloom faction may lack intelligence, they certainly excel at training soldiers. Soon, the jail reports that a messenger from the Marquis has arrived with a proposal for a meeting between representatives before the duel. Pulling on his horse's reins, the Duke confidently agrees. Meanwhile, in the Lion Bloom camp, a booming voice echoes from inside a tent, demanding that Michael wake up. The Marquis kicks the side of Michael's bed and reminds him that they have to meet with the Duke's faction. The blonde guy lazily sits up, grumbling about the noise that interrupted his blissful sleep. Just as he finishes speaking, he attempts to lie back down. The Marquis, losing his composure, demands to know if he understands the significance of his role in the duel. After a moment of struggling to regain his calm, he clicks his tongue in frustration and strides toward the exit, declaring that he will confront Damien himself if necessary. The moment Damien's name is mentioned, Michael jolts awake, abandoning any thought of sleep. He leaps out of bed, demanding to know why the hero is aligned with the Duke's faction. The Marquis explains that Damien has been chosen as the Duke's representative. Upon hearing this, Michael's hand instinctively reaches for his sword, partially drawing it with a flick of his thumb. A chilling smile creeps across his face as he absorbs the news, welcoming the unfolding drama. Outside, Michael and the Marquis finally join the Duke's party. The Duke whips that inviting someone and then arriving late isn't exactly proper etiquette. The Marquis chuckles, remarking that getting upset over such a trivial matter only reveals narrow-mindedness. Tension rises as the two nobles exchange unsettling smiles, nearly escalating into a physical confrontation. Jail clears his throat, drawing their attention. The Marquis turns to him, remarking that it has been a while. He once again invites Jail to abandon the Duke and join his side. The old knight responds firmly, stating that he intends to dedicate his entire life to the Gold Pixie household. The Marquis then shifts his gaze to Damien, asking if he is truly Damien Hexen. After the hero confirms his identity, the Marquis studies him intently. This is the man who humiliated his son and defeated his knights. While the sight of him ignites anger, there's also an unsettling feeling that creeps in. Sweat beads on his forehead as he grapples with the strange tension he feels in the presence of a lowly knight. It dawns on him that Damien must possess hidden potential, perhaps even rivaling that of Michael. For some reason, the Marquis suddenly turns his attention to his son. Michael's expression is grim, but as he lifts his head, all his focus zeroes in on Damien. Meanwhile, our boy remains blissfully unaware, simply gazing back at him. A dangerous grin spreads across Michael's face. Instinctively, he drops into a battle stance, hand poised on his sword, ready to draw. Damien hears the blade shift and looks momentarily confused, though he remains silent. A moment later, Michael snaps back to reality, his expression one of genuine surprise. The Marquis seizes his arm, halting both the sword and the fury that fueled it. Michael is taken aback, unable to recall when he even drew the weapon. The tense silence is shattered by Jael's voice, as he points out that drawing a sword before the official duel, especially in front of the Duke, is utterly unacceptable. The Duke coolly remarks that threatening a noble with a weapon is a grave offense. The Marquis attempts to brush it off, claiming it was merely a foolish act driven by competitive spirit. Unmoved, the Duke maintains his stoic expression and inquires how the Marquis intends to take responsibility for his actions. Onis washes over the Marquis as he contemplates whether Michael's body is reacting instinctively, as if facing a dangerous beast. The Duke strokes his chin, sensing an opportunity. Like a hunter laying a trap, he casually remarks that he'll let this slip by, just this once. The Marquis's suspicion flares immediately. He knows the Duke is far too cunning to let anything go without expecting something in return. And he's right. The Duke announces his intention to add new conditions to the duel's rewards. A sly smile creeps across his lips, as if he's already plotted several moves ahead. Anger flashes in the Marquis's eyes, but he ultimately concedes to the conditions and allows Michael to leave with him. As they depart, the Duke mockingly bids them goodbye. As Damien observes the unfolding events, he can't help but admire the Duke's cunning nature. Once the others have left, the Duke suddenly inquires why Michael had pointed a sword at him. Michael simply responds with his trademark half smile, but inside, Damien is genuinely impressed. He realizes that Michael has already awakened his sixth sense at such a young age. Later, the Marquis confronts his son about his reckless actions, warning him that such behavior could jeopardize the entire Lion Bloom house. Michael interrupts, asking if his father has noticed anything unusual. He explains that Damien appeared to anticipate the moment the sword was drawn, yet he remained completely calm, a smile never leaving his face. Excitement lights up Michael's expression, as he admits he has never encountered an opponent quite like this before. He believes Damien might just be the only one capable of standing against him on equal footing. The Marquis notices a familiar spark returning to his son's eyes. For a long time, he had lost interest, unable to find worthy opponents. But now, excitement has reignited within him. Casually, he inquires about the unfavorable conditions imposed by the Duke. The Marquis simply laughs, exuding confidence as he declares that victory will still belong to House Lionbloom. As the first duel is announced and both knights step forward, the Duke turns to Damien, asking who should go first. Before Damien can respond, a voice cuts through the air. A middle-class knight named Sebastian Vincenzo strides forward, confidence radiating from him, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. He boldly asserts that he is more qualified than Damien to make that decision. Damien glances at the three knights he trained earlier and suddenly realizes Sebastian is the one who has been teaching them. Fear is clearly etched on Sebastian's face, as if he's anxious that Damien might take credit for their success. Choosing to indulge his concerns, our protagonist asks which low-class knight should represent them. With a confident smile, Sebastian selects his son, Fabian Vincenzo. The young knight stands proudly in his gleaming armor, gripping a polished spear. Sebastian gazes at his son, placing all his hopes in him. Even the Duke expresses confidence in Fabian's abilities. While he has heard that Sebastian's son is exceptionally talented, Damien is taken aback when he finally sees the representative from the opposing side. A towering figure from the Lionbloom faction steps forward, nonchalantly combing his hair. The knight immediately assumes a battle stance, introducing himself before inquiring about his opponent's name and family. The man casually introduces himself as Ronald, claiming he has no family name. Fabian immediately assumes he's a commoner and scoffs at the notion that someone of that status could master the Vincenzo family's techniques. Ronald simply laughs, remarking that Fabian talks far too much. Enraged, Fabian launches the first attack, swinging his spear down with incredible speed, but the big guy effortlessly sidesteps it. Fabian's clean dodge only fuels his anger, prompting him to unleash a rapid barrage of attacks. Despite being hammered with blows, Ronald effortlessly deflects each one. When the exchange finally ends, he dismisses Fabian as pathetic. That insult sends the young knight spiraling further over the edge. Channeling a light blue aura into his spear, he swings directly for Ronald's face, but the reckless attack leaves him wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Ronald lunges forward with his sword, enveloped in a fierce red aura. The strike is so swift and precise that Fabian loses his arm before he even has a chance to react. The severed limb arcs through the air and shock ripples across the battlefield. The Duke observes in silence, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Sebastian is consumed by despair as he witnesses his son endure such a devastating loss. With a calm demeanor, Ronald sheathes his sword and points at Fabian, who writhes on the ground, declaring him eliminated from the match. A smirk spreads across the Marquis's face as House Lion Bloom claims its first victory. The knight has already lost an arm, and despite their efforts to patch him up, the pain continues to torment him. Nearby, our protagonist watches the scene unfold with an air of indifference. He had anticipated this outcome and concludes that Fabian turned out to be far weaker than he had expected. With a disappointed sigh, he turns his gaze away. Beside him, the Duke sees with barely contained fury. Grumbling about the brutality of House Lionbloom, he glances at the Marquis and questions whether severing an arm is truly necessary for victory. He reminds the hero that they've already lost one of the 3 matches and wonders aloud if he should just intervene now. Remaining composed, our protagonist explains that even if he wins this match, Michael will undoubtedly appear in the final round, and no one else can compete with him. To alleviate the Duke's concerns, he reveals that he has already secured someone for the second match. The Duke's eyes brighten with curiosity. The scene then transitions to the short-haired knight chosen as the second contestant. His face is completely pale. Damien chuckles, urging him to trust the training he received, reminding him that victory is still within reach. The guy continues to tremble, but the 2 knights behind him cheer him on with fervor. The Duke, however, remains unimpressed by the decision and questions whether the hero is truly certain about this. Our protagonist confidently asserts that Pabel was specifically trained for this very situation. Everyone's gaze shifts to the man who appears on the verge of losing his lunch from fear. Yet, the hero stands unwavering, fully confident in his impending victory. Soon, the knight steps into the duel arena. The haunting image of Fabian's severed arm flashes through his mind, leaving him uncertain about how he will survive this fight. Then, his opponent from House Lionbloom strides in, wearing a bold smile, and confidently introduces himself as Huey Silesian. Pabel's morale is already in shambles, and he struggles to say his own name without stuttering. Huey openly expresses his disappointment that Damien isn't stepping up to fight. As mana begins to flow into his sword, he confidently declares that he will end this duel quickly. The young knight reminds himself to stay sharp, but before he can fully prepare, his opponent strikes. To Pabel's astonishment, he instinctively blocks the first attack without even thinking. Huey's eyes widen in surprise as the impact sends his opponent crashing to the ground. The defeated fighter offers a quick compliment, but Pabel remains stunned, questioning whether that block was merely a stroke of luck. Fueled by anger, Huey launches another attack. Once again, the knight narrowly escapes disaster, rolling desperately across the ground before finally coming to a halt on one knee. Dust swirls around, obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Huey attempts to catch him off guard from his blind spot. Yet, astonishingly, the short-haired guy manages to block the attack once again. Huey is left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how this opponent can defend against strikes he shouldn't even be able to see. The knight, equally surprised by his own reflexes, quickly retreats to put some distance between them. He begins to understand why Damien has exuded such confidence all along. Watching from the sidelines, our protagonist smiles proudly. At last, Pabel has grasped the true purpose behind all that training. A flashback reveals Damien relentlessly sparring with the short-haired guy, showcasing the great lion sword art, Lionbloom's signature sword style. With unwavering determination, after countless defeats, Pabel's body has unconsciously memorized the entire fighting style. Now, in the present, he realizes that the knight has reached a level where he could likely block those attacks with his eyes closed. Huey charges in again, but this time, Pabel dodges effortlessly. Suddenly, he recognizes every move. It's the same style Damien used against him repeatedly, just at a much slower pace. His opponent relentlessly throws attack after attack, but the short-haired guy deftly avoids each one. With every graceful movement, he silently thanks the hero who pushed him to his limits. That brutal training has paid off, and now he's breaking through his old barriers. Gathering momentum, he stomps the ground and launches into a fierce charge. Determination ignites within him as he swings his sword with all his might. The strike slips past Huey's guard, grazing his neck. A shallow cut appears on his cheek, but that's all it takes. Huey's eyes widen in disbelief. The Duke can't contain his excitement. He clenches his fist in triumph as Damien watches with a proud smile. Even the Marquis is taken aback, stunned to witness his fighter faltering. Accepting defeat, Huey collapses to the ground. Pable presses his sword against Huey's neck, declaring himself the victor. The Gold Pixie Knights erupt into cheers, chanting his name throughout the arena. For the first time, the short-haired fighter smiles confidently, realizing he has achieved the impossible. With the second duel concluded, Gold Pixie claims the win, tying the score. Now, the moment of truth has arrived, the decisive final match. Michael steps forward, a move that the Duke anticipated from the very beginning. An aura envelops Michael as he recognizes that this duel will determine everything. Meanwhile, our hero strides forward to meet him, and the two stand face to face. Excitement sparkles in Michael's eyes. For him, this is the moment he has been waiting for all these years. He finally believes he has found an equal opponent. Damien responds with a smug smile, as if questioning whether Michael truly thinks they are on the same level. In an instant, Michael draws his sword and appears right in front of the hero. As he launches his attack, he hopes that his resolve won't falter. A few minutes earlier, Huey had knelt before the Marquis, pleading for death as punishment for his failure. The Marquis, however, dismissed his request, asserting that Huey had done everything within his power. Proudly stroking his mustache, he declared that victory still belonged to House Lionbloom, as his son remained their last fighter. Huey accepted this and departed. Yet, once he was gone, the Marquis's confident demeanor began to wane. Something about the last duel is bothering him. Huey is clearly stronger than Pable, so why did he collapse after just a few exchanges? It felt as if every attack had been anticipated in advance. For a moment, he wonders if their sword style was somehow exposed, but he quickly dismisses the thought. Meanwhile, Michael stands trembling before the duel, but it's not fear that grips him. It's sheer excitement. His heart pounds harder than ever, a rhythm that matches his anticipation. He has already decided that Damien is the worthy rival he has spent years searching for. As he strides toward the arena, he vows to dedicate this victory to his father. The Marquis calls out, urging his son to enjoy himself to the fullest. With a twisted smile, Michael strides toward the battlefield, a memory flickering to life in his mind. As a child, when his father first introduced him to swordsmanship, he had envisioned himself facing countless powerful warriors. But as time passed, that thrill diminished. Every so-called strong knight fell easily before him, and with each victory, he found himself feeling emptier than before. Battles had lost all meaning. Without a worthy opponent, he found himself bored to tears, slowly relinquishing his passion for the sword. Then, out of nowhere, our boy appeared. Suddenly, his once colorless world ignited with vibrant flames. For the first time in years, excitement surged through his veins once more. Back in the present, the guy strides into the arena, a confident smile on his face as he draws his sword. With a swift motion, he lunges at the MC, the tip of his blade flashing toward Damien's eye like a bolt of lightning. But at the last moment, Damien tilts his head, dodging the attack with effortless grace. Almost instantly, another strike comes his way, a massive downward slash aimed to take him out. The hero effortlessly sidesteps and delivers a light punch, as if swatting away a child. In an instant, he follows up with a swift kick. Michael barely manages to block it with his sword, but the impact sends him hurtling through the air. As he lands, he digs his hands and feet into the ground to steady himself before launching forward once more. This time, he merges his aura with his sword. The blade gleams, seemingly piercing Damien's body multiple times. After passing through him, Michael turns around, exuding confidence. But that confidence evaporates in an instant when he sees Damien standing there, completely unharmed. Not a single wound mars his body. Both hands remain casually tucked in his pockets. Michael's heart races with excitement. His instincts confirm what he already knows. Damien is truly extraordinary. Determined to give it his all, he unleashes the full Lionbloom sword style. An aura erupts around him, and a massive lion-shaped manifestation materializes, shaking the very air. The ground in front of Damien explodes, and walls of earth rise up around him, creating a dramatic spectacle. As the dust settles, the hero remains standing, untouched and unscathed. Sweat trickles down Michael's face, his frustration mounting. He calls out to Damien, demanding that he stop dodging and finally draw his sword to make the fight more interesting. At last, Damien moves, his hand reaching for his blade. Michael can't help but smirk confidently, convinced that his attack will strike first. His sword descends with astonishing speed, but it doesn't go as he anticipated. In an instant, he watches in horror as his blade shatters. Before he can comprehend what's happening, his own head is cleanly severed from his body. With a single swing, Damien has dispatched him as effortlessly as slicing through butter. Without a second glance, he calmly returns his sword to its sheath. Michael's head strikes the ground, yet his eyes remain locked on the hero, even in death. Our protagonist stands there, untouched and untouchable, like an overwhelming force beyond comparison. Suddenly, the scene shatters as the man regains his senses, realizing he's kneeling before the MC. The Marquis shouts frantically from the sidelines, urging him to draw his sword. Michael's trembling hand instinctively brushes against his neck, a chill running down his spine as cold sweat beads on his skin. The experience felt all too real. He is convinced he truly died and felt the weight of his own demise. Terrified, he slowly raises his gaze to Damien, who continues to regard him with an unnerving calmness. In a quiet voice, Michael asks if he still believes they are equals, but the words catch in his throat, leaving him unable to respond. The words catch in his throat, leaving him to wonder if it was all just an illusion. Overwhelmed by fear, he finally bows deeply and announces his surrender. With that, Gold Pixie claims victory in the final duel. Later that night, the Duke hosts an extravagant banquet. While the Gold Pixie faction revels in celebration, the atmosphere in the Marquis is starkly different. The knights attempt to express their gratitude, but a single furious glare from the Marquis silences them immediately. As soon as he looks away, they collectively exhale in relief. Just then, the Duke approaches, a bottle of wine in hand. He reassures the Marquis that everything has been settled and takes it upon himself to fill his glass. As he pours the wine, he playfully remarks that, as the victor, it's only fitting for him to serve first. The Marquis grits his teeth, seething with rage. The image of his son surrendering without even drawing his sword haunts him, replaying in his mind like a relentless nightmare. His blood boils with humiliation, yet he forces himself to remain composed, taking a small sip of the wine. Damien takes a sip of wine, surveying the scene from a distance. The Duke may appear generous on the surface, but this entire banquet is nothing more than a spectacle designed to humiliate the Marquis in front of everyone. As he observes, Damien reflects on his true achievement. By winning the duel for the duchy, he has ensured that the Lion Bloom family will think twice before crossing the Hexen family again. Even so, he quickly realizes his work isn't finished yet. A light cough interrupts him from behind. Michael approaches, carrying 2 empty cups, and awkwardly asks if he can join. Moments later, he fills Damien's glass with wine and sincerely expresses his admiration and respect. His genuine enthusiasm catches Damien off guard. The young man admits he always believed no one his age could surpass him, but now he feels the hero stands far above him. A faint smile graces Damien's face. Despite the sting of a humiliating loss, Michael remains honest and open-minded. Looking down, the blonde admits he still doesn't fully understand what transpired during their duel. Yet deep down, he senses that the hero operates on an entirely different level. In that moment, Damien realizes that Michael has no idea just how extraordinary he truly is. Having transcended normal human senses, he had essentially battled our protagonist within his own mind before the duel even began. It was in that mental arena that he truly grasped the vast gap between them. Thanks to those heightened senses, he experienced genuine fear for the first time in his life. Damien believes that instinct is what ultimately saved him. Gazing up at the night sky, the blond young man begins to realize that the world is far larger than he ever imagined. Damien speaks earnestly, reminding him that while his talent may be rare, it is far from unique. There are at least 3 individuals in the Empire who surpass him, so he must never let arrogance take hold. The young man listens intently to every word. Meanwhile, memories flood back to our protagonist. He recalls his own past arrogance, believing himself to be the best. That was before Arch, the man who would later experiment on him, decisively defeated him. When Michael jokingly asks if the hero still holds that belief, our boy confidently replies that he no longer worries about such things. He's already reached the top. He advises Michael not to act arrogant until he can match his strength. Michael catches the hint immediately. Just then, the Duke and the Marquis approach them. The Duke playfully remarks that it's wonderful to see young people forming friendships. Damien and Michael quickly rise to their feet, greeting the Duke with the utmost respect. The Duke informs them that he has concluded his discussion with the Marquis and has come to speak with them. He reminds them of the promise made before the duel, that he would gain access to the Marquis's vault. With a chuckle, the Duke gestures toward the Marquis, joking that it took a second deal to convince him as he had been notoriously stingy. The Marquis's face momentarily darkens with anger. He silently vows never to forget the Duke's betrayal, but he suppresses those feelings for the sake of the banquet. Approaching Damien, he offers an apology for the actions of his knights. However, to Damien, the apology feels insincere, as it conveniently overlooks his own involvement in the matter. The Marquis declares that he can't allow an outsider into the vault, but instead, he offers a reward. He places a small box in front of Damien. Inside lies a special ring, crafted through magic from the White Tower. This remarkable ring possesses a storage space capable of holding up to 100 kilograms of items. Damien's eyes widen in astonishment as he realizes that this artifact is worth as much as a small castle. Even though the original promise was broken, the reward is so enticing that he decides to overlook it. With a devilish grin, he takes the ring and slips it onto his finger. Still irritated, the Marquis offers additional rewards if the hero desires them, mentioning that his household is filled with incredible weapons. Nearby, Victor lies drunk and unconscious, while Jael quietly observes the exchange. Our boy reflects on the Lion Bloom family, one of the most prominent noble houses in the Apple Kingdom, and imagines their impressive collection of weapons. Suddenly, a specific item comes to mind, one that should still be in the possession of the Marquis. With a polite demeanor, he requests a bow. The Marquis raises an eyebrow, surprised by the request, and asks why he would want such a weapon. With a mysterious smile, the hero replies that he needs it for his brother's wedding. At that moment, back at Hexen Manor, Abel suddenly sneezes. He sits there, clutching a small doll that resembles our protagonist, a needle ominously stuck in it, as if he's practicing some bizarre form of cursing. The following day, the Duke approaches our boy, inquiring if he truly plans to leave so soon. He explains that a grand banquet is being prepared in his honor, and wonders if he might extend his stay just a little longer. The hero confesses to the Duke that he has been away from home for far too long. With a heavy sigh, the Duke realizes that stopping him is futile. Nevertheless, he pleads with Damien to stay just one more day and offers to assign a few knights as escorts for the journey. Though Damien internally questions the need for escorts, he ultimately decides to accept the Duke's generous offer. Bowing respectfully, he agrees and expresses his gratitude for everything. Shortly after, he sets off to the Hexen household on horseback. Two low-ranking knights ride alongside him as escorts, while Victor walks beside him on foot. As they venture farther from the Duke's territory, Victor begins to relax. He jokes that the young master's troublesome situation has finally come to an end. This annoys our boy, who asks if Victor is trying to roast him. Victor then grumbles that while traveling by carriage was comfortable, walking is utterly exhausting. Hearing this, Damien secretly concludes that Victor has picked up a bit of extra belly fat during their luxurious stay at the Duke's residence, and resolves to whip him back into shape once they're home. As evening descends, the escort knights halt the group, proposing they set up camp before sunset. Damien readily agrees, showing no signs of objection. Soon, night envelops the forest. The hero and his stout guards settle by the campfire, while the two knights stand watch nearby. With a cheerful tone, Victor announces that dinner is ready, and our hero eagerly prepares to eat. The overweight man invites the escort knights to join them, but one of the knights politely declines, explaining that they will eat separately later. At that moment, the hero suddenly halts. A vivid memory flashes in his mind. He recalls the genuine emotions displayed by Pabel and the other two knights when he announced his departure. Their tearful faces, their heartfelt gratitude, Pabel gripping his hand, and their shaky smiles replay in his mind. The short-haired knight had sincerely expressed that Damien's guidance had given him newfound strength. Damien had chuckled softly, brushing off the praise, but the three knights bowed deeply, thanking him with the utmost respect. Reflecting on that moment leaves Damien in a state of stunned disbelief. A proud and genuine smile spreads across his face. As he returns to the present, he glances at the escort knights, and the smile remains. Suddenly, both knights become alert. Exchanging silent signals, they inform Damien that they wish to check the surrounding area for safety. The hero dismisses their concern, but one of the knights firmly insists. Suddenly, a streak of purple light slices through the sky, and a spear enveloped in dark magic plunges into one knight's chest before embedding itself in a massive tree behind him. The knight coughs up blood violently, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Damien turns to the fallen body just as an ominous voice reverberates through the forest. The speaker admits they hadn't anticipated the Duke's escort knights being present, but dismisses them with a chilling remark. It doesn't matter, for they are merely low-class knights. The dark spear trembles before tearing itself free from the corpse, soaring back into its owner's grasp. The surviving knight, recognizing the assailant, swiftly drops into a combat stance. It's Ernst, the once noble knight, now twisted by dark magic. Trembling with fear, the knight demands to know why he is doing this. Before he can get an answer, two dark mages step out from the shadows behind Ernst, Rebecca, and Mustang. The maid chuckles, remarking that there are pesky insects in their way. With a sly grin, she releases a bewitching fragrance toward the remaining knight. Our hero instantly recognizes the scent and quickly covers his nose with his arm. The other knight isn't so fortunate. As his senses begin to fade, he starts to drool uncontrollably. Damien quickly realizes that Victor is also succumbing to the spell's influence. Without a moment's hesitation, he strikes Victor's neck, knocking him out before the enchantment can fully take hold. Meanwhile, Rebecca completes her spell and nonchalantly gestures forward. The bewitched knight grips his head and, in a horrifying twist, snaps his own neck. Now, our boy stands alone amidst the chaos. Two low-class knights lie dead, and Victor is unconscious on the ground. The fat man observes with intrigue, noting how the knight continues to resist the bewitching scent despite his lowly status. He begins to suspect that Damien may possess a unique constitution. Furious, the maid removes her hood, a smile playing on her lips as he suggests they kill Damien and study his body afterward. The hero can sense the oppressive aura of their power. Ernst lets out a chilling laugh, proclaiming that their long-awaited meeting has finally come. He vows to tear Damien apart and present him as a sacrifice at Chelsea's grave. As Ernst raises his spear, Damien instinctively adopts a battle stance, but a confident smile spreads across his lips. He mocks the knight, reminding him that he was once terrified of prison and is now attempting to shift the blame for his own failures onto others. The taunt ignites a fire within Ernst, causing veins to bulge across his body as his muscles tremble with rage. Rebecca steps forward, gently urging the knight to channel that anger towards the MC. Despite her smile, a sense of unease washes over her as she observes Damien's unnerving calmness. She warns him that he might not fully grasp who they are, but our boy continues to smile. With his keen intellect, he accurately identifies them as dark mages from Yulon and deduces that they hold officer-level ranks. Rebecca and the overweight man are left speechless by the accuracy of his assessment. Stammering slightly, the maid asks how he knows so much, to which he simply replies that he has exceptionally good ears. Ernst raises his spear once more, channeling dark mana into it. The dark mages, now convinced of Damien's impending demise, brace themselves for what's to come. Without hesitation, Ernst hurls the spear directly at him, but the hero remains utterly unfazed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the air, and an armored knight appears at lightning speed, intercepting the attack just before it can reach Damien. The unexpected intervention shocks everyone present, revealing that our hero is not alone after all. The knight is none other than Sebastian, and he does not look pleased. The story briefly flashes back to an earlier moment. Just before Damien departed, the Duke had stopped him to discuss Ernst's disappearance. Instantly, Damien sensed the gravity of the situation. The Duke revealed that the knight harbored a deep hatred for him and might seek revenge for Chelsea's death. He acknowledged that while he had the safety of jail, Damien was not afforded such protection. He intended to assign a skilled knight to guard him. Just then, the door swung open, and an armored figure stepped inside. Damien immediately recognized him as the middle-class knight Sebastian Vincenzo. The Duke explained that the other middle-class knights were away on missions, leaving Sebastian as the only available option. Without hesitation, the knight accepted the assignment, pledging to protect Damien's life with unwavering loyalty. Back in the present, the hero smiles to himself, realizing that the Duke had secretly assigned Sebastian to act as a covert bodyguard. But more importantly, it was a clever trap designed to draw out the hidden dark mages. Ernst approaches Sebastian with a twisted grin, and in response, Sebastian coolly inquires about his intentions. The knight boldly declares that he will not allow anyone connected to Lady Chelsea's death to continue living. When Sebastian reveals that the girl took her own life, a fresh wave of fury ignites within Ernst. He screams, insisting that there's no way Lady Chelsea would have killed herself. Dark magic begins to coil around his body, slowly consuming his mind. Rebecca and Mustang watch in horror as he descends deeper into darkness. With a fierce determination, he vows not to rest until he avenges Chelsea's death. In his mind, Damien knows he must eliminate the others first, starting with himself, then everyone who interrogated Chelsea, and finally, even the Duke. Sebastian chuckles at Ernst's madness, recognizing that the man has completely lost his grip on reality. The knight offers him one final chance, suggesting he could be spared if he abandons the main character. In response, Sebastian's expression hardens. An intense energy surges around him, enveloping both his body and sword. He makes it abundantly clear through his actions that he won't yield to someone he deems beneath him. From a distance, our protagonist watches with approval, pleased by the determination this middle-class knight is displaying. Meanwhile, the knight erupts into an ominous laugh, declaring that Sebastian once surpassed him in strength, but that was a different time. Sebastian quickly senses the shift and realizes that Ernst has immersed himself in black magic. The hefty man beams with pride as he explains that the knight underwent a similar enhancement to Blackwing, sacrificing his life force for immense mana and strength. Ernst then drops into a combat stance, raising his spear high. Dark mana swirls around him, generating an oppressive pressure that fills the air. Sebastian grits his teeth, feeling the oppressive weight of that power. He realizes that Ernst may have already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary middle-class knight. With a chilling smile, Ernst launches another attack, declaring his intent to eliminate Damien. A compressed purple blast tears through the forest, leaving a massive trail in its wake. As the smoke begins to clear, Damien stands there, completely unharmed. He surveys the devastation with a calm demeanor before shifting his gaze back to Ernst, who appears utterly unhinged. At that moment, another knight emerges from the smoke, revealing that the attack had no effect. The sight shocks not only Ernst, but also the maid and the hefty man beside his. The knight struts forward with an air of confidence, as if he's completely in control, but deep down, he knows he's merely stalling for time. Secretly, he signals for our hero to leave and fetch reinforcements from the duchy. The hero hesitates for a moment, weighing his options, before ultimately deciding to trust Sebastian's judgment. He hoists Victor onto his shoulder and disappears into the forest like a shadow. As soon as Mustang and Rebecca spot him fleeing, panic sets in. They immediately pursue him, unleashing dark magic in their frantic chase. Ernst attempts to pursue Damien, but Sebastian suddenly materializes before him. The knight's sword descends in a lethal strike, which Ernst narrowly manages to block at the last moment. The surprise attack leaves him momentarily stunned, and the force of their clash sends both men hurtling backward. As mana surges through Sebastian's body, he unleashes a furious roar. Ernst unleashes waves of dark mana, his rage and frustration fueling the onslaught. The battle escalates, and with each clash of sword and spear, blinding flashes illuminate the forest. Meanwhile, our hero races through the trees, Victor slung over his shoulder. Suddenly, he senses a surge of dark energy above him. Two shadowy figures descend, rocking his path. He halts, narrowing his eyes as Rebecca and Mustang emerge from the shadows, their smiles unsettling. They taunt him for fleeing while burdened by dead weight. Instead of showing concern, he offers a faint smile and a relieved sigh. Gently, he leans Victor against a nearby tree and calmly explains that they are the true threat. He reveals that he intentionally lured them away, knowing he couldn't fight at full strength in front of Sebastian. Now that they're alone, he intends to take out both of them before returning to assist the knight. His unwavering confidence momentarily freezes Mustang and Rebecca. The overweight man, believing he's merely bluffing, erupts into mocking laughter. "Do you really think you can take on both of us alone?" He taunts, signaling the maid to step back as he prepares to confront Damien personally. A surge of dark purple mana erupts from his body, sending violent waves of energy rippling outward. His muscles bulge, his appearance transforms, and his clothes shred as Bro unveils his final form. In an instant, he becomes a fearsome monster adorned with tentacles, revealing his true identity as the captain of Yulan. Meanwhile, Damien remains composed, swiftly deducing that they are members of the Frenzy sect. The hefty man lunges forward with a wide grin, swinging a massive fist at Damien. Sensing the incoming attack, Damien swiftly pivots into a guarded stance. The punch connects with explosive force, propelling him through the forest and crashing him into a tree. Yet, despite the impact, the hero rises calmly, maintaining his defensive posture. Mustang chuckles sarcastically, remarking that perhaps the rumors about Damien weren't exaggerated after all. Our boy silently assesses his opponent and quickly realizes that Mustang possesses not only incredible destructive power but also alarming speed. Even by sheer physical ability, he has already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary middle-class knight. The demonic figure lunges again, this time unleashing his tentacles. They slice through the forest, uprooting trees and obliterating everything in their path. Yet our boy skillfully dodges each strike with precision. As his back presses against the tree, Mustang spots an opportunity. Believing Damien is cornered, he charges forward without hesitation. In that moment, Damien unleashes his secret technique, 10,000 Flow Insight. Suddenly, time appears to slow to a crawl. In that frozen fraction of a second, he deftly redirects Mustang's fist, causing the attack to miss him entirely. A faint smile graces the MC's lips as he recalls the elixirs he consumed at the Duke's estate. They weren't in vain. He can now wield the technique at will. Enraged, Mustang lashes out, accusing him of relying on cheap tricks, and unleashes a furious barrage of tentacle strikes. The forest transforms into a chaotic battlefield filled with lethal strikes. Yet this time, the hero stands his ground. With a single hand, he effortlessly deflects each attack before reaching for his sword. In the blink of an eye, his speed becomes a blur, his blade flashing in rapid succession. Each strike lands with flawless precision, leaving his opponents in awe. Deep cuts mar Mustang's body as Damien lands gracefully on the ground, settling into a stable stance. In an instant, blood erupts from Mustang's wounds, his neck nearly severed. Disbelief fills his eyes as he struggles to comprehend how a low-class knight could possess such strength. Yet, before he can fully grasp the situation, dark energy begins to weave itself around him, mending the damage. His flesh stretches and reconnects as regeneration kicks in. Mustang growls, acknowledging that the hero is strong enough to have defeated Agito, but his dark mana grants him regeneration, rendering Damien's techniques ineffective. Instead of feeling apprehensive, our hero's excitement grows as he realizes he can now unleash his full power. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Sebastian and Ernst continue their fierce battle. The knight swings his spear, but Sebastian narrowly dodges it. The deadly force grazes his cheek before slamming into the ground with devastating impact. Seizing the moment, Sebastian retreats, creating some distance to catch his breath. Ernst, noticing Sebastian's heavy panting, mockingly remarks on how impressive it is that he has managed to last this long against him. Sebastian feels a wave of humiliation wash over him. The idea of battling someone who wields the dark arts fills him with disgust. The demon knight raises his spear once more, preparing for a final strike. Sebastian steadies his trembling shoulders, a single thought echoing in his mind: survive. His eyes flicker toward the section of the forest where Damien is locked in combat, and he silently prays for reinforcements to arrive soon. Back on the battlefield, the MC flicks the edge of his sword, sending a vibration through the blade that creates a faint hum in the air. Mustang scoffs, convinced it's nothing more than a bluff. Dark energy swirls within his monstrous mouth as he taunts Damien to try dodging this attack. The mana continues to surge, taking on the ominous appearance of a dragon's breath. As the moment reaches its climax, Mustang unleashes his attack. A black explosion rips through the air, sending a devastating wave of annihilation racing toward our hero. Yet, he remains perfectly calm. He raises his sword, and concentric ripples emanate from its tip. Dense waves of pure energy collide with the dark blast, and within seconds, the entire attack dissolves into nothingness. The heavy-set man watches in horror as the hero springs into action, leaping into the air with blinding speed. His sword descends with ruthless precision. One strike pierces Mustang's eye, while another cleaves through part of his skull, severing 2 of his tentacles. Additional strikes carve through his chest, leaving devastation in their wake. Damien lands softly, dark blood pooling beneath him. Mustang's flesh instinctively begins to regenerate, but before the process can complete, Damien charges again. His sword slices through the fat demon's body, tearing it into ribbons. Mustang collapses face first onto the ground, groaning in agony. He struggles to regenerate, but this time, nothing happens. Our boy approaches slowly, explaining that regeneration relies on dark mana, which isn't limitless. Enraged, the man demands to know how Damien acquired this knowledge. The hero offers no real answer, merely stating that it's none of his business. Suddenly, the demon bursts into laughter, reminding him that he was up against 2 opponents. While he was focused on him, Rebecca had already begun preparing a spell. With a fierce cry, she completed a 7th circle black magic death spell. Instantly, a gigantic reaper descended from above, poised to attack the MC. Mustang and Rebecca believed this would finally be the end for him. The scythe sliced through the air, coming within inches of its target. At that moment, the tattoo on Damien's palm ignites with a brilliant purple light. The flare is so intense that it engulfs everything around it. The Reaper's body begins to burn and dissolve, and within moments, nothing remains. Mustang and Rebecca stand frozen in shock, their faces drained of color. Damien looks at them with quiet disdain. To him, the entire trick seems pathetic. Mustang stammers in disbelief, insisting that the spell is one of Yulan's masterpieces, powerful enough to kill even a high-class knight. Hearing this, Damien suddenly bursts into laughter. With a mocking tone, he reflects on how dark mages cling to black magic as if it were divine power, when in reality, it's merely a parasite feeding off stolen souls. With that thought in mind, he resolves to wield that very power against them. The bracelet on his wrist erupts with energy, sending Rebecca flying backward as darkness envelops her body. She screams for her captain, while Mustang watches in disbelief, recognizing that the power the hero is using resembles black magic. In a chilling tone, he begins to explain that this isn't the same kind of black magic they know. In that moment, he unleashes a 9-circle black magic spell known as Pitch Darkness. A tendril of black mana extends from his fingertip, coiling around the sphere. Inside, Rebecca and Mustang are gripped by terror, for what they witness defies all logic. Outside, the hero lowers his finger, and the sphere begins to shrink ominously. Initially, everything unfolds at a slow pace, but then it accelerates dramatically. Amidst the chaos and destruction, our protagonist reveals a faint yet sinister smile. Moments later, Victor stirs and gradually awakens. His eyes scan the surroundings as he attempts to comprehend his location. Damien catches his gaze and gestures toward his face, subtly indicating that something is amiss. Victor touches his cheek in confusion, only to realize moments later that it's smeared with blood. Glancing down at his hands, he discovers they're both stained with dark, ominous blood. In an instant, his dramatic instincts take over. He begins to overreact, convinced that death is lurking just around the corner. Our boy observes him with a calm demeanor, as if he's watching a comedy show, before explaining that the blood on him belongs to the dark mages, having splattered during the fight. As he sheaths his sword, a sudden realization hits him. He completely forgot to interrogate the Yulan dark mages about Dorgo. With a determined gesture, he reaches out his hand and unleashes a surge of black energy from his bracelet. He mutters that he doesn't like doing this, but it's the only option left. Dark energy surges into the remnants of the dark mages. After a moment of stillness, 2 dark crystal spheres rise from the remains, emitting strange sounds. With a flick of his wrist, Damien uses telekinesis to draw the spheres toward him. Since they refuse to speak while alive, he decides to extract the truth directly from their souls. The frightened, trembling soul spheres of the dark mages materialize before him. With a swift gesture, he compels them to reveal all they know. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ernst's spear pierces straight through Sebastian's chest. The force of the blow sends Sebastian hurtling backward, crashing hard into a tree. The impact is so devastating that his armor shatters and he groans in agony. Despite his injuries, he struggles to stand, his body trembling and his breathing growing increasingly erratic. He collapses once more as Ernst approaches, spinning his spear with a chilling calmness. "I'll grant you peace by ending your life," Ernst declares coldly. Yet, the knight is resolute, and he vows to protect the Duke at all costs, even if it means sacrificing himself. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind, praising his efforts so far. To his surprise, it's none other than Ernst. As he approaches, Ernst chuckles, admitting he had actually intended to hunt him down. Damien offers a faint smile, silently amused by the assumption. Glancing at the soul spheres in his hands, he contemplates that he could easily take out Ernst with a single move. Furious, the possessed knight grits his teeth and charges forward, spear aimed directly at him. Yet, our boy stands his ground, unflinching. In a sudden burst of determination, he clenches his fist and shatters the soul spheres within his grasp. Ernst's body trembles, paralyzed by confusion as he struggles to comprehend how this is even possible. Behind him, Sebastian watches in stunned silence, unable to process the unfolding chaos. At that moment, dark mana erupts from Ernst's body. He screams in agony as the dark mana gems embedded within him begin to crack, their energy being violently torn away. In an instant, he shrivels into a frail, pitiful shell of his former self. Yet, even in his weakened state, he glares at the hero and mutters a vow of vengeance, promising to kill him. But just a heartbeat later, he collapses to the ground. Damien chuckles softly, finding Ernst's ignorance amusing. He never realized that the dark mage's soul controlling him was the very source of his black magic. Once that soul was destroyed, all the black magic tied to it vanished as well. Leaning against a tree, Sebastian inquires about how all of this unfolded. Damien casually speculates that it's likely a side effect of the black mana dissipating. As Sebastian struggles to stand, he asks about the dark mages who are pursuing him. Damien steps in to support him, suggesting they return to the duchy first and promising to explain everything along the way. The scene then shifts to the Gold Pixie Duchy, where the Duke acknowledges his suspicions were correct. He expresses his gratitude to the knight, but Sebastian quickly insists that his survival was solely thanks to Damien. The Duke turns to our hero, personally thanking him for vanquishing the dark mages. The hero responds calmly, stating that he merely did what was necessary and that the enemies weren't particularly formidable. Glancing at Sebastian, he adds that he had already deduced that once the dark mages were defeated, the black mana within Ernst would vanish as well. The Duke expresses his gratitude once more, acknowledging the hero's role in eliminating the threats to his family. With a touch of sadness, he adds that perhaps the souls of those they killed can finally find peace. Damien instantly realizes the Duke is referring to Chelsea. He mentions that he will be leaving now that the Duke's affairs are settled, but the Duke halts him, asking if he could stay just a little longer. The Duke explains that he wants him to remain because someone wishes to meet him. Curious, our boy asks who it is. Just then, the door swings open, revealing Agnes. Damien glances at her, feeling a twinge of discomfort, while she greets him with a warm smile, saying it's been ages since they last saw each other. Later, the two find themselves sitting alone in the garden of the Gold Pixie estate, sipping tea together. Meanwhile, not far away, the Duke and Victor crouch behind some bushes, watching them with keen interest. The Duke can hardly believe his eyes. As he gazes at the girl, he questions whether someone so delicate truly belongs to the church. Victor quietly affirms that she does, and adds that she knows his young master. The Duke admits that Agnes is nothing like he had imagined. He remarks that appearances can be deceiving, all the while carefully observing the two of them. To him, it almost feels like they're sharing a romantic moment. In reality, their conversation is far more serious. The girl presses Damien about the Dark Mage incident, and he recounts everything that transpired, detailing how he defeated the Dark Mages. After hearing his story, Agnes nods, realizing everything makes sense now. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingers in her voice, as she admits she wishes she could have witnessed the battle herself. As the atmosphere grows more relaxed, she playfully remarks that he seems to have quite the history with dark mages. He responds with a knowing smile. Observing her closely, he mentions that he was aware the church had sent an investigator for this matter, but he never anticipated that the investigator would be Agnes. Her face flushes a deep red, and she shyly confesses that she volunteered for the mission after learning he would be present. A moment later, she recalls something important and asks if he discovered which organization the dead dark mages belong to. Before responding, the hero hesitates. He understands that revealing the truth would only complicate matters further, so he chooses to conceal what he knows. He claims he hasn't learned anything about them and suggests they weren't particularly powerful. He speculates that they might not belong to any organization at all. Hearing this, the girl lowers her head and admits she had wondered if they could be connected to the Yulin group. The mention of Yulon piques Damien's curiosity. Noticing that Agnes has been investigating them for quite some time, he asks her why she is so interested in them. The girl visibly tenses, gripping her teacup tightly with both hands as she steadies herself. With a deep breath, she clarifies that she isn't actually searching for Yulon itself. Instead, her focus is on a specific dark mage who was once affiliated with the group. When he inquires about the mage's identity, she bites her lip in frustration, her anger palpable as she describes him as a mass murderer responsible for the deaths of thousands. According to her, he's a monster known worldwide as Corpse Play. The moment Damien hears that name, shock washes over him. He knows exactly who she's referring to. Agnes assumes he's likely heard the name before as well. Her fists clench tightly, veins bulging on her hands, and mana begins to seep from her body as she fights to contain her fury. She explains that no one knows the true identity of Corpse Play. His notorious reputation began after a chilling incident in which an entire noble territory was overrun by the undead in just one night. When the knights finally arrived and vanquished the creatures, they discovered something horrific in the town square, a massive symbol crafted entirely from corpses and severed body parts. Written in bloody letters formed from flesh was the chilling phrase, Corpse Play. As she recalls the horrific event, she instinctively covers her mouth to stifle her disgust. Her anger intensifies as she remembers that the slaughter was merely a grotesque announcement of the monster's existence to the world. Observing her, our protagonist begins to understand that her relentless pursuit of Yulon is likely fueled by motivations he still struggles to comprehend. He can sense the intense emotions radiating from her. As he gazes at her, he realizes that revealing what he knows might not be the best choice. The truth is, he already knows Corpse Play's true identity. Memories from his past life as a Death Knight surge back, reminding him that in the future, Corpse Play earns Dorgo's trust and ultimately rises to become one of his Legion commanders. Leading a massive undead army, he stands on the front lines, mercilessly slaughtering countless humans. Damien remains lost in those haunting memories until Agnes suddenly calls his name, jolting him back to reality. Gathering his thoughts, he listens as she asks him to inform her if he ever uncovers anything about Corpse Play. He falls silent for a moment, weighing his response before finally agreeing with a soft sigh. Soon after, the hero rises from his chair and inquires if the interrogation can be deemed complete, having shared all he knows about the dark mages. The girl smiles serenely and confirms that it's over, thanking him for his cooperation. Damien acknowledges her gratitude and then glances toward the flower beds, where the Duke and Victor remain concealed. Locking eyes with their hiding spot, he declares that the questioning has concluded. He then asks if he can finally return to his original schedule. Realizing there's no reason to continue hiding, the Duke steps out from the bushes, brushing the dust off his clothes while Victor follows behind with a grin. The Duke concedes that there's no longer any reason to keep him around. As our boy prepares to leave, the Duke wishes him a safe journey and reminds him to be cautious on the road. The scene shifts to the Hexen estate, where Damien's older sister Louise stands outside. Abel approaches her and asks if she's waiting out there again. She turns to him, curious about his presence. With a light laugh, Abel explains that he came to check on her after noticing she had suddenly disappeared. In a teasing tone, he asks if she truly believes that standing outside will bring Damien back any faster. He suggests she go inside and wait comfortably. The sister smiles softly, assuring him that she's fine and will head inside later. Abel sighs, questioning if she's really that worried. Louise quickly admits that she is. She describes Damien as a gentle young man who journeyed alone to a duke's estate. As he listens, memories of Damien's far less gentle moments flood his mind, causing him to seriously question that description. Instead of arguing, he simply stands by as she prays for her brother's safe return. Suddenly, her eyes widen, and she freezes, spotting the hero in the distance. The moment she sees him clearly, a warm smile blossoms on her face, and tears well up in her eyes. In the next scene, the MC's parents stand outside, staring in disbelief at the enormous pile of gifts before them. The father can hardly comprehend it, questioning whether all of this truly came from the Duke. Damien simply offers a faint smile, gesturing toward the towering stack of presents. Yes, he confirms, all of this was given by the Duke as a farewell gift. With his usual smile, he turns to his dad and announces that the first gift is for him. He hands over a book and gestures toward a nearby cart overflowing with even more books and treasures. Damien explains that he purchased them from the duchy's bookstores, mentioning that some are currently trending in the capital. For a moment, his dad stands frozen in disbelief, struggling to process the unexpected surprise. The moment he lays eyes on the gifts, they sparkle with excitement. He quickly identifies several titles, including Lady Delphinelle's latest poetry collection and Baron Dallock's newest novel. Turning to his mom, he proudly reveals that he has gifted her a beautifully crafted wardrobe, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Her eyes light up as she admires the high-quality cedar wood. When she catches sight of a nearby rosewood table, her joy only deepens, radiating warmth and happiness. After that, Damien glances at his older sister Louise and tells her that her gift is waiting nearby. Suddenly, a magnificent grand piano crafted by the artisan Buckley appears before her. Louise is utterly speechless, her face flushing with shock and joy. Without hesitation, she rushes forward and envelops Damien in a tight hug. The hero reassures her that the soldiers will assist in moving the piano inside. Even after she releases him, the sister continues to affectionately pat his head, showering her little brother with praise. Meanwhile, Damien glances at Abel, who is pointedly avoiding eye contact. Clearing his throat, Damien casually inquires about what's bothering him. Abel feigns indifference, insisting that his expression is just his natural look. With a teasing glint in his eye, Damien asks if Abel is upset because his older brother forgot to get him a gift. Abel immediately becomes flustered, insisting that he doesn't care. Damien remains silent, raising his right hand as the air in front of him begins to ripple. Abel's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at this strange phenomenon. With a sense of pride, the hero explains that it's a special storage space. He reaches into the distorted air with his left hand and pulls out a bow. As he presents the gift to Abel, he reveals that it's meant for him. Moments later, he carefully stores it away. With a mischievous grin, Damien leans in closer to his younger brother and whispers that Lady Olivia Copperhead would likely appreciate a gift like that if the timing were just right. He adds with a teasing tone that if his little brother is contemplating marriage, it's only natural for an older brother to lend a helping hand. Panicking, Abel waves his hands, demanding to know what Damien is talking about. With a laugh, Damien teases his brother, asking if he really doesn't have feelings for Lady Olivia. Abel stumbles over his words, desperately trying to deny it, but eventually lowers his head in defeat. In a quiet voice, he admits that Lady Olivia doesn't even know who he is. Hearing this, Damien ponders for a moment before confidently declaring that he already has a plan. He explains that he heard at the Duke's estate that the Copperhead family is planning to hold a martial tournament during their daughter's birthday celebration. According to him, Abel is going to participate in that tournament, providing him the perfect opportunity to meet Olivia. The little brother is taken aback and quickly points out that martial tournaments are typically for knights and swordsmen. Damien simply nods in agreement, leaving his brother even more puzzled. Abel points out that he can't even fight, but the hero just smiles and gives a thumbs up, revealing his plan to fight in Abel's stead. A few days later, the scene shifts to the quaint town of River Cross. Inside a bustling tavern, a knight announces that the Copperhead family is organizing a martial tournament. Another knight verifies the rumor, adding that the prize is said to be quite substantial. Just then, one of the knights recalls another piece of news. Damien, the eldest son of Viscount Hexen, is also entering the tournament. At a nearby table, a man and a woman react instantly upon hearing his name. Meanwhile, the knights continue their discussion about him, their excitement palpable. One knight boasts that he defeated the successor of Lionbloom without even drawing his sword. Another immediately dismisses this as nonsense, insisting that no one could achieve victory that way. The first knight, with a smug grin, adds that Damien isn't just powerful, he's also incredibly handsome, prompting annoyed glares from the others. Suddenly, loud laughter erupts from a nearby table where a woman is laughing uncontrollably. She points at the knights and glances at her fiancé. He finishes his drink, a smug smile creeping across his face as he remarks that this conversation is becoming ridiculous. The knight, who had been boasting about his own looks, stands up in a huff and strides over to them. With a scowl, he demands to know what's so amusing and if they are mocking the most handsome knight in River Cross. Despite one of his friends attempting to intervene, Jackson remains utterly composed. The woman gently clarifies that there has been a misunderstanding. They were actually discussing Damien Hexen, not him. However, the knight stubbornly insists that he heard every word. At that moment, Jackson rises slowly, his demeanor icy, as he coldly inquires if the knight was flirting with his fiancée. Before the knight can respond, Jackson's fist crashes into his face. Teeth shatter, blood sprays, and the knight is sent flying backward. The blonde man scowls at the others, berating them for daring to look at his fiancée. Provoked, the men draw their swords, preparing for a fight. Jackson exhales in disappointment, muttering, "Fools have no idea who they're dealing with." The two knights charge at him, but the blonde man remains composed as she calmly draws his sword, signaling the start of the battle. Amidst the chaos, the woman sits quietly, his expression almost bored. Blood splatters nearby, yet she simply yawns, unfazed. Moments later, one knight lies beaten and bloodied, while Jackson advances toward the remaining opponent. As Jackson approaches the defeated knight, he crouches down, points to himself, and asks if the knight still doesn't recognize him. The injured knight, groaning in pain, demands to know who he is. Jackson's smile vanishes in an instant, replaced by annoyance. With a swift motion, he delivers another punch, drawing even more blood. Standing up, he calls out to Sophia, grumbling that these fools actually believe Damien is more famous than him. The legendary ogre slayer Jackson Cutter. Sophia wraps her arms around him from behind, offering a faint smile as she reassures him that the men are just clueless. In a sudden burst of frustration, she angrily kicks one of the unconscious knights, but as she does, her expression shifts, revealing a deeper turmoil within. She can't fathom how someone like Damien, whom she once dismissed as insignificant, has risen to such fame in such a short time. As his face flashes in her mind, a spark of hatred ignites in her heart. This woman is none other than Damien's ex-fiancée, Sophia Russell. The scene shifts back to the Hexen Viscount estate, where the entire family stands at the gate, bidding farewell to the MC. The mother, her voice tinged with sadness, remarks that her son has just returned and is already preparing to leave again. Louise calls out to both brothers, urging them to stay safe during their travels. The hero responds with a warm smile, reassuring his mother and sister that they have nothing to worry about. Just then, their father steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of his sons. He explains that he agreed to this trip because it presents a valuable opportunity to bring honor and recognition to the Hexen name. Despite his outward confidence, he can't shake the unease that lingers within him, knowing their journey will take them far from home. Turning to his younger son, he reveals that Damien has already shared everything with him. He adds, with a hint of regret, that had he known about Abel's feelings for the young lady of the Copperhead family sooner, he would have sent a formal marriage proposal long ago. Embarrassed, Abel quickly waves his hands, insisting that everything is fine. Paul then tells both of his sons to return safely. The two bow their heads in unison, promising they will. However, their father's expression shifts to one of seriousness. He locks eyes with Abel and reminds him not to forget their earlier conversation. Abel immediately stiffens, casting a confused glance at Damien. Adjusting his glasses and maintaining his composure, he quietly agrees. Paul gives both of them a reassuring pat on the back before guiding them toward the carriage, wishing them a safe journey. Moments later, our boy leans halfway out of the carriage door, waving goodbye to his family. They continue to wave back as the carriage gradually disappears into the distance. The journey unfolds over many long days. The carriage rolls through vast fields, winding valleys, and rocky roads, drawing closer to Count Copperhead's estate. Inside, the hero sits beside Victor while Abel occupies the seat opposite them, engrossed in a book. Victor steals glances at the two young masters, the silence stretching on for several hours without a single word exchanged between them. He can't understand why they're both so quiet and wonders how much longer he'll endure the silence. Even the hero feels the weight of the awkwardness. It dawns on him that this is the first time he's traveled alone with his brother, and he has no idea how to spark a conversation. Finally, Victor takes the initiative to break the silence, asking Abel how he became interested in Lady Olivia. Abel's face flushes with embarrassment as he questions why Victor would ask something like that. Victor, barely containing his laughter, explains that the journey is long and someone had to spark a conversation. Observing his brother's reaction, Damien can't help but find the situation amusing. It dawns on him that even in his past life, he never truly understood how his feelings for Olivia had begun. Now he's curious too. Leaning back comfortably, he encourages his brother to share the story, as there's not much else to do on the road. Accepting defeat, Abel takes a deep breath and begins. It all started 4 years ago at a grand gathering of the Western nobles. It was there that he first noticed Lady Olivia standing gracefully in an elegant green Elise-style gown. The color complemented her brown hair beautifully, drawing people to her from every direction. Abel remembers that, in that moment, she appeared as if she had stepped right out of a painting. To him, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Back in the present, Victor remarks that it sounds like Abel simply fell for her looks. Meanwhile, Abel feels a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a deeper connection. He recalls that in his past life, the two of them ultimately ended up together. Count Copperhead had humiliatingly rejected Abel's marriage proposal. Following that rejection, his brother isolated himself from the world, living in solitude. Eventually, he even met his end at Damien's own hands. As he gazes at his brother now, Damien feels a faint ache in his heart. He silently vows that this time, things will be different. Abel refuses to face the same fate again. Feeling Damien's intense gaze upon him, he shifts uncomfortably. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the Copperhead territory. Our group stands before the grand entrance gate, where a massive birthday banner flutters in the wind. Victor looks around in awe, remarking on just how astonishingly large this event is. Damien chuckles softly. Count Copperhead must have spent a fortune on this celebration. As they begin to walk forward, a man emerges from the gate, halting them with a demand to know their identities. Victor eagerly steps up, explaining that they have arrived from Viscount Hexen's household. The man checks a list, searching for the Hexen name. He then glances at Damien, pausing before asking, "Are you Sir Damien Hexen?" Resting a hand on his brother's shoulder, our protagonist confidently confirms his identity and introduces Abel as his younger brother. Instantly, the man's demeanor shifts. He bows apologetically and introduces himself as Connor, the head butler of House Copperhead. With a respectful tone, he invites them to follow him. Moments later, they arrive at a grand lodging tent set up for guests. Inside, Connor explains that the quarters have been arranged specifically for them. Victor wanders around the room, clearly impressed by its size. The butler politely informs them that they only need to call for him if they require anything, then departs with his signature's smooth professionalism. Abel surveys the surroundings and remarks that the accommodations are excellent. He muses that Count Copperhead must be quite the hospitable host. However, our protagonist remembers Count Copperhead in a very different light. In his experience, the Count has never been particularly generous. Deep down, he suspects the Count might be trying to exploit his newfound reputation. Pulling aside a curtain, he informs the others that he's going to take a quick look around while they rest. But his brother suddenly adopts a serious tone and stops him, insisting that he will accompany him. Confused, the hero asks, "Why?" Abel replies that he can't let him wander off alone because he made a promise to their father. Their father had instructed him to stop Damien if it ever seemed like he might cause trouble. Amused, Damien laughs and asks his brother if he really thinks he's some reckless kid. With that, he steps outside the tent. As he turns around, he accidentally collides with her, causing the girl to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. From a distance, Jackson shouts her name and rushes over. The moment he reaches Damien, he grabs him by the collar, furious, and accuses him of not paying attention. But as he gets a clearer look at Damien's face, his anger begins to dissipate and he recognizes him. Our boy simply stares at him in confusion. Sophia rises to her feet, brushing off her clothes. Feeling a bit awkward, she silently wonders why she has to run into Damien here, of all places, on this particular day. Regaining her composure, she offers him an uneasy smile and says it's been a long time. At this, Bro lets out a small sigh and asks if he knows her. The two of them freeze for a moment, caught off guard. Frustration flashes across the girl's face as she struggles to comprehend why he's acting as if he's never met either of them. Without saying a word, the hero grips Jackson's wrist and gently but firmly pulls his hand away from his collar. Just then, Abel and Victor emerge from the tent, curiosity etched on their faces as they ask what's happening. He instantly recognizes Sophia, leaving Damien puzzled. "Do you know her?" he asks. The brother can hardly believe his ears. "Sophia was my fiancée," he reminds the hero. Sophia's face flushes with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she quickly averts her gaze. Our protagonist observes her silently, his expression unreadable, but the sight of her stirs a torrent of memories within him. He recalls that rainy night when the guards forcibly expelled him, his desperate cries for Sophia echoing in the air as he begged her to intervene. Sophia confirmed that Jackson was indeed the former fiancé she had mentioned. In disbelief, he asked how she could so easily sever their bond. With a cold demeanor, still clutching Jackson's hand, Sophia explained that their engagement had merely been a promise made by their grandfathers. It held no significance for her anymore. She introduced herself as Sophia Russell and dismissed him as a worthless boy from a minor noble house, claiming he was never good enough for her. Her words shattered him completely. Jackson looked down at him, declaring that he was only sparing him out of respect for Sophia. Otherwise, he would have shown him his place before they walked away. Suddenly, the hero charged forward, aiming a strike at the blonde guy. In response, Jackson unleashed a brutal counterattack, delivering a flurry of blows until the hero collapsed. Even then, Damien's eyes searched for Sophia, only to find her standing silently with her arms folded, completely unmoved. The memory fades, and in the present, he watches them both, still seething with anger over what they did. To reclaim her lost aura, the girl bursts into laughter and remarks that he's only pretending not to remember because he's ashamed of that day. Damien furrows his brow, struggling to grasp his meaning. She continues, calling him as pathetic as he once was. Jackson joins in with a loud laugh, mocking Damien for trying to act like a big shot while conveniently forgetting his past connections. With a smirk, he extends a hand, saying, "It's good to see you again." Damien studies the hand for a moment, then lets out a faint, amused smile as he accepts it. Jackson's expression shifts to one of smug satisfaction, but in the blink of an eye, he is suddenly lifted into the air and hurled back to the ground like a rag doll. With a teasing grin, Damien remarks that Jackson might have used just a bit too much force. Deep down, he feels a strange gratitude toward that fool for providing him with an excuse to unleash his fury. Despite the brutal beating he just endured, the guy rises to his feet and unsheathes his sword. The hero can hardly contain his excitement as he declares that whoever bleeds first will lose. Just as tensions begin to rise, a voice calls out to Jackson, urging him to stop. The blonde immediately freezes, turning toward the sound and recognizes the man as his master. The man concedes that it's remarkable how a seemingly useless boy like Damien has become so strong in such a short time. Damien remains composed, asking if the man knows him, already sensing that the power before him is far from trivial. The man halts in front of him and confirms that he knows him very well. With a wave of his hand, he dismisses Jackson, ordering him to leave if his little performance is finished. The blonde guy protests angrily, but a single glance from the man silences him instantly. Reluctantly, he walks away, muttering about revenge under his breath. As they depart, the hero calls out teasingly, questioning if they're really just gonna walk away like that. The man pauses, glances back slightly, and introduces himself as Jacques Noir, urging Damien to remember his name before striding away. A faint smile crosses the MC's face. He senses that things are about to get interesting. Later, at the campsite, Jackson bursts into the tent, seething with anger. He demands to know why he was stopped, insisting he could have handled that guy on his own. Before he can finish, his master suddenly grabs him by the throat, reminding him that he had already warned him against making unnecessary noise or drawing attention. With a swift motion, Jacques throws him down, watching as he gasps for air. "If I hadn't intervened," he explains, "Damien would have killed you without breaking a sweat." The blonde guy shakes his head in disbelief, but his master insists, "The boy you saw is far beyond your level. He warns him not to provoke him again. The master then declares that their sole purpose here is the martial tournament, emphasizing that all focus must remain on it. When Jackson questions why they are pursuing a connection with Olivia despite his engagement, the master silences him. He reminds Jackson of his position and warns him not to question his orders over personal matters. Finally, Jacques reveals that winning the tournament and forging a connection with Olivia are crucial for his own ambitions. When asked about his goal, he turns toward the exit, a twisted smile creeping across his face as he declares that his wish is to attain the rank of master. His words leave Jackson utterly bewildered, and he can only mutter master rank under his breath in confusion. The guy doesn't linger. He simply puts on his hat and steps outside, stating he'll dig up information on Count Copperhead while focusing on preparing for the tournament. The moment Sophia sees Jacques leave, she ducks into the tent and rushes over to Jackson, worry etched on his face. As she approaches, she immediately notices the marks on his neck and leans in closer, his concern deepening. The blonde guy insists he's fine, but deep down a different kind of anger begins to simmer. He silently curses his master, wondering why, if he wants something done, he can't just explain it properly. He has no idea how winning a tournament relates to achieving the master rank. Frustrated, he vows that once he surpasses the middle-class rank, he will personally take out Damien. At the same time, on the tournament grounds, crowds gather outside the arena, whispering and spreading rumors about our boy. He strolls through the throng with a relaxed smile, completely unfazed by the attention. Victor quietly notes how many people now recognize him, and our boy responds with a wide grin, clearly reveling in the moment. Heavy drum beats reverberate through the arena as Count Chester Copperhead steps forward, announcing the grand celebration he's hosting for his daughter's birthday. He expresses his gratitude to everyone for attending. However, the younger brother barely registers his words. His gaze is fixated on Olivia, and everything else fades into the background. The Count continues, proclaiming that the tournament champion's fame will echo throughout the region, promising incredible rewards for the victors. The competition will span 2 days, featuring both team battles and individual matches. He also informs everyone that healing mages are on standby, urging them to give it their all without restraint. As he announces that the first match will begin in 2 hours, the crowd erupts in cheers. Damien's excitement surges as the tournament finally kicks off. After a brief separation from his group, he makes his way to the competition area. Meanwhile, Count Copperhead glances at his daughter, remarking that she could at least attempt to look happy, considering the whole event is for her. Olivia responds coldly, making it clear she never asked for any of this. To her, the tournament is merely a platform for her father to flaunt his status, and she couldn't care less. The Count dismisses her criticism, insisting that she'll come to appreciate it once the matches begin and the crowd gets swept up in the excitement. The first event is announced, a team battle monster hunt. The audience erupts in cheers for their favorite competitors, while Damien stands nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. Jackson, noticing he's in the same group as the hero, glares at him bitterly from afar. Above, his fiancée cheers for him with unbridled enthusiasm. Feeling incredibly confident, the guy boasts that a monster hunt is tailor-made for him, tossing Sophia a playful gesture, as if the entire arena were his personal stage. The participants line up in front of the gates, anticipation buzzing in the air. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms overhead. As the gates rise, 2 enormous trolls charge into the arena, sending everyone into a frenzy of panic. One knight attempts to rally the others, shouting for them to scatter, but before he can finish, a troll swiftly brings him down. Blood sprays across the arena, and a single drop lands on Damien's cheek. Our boy slowly wipes the blood away, a strange look of enjoyment flickering across his face as he glances up at Count Copperhead. He realizes that the Count truly revels in this kind of danger. The troll's attack is so brutal that the knight dies instantly, leaving the audience in stunned silence at the gruesome sight. People recoil in horror as a noblewoman seated near the front is splattered with blood, letting out a piercing scream. Around her, others grapple with disbelief, questioning whether those creatures are truly trolls and if that knight is really dead. Even Olivia is taken aback. She covers her mouth, her eyes wide as she stares at the chaos unfolding below. Next to her, Count Copperhead clicks his tongue in annoyance, finding it pathetic that the knight fell so easily. His daughter overhears him and demands to know why trolls were unleashed during what was meant to be a simple tournament match. The Count responds calmly, explaining that weak participants must be weeded out so that the true champion can emerge. Olivia vehemently objects, but before she can elaborate, the crowd's attention shifts as cheers for Andrew Graydon ripple through the arena. The Count narrows his eyes, remarking that the audience always craves excitement. The more intense the spectacle, the more they revel in it. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Jackson charges at one of the trolls. Sliding beneath its reach, he lands a clean slash to its leg before striking a heroic pose for the audience. The troll roars in pain, but its wound begins regenerating almost instantly. Jackson's expression hardens as he realizes the creature's regeneration is astonishingly powerful, and regular attacks won't be effective. Meanwhile, our boy remains in a quiet corner of the battlefield, calmly observing the other knights. He recalls the strange waiver he had to sign before entering the tournament, and now it all makes sense. Count Copperhead is living up to his reckless reputation. A massive troll raises both fists, preparing to smash the ground. The blonde barely dodges the attack, realizing that facing a monster like this alone is a monumental disadvantage. Without warning, a female knight charges forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the troll's arm. Blood splatters into its eyes, momentarily blinding the beast. Enraged, the creature begins swinging wildly. One of its attacks connects with the knight, but she skillfully blocks it, the force sending her sliding backward across the battlefield. The troll shifts its full attention to her, unwittingly creating an opening for another knight armed with a spear. He charges in from the side, driving the spear deep into the troll's legs. Blood pours down the creature's body as it staggers and collapses to its knees. Seizing the moment, the knight leaps up, aiming to deliver the final blow, but in a shocking twist, the troll catches him midair with both hands. Before anyone can react, the knight is crushed to death in the monster's grip. Seizing the opportunity, Jackson surges forward, adrenaline coursing through him. He channels mana into his blade and swings in one fluid motion. The strike cleanly severs the troll's neck, and its massive head thuds against the ground. The arena erupts with cheers as the crowd buzzes with excitement, eagerly asking who the victorious knight is. Above, Sophia watches with pride and admiration, softly repeating his name. Standing before the fallen troll, the blonde knight breathes heavily, his lungs burning from exhaustion, yet a satisfied smile spreads across his face. He believes the crowd has finally witnessed his greatness. Raising his sword high into the air, he proudly declares his intention to become the strongest knight. However, that triumphant moment is cut short when the shadow of the second troll looms over him. The monster's massive fist is already descending. Acting on instinct, he raises his sword to block. He manages to deflect the blow, but the sheer force sends him hurtling several meters across the arena. He struggles to rise, his body trembling, cursing himself for completely forgetting about the second troll. As Jackson continues to push himself up, he suddenly hears the MC's voice. Our hero casually remarks that it seems he finally has to step in. With his hands still stuffed in his pockets, he reflects that even if this whole role-playing scenario feels a bit absurd, he knows he must play his part. The moment he steps forward, the troll charges at him, intent on murder. Lying on the ground, Jackson mentally berates him, convinced that facing a troll alone is nothing short of suicide. The troll's massive fist hurtles toward the MC's face, yet he doesn't flinch. Just before the impact, he activates his secret move, Myriad Flow Insight, effortlessly redirecting the attack with a single fluid motion. With a nimble leap, he lands atop the troll's head, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. In midair, he unsheathes his sword and slices cleanly through the monster, cleaving it from the crown of its skull all the way down. The secret art, terror-slaying sword, truly lives up to its fearsome reputation. Blood erupts outward, painting the battlefield in a vivid crimson, while Jackson stands frozen, staring at Damien in utter shock. The crowd, witnessing the spectacle, erupts into cheers for our hero. Even Count Copperhead joins in, clapping enthusiastically, beginning to believe that the tales about this young warrior might actually hold some truth. Damien casually flicks the blood off his blade, splattering some onto Jackson and deepening his humiliation. With a nonchalant air, he opens his subspace and stores his sword away, as if the entire fight had been nothing more than a casual stroll. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to chant his name, while Jackson lies there seething. Each cheer feels like another blow to his pride. That night, inside the banquet hall, the chatter of noble ladies suddenly hushed, giving way to excited whispers. All eyes were fixed on Damien and Abel as the brothers entered the room, impeccably dressed from head to toe. The younger brother leaned in, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "How did you manage to get clothes like this?" he asked, clearly impressed. Damien calmly reveals that he purchased it from a renowned shop called Moonlight Wave. The price nearly leaves Abel speechless. But after quietly expressing his gratitude, Damien reassures him not to worry about it. The noblewomen cease their whispers and openly admire the main character. Some praise his striking masculine features, while others jokingly declare him their new favorite candidate. This sudden attention, however, does not sit well with the blonde guy, who can't fathom why everyone is so captivated by him. His thoughts drift back to the troll fight, and he recalls the humiliation inflicted by Damien. He glances at Sophia, seeking her support, but she seems barely aware of him. Her gaze is locked on the hero, and for the first time, she wonders if he has always been this handsome. Just then, the announcer's voice echoes through the hall, commanding silence. Count Copperhead strides in proudly, accompanied by his daughter. The Count addresses the guests, commending their bravery throughout the night and expressing confidence that the final matches will be just as thrilling. With a flourish, he announces it's time to unveil the grand prize. A wave of curiosity ripples through the crowd as he approaches one of the flaming pots. To everyone's astonishment, he plunges his entire fist into the fire. Abel instinctively recoils, and many guests hold their breath in disbelief. The Count chuckles, reassuring everyone not to worry. When he withdraws his hand, his skin remains completely unscathed. He reveals that his immunity is all thanks to the treasure he holds. Our protagonist instantly recognizes the orb from his previous life. Yet, he isn't the only one captivated by it. Jacques stands among the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the spirit's heart. The Count explains that the treasure shields its owner from flames and helps regulate body temperature. With pride, he declares it priceless before announcing it will be awarded to the tournament winner. Damien's eyes widen as he realizes that offering something so valuable as a prize reveals the Count's ignorance of its true worth. A grin spreads across his face as the reward suddenly becomes far more enticing. After that, the Count invites everyone to indulge in the banquet. With a mere flick of his finger, music fills the air, and the party comes alive once more. A grand birthday cake is unveiled, followed by the presentation of gifts. Among the guests, a young noble steps forward, introducing himself as the son of Baron Nathan. The Count recognizes the family name and recalls that their region is renowned for its apples. A man steps forward, presenting a cosmetic product crafted by the alchemists of Michu School. Though the Count feigns interest, internally he remains unimpressed and simply offers a polite thank you. Moments later, Charlie from House Zion showcases a necklace adorned with a rare 7-colored crystal. At first glance, the Count acts captivated, but inside, he thinks to himself that his family already possesses more than enough of those crystals. Watching quietly from below, our protagonist realizes that the real competition has already begun. However, it's clear that gifts of this caliber are doing little to impress the Count. Then, Jackson steps forward, introducing himself with respect. Despite his reputation as an ogre slayer, the Count doesn't even acknowledge his name. Suppressing his annoyance, the blonde man presents a legendary vitality elixir, a potion said to grant seemingly endless energy for an entire day with just a single sip. For the first time, genuine interest sparkles in the Count's eyes. Internally, Jackson is elated. Everything is unfolding perfectly according to his plan. The Count graciously accepts the gift, showering it with praise and even promising to remember Jackson's name. The blonde man maintains a respectful bow, but inside he's bursting with triumph. Once he steps away, the hero turns to his brother, urging him to prepare for their turn. The two rivals brush past each other on the stairs, silence hanging heavily between them. Jackson casts a wary glance back, but Damien's focus is solely on the Count. The Count's face lights up at the sight of him, and he immediately commends Damien for his recent accomplishments. The two brothers bow to each other with respect. As the Count praises Damien's burgeoning reputation, our protagonist humbly brushes off the compliments, insisting they are exaggerated. Meanwhile, Olivia remains completely indifferent, her disinterest in the banquet evident. Damien observes how difficult she is to impress, but steadies himself after a quick glance at his brother. With renewed confidence, he turns to the Count and mentions that he and Abel have brought a special gift just for the young lady. The Count's curiosity piques as he wonders what someone of his stature could possibly offer. Damien opens a special storage space, and the Count instantly recognizes it as a rare magical tool. Reaching inside, he retrieves a beautifully curved wooden object. As the gift emerges, Olivia's gaze sharpens for the first time. It turns out to be a bow. Damien proudly holds it aloft, showcasing it to everyone present. Count Copperhead stares at the bow, clearly puzzled, unable to grasp what makes it so special. Meanwhile, Olivia leans forward in her seat, her eyes widening and her mouth falling open in astonishment. For the first time that evening, she genuinely appears intrigued. A few guests begin to whisper nervously among themselves, confessing their confusion as they see nothing more than an ordinary bow. The Count's expression gradually falls as disappointment washes over him. He assumes the hero has brought some trivial gift that his daughter will hardly appreciate. Before anyone can utter another word, Olivia suddenly leaps from her chair, her eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaims that it's an incredible bow. Her reaction leaves her father utterly speechless. Seeing that she's completely captivated by the gift, our boy can't help but smile. This is precisely the reaction he was hoping for. He quickly gives the signal and urges Abel not to just stand there, but to pass the bow to her. Inside the banquet hall, the girl draws back the bowstring with all her strength. Damien watches with a satisfied grin, realizing that the rumors about Olivia's passion for hunting are indeed true. This reinforces his belief that winning someone over requires understanding what truly matters to them. After examining it closely, Olivia concedes that the bow's elasticity is remarkable. She turns to the hero and inquires if it's crafted from a minotaur's horn. He confirms his suspicion, revealing that he anticipated she would recognize it. He then elaborates that the bow was forged from the horn of the minotaur that leads the entire herd. Jackson freezes in place, a chill running down her spine. He quickly understands that Damien is referring to a monster so formidable that even a middle-class warrior would find it nearly impossible to defeat alone. Meanwhile, the girl inspects the inside of the bow and discovers an inscription. As she reads the name Gust, disbelief washes over her. Clutching the bow tightly to her chest, she asks, her voice trembling, if it was truly crafted by the legendary blacksmith August. At the mention of that name, Count Copperhead jolts upright in shock. Our boy calmly confirms its truth. The Count strides over and takes the bow from his daughter's hands, asking once more if it truly belongs to Master August. It turns out that this man is renowned as the finest blacksmith in the entire Apple Kingdom, with one of his shields having once fetched an astonishing price at auction. The dad openly admits that this feels like an incredible stroke of luck. He never expected to receive such a precious gift in his lifetime. Olivia quickly snatches the bow back, declaring it hers. Hugging it possessively, she turns to Damien, his eyes shining with gratitude as she thanks him sincerely. The hero, however, redirects the praise, explaining that he wasn't the one who acquired it. Pointing to Abel, he reveals that his brother went to great lengths to secure such a remarkable gift. The girl shifts her attention to the younger brother, inquiring if that's true. With admiration in her eyes, she admits she's genuinely curious about how he managed to pull it off. Damien gives him a playful nudge and suggests that perhaps Olivia would prefer to hear the story directly from him. Eagerly, she agrees, her gaze fixed on the little brother. After receiving permission from her father, he calls his brother forward. Abel jumps, stumbles over his words, and musters his courage. Finally, he approaches her, greeting the girl in a trembling voice. Meanwhile, from a corner of the hall, Jackson's master steps forward, revealing that something has gone awry with their plans. He glances at the hero and realizes that his abilities far exceed his expectations. Frustration wells up inside him. It seems the Hexen brothers are on the verge of winning both the tournament and the Count's daughter. Turning away, he instructs the blonde guy to follow him. Jackson, slightly confused, complies. Before they leave, he turns to Sophia and tells his to stay put and wait. As they all depart, our boy can't help but flash an evil smile. The next morning at the Copperhead estate, the group walks together toward the arena. Abel catches his brother giving him a strange look and asks why he's staring. Damien teases him, pointing out how surprisingly smooth and confident he was with Olivia the night before, remarking that the vibe between them seemed quite nice. Abel freezes in place, his face turning a bright shade of red as he stammers, insisting that he's more than capable of handling such things too. Damien and Victor erupt into laughter, with the hero joking that he'll be waiting for some good news. Abel lingers behind, awkwardly thanking him. Suddenly, he spins around, suspicion etched on his face, and demands to know what that was all about. His brother clarifies that he's simply grateful for the opportunity Abel has arranged for him. In response, Damien playfully draws his sword and asks if he is truly his brother. He adds that looking out for his own sibling is simply the natural thing to do. At those words, a warm smile spreads across Abel's face, and he quickly rushes to catch up with the two of them. Moments later, the arena hosts the second match, and the hero launches himself forward with a powerful flying punch. The sheer force of his strike shatters his opponent's sword before crashing directly into the man's face. The impact sends him hurtling into the arena wall, where he collapses, unconscious. The crowd erupts into cheers, chanting Damien's name in a thunderous wave. With this overwhelming victory, he secures his place in the finals. Amid the celebration, his younger brother cheers enthusiastically from the stands, while a mysterious girl observes him from a distance. She strides over to him, pulling back her hood to reveal her true identity, Olivia. Before she can utter a word, she warns him that his brother is in danger. The scene shifts back to the previous night. Inside the estate, Olivia walks through the hallways with light, cheerful steps, softly humming a pleasant tune. As she reflects on her time with Abel, a smile crosses her face. She realizes just how much she enjoyed their conversation. Just then, a maid approaches, announcing that the Count has summoned Olivia. She raises her eyebrows in surprise, wondering if her father truly wants to see her at this late hour. Moments later, she finds herself in front of him, her heart racing as he unexpectedly proposes that she marry Jackson. Olivia quickly shoots down the idea, insisting that her father shouldn't say such ridiculous things. She insists that she's never had a genuine conversation with the blonde guy. Meanwhile, Jackson inwardly grumbles in annoyance, cursing his master as a troublesome old man. He recalls how he was suddenly ordered to follow without any explanation, causing him to rush over without a second thought, only to find himself faced with this absurd proposal. Olivia continues to press her father, demanding to know how he can make such a life-changing decision without even discussing it with her first. Count Copperhead listens to his daughter's protests in silence, his gaze fixed on the table for a moment before he sets down his wine glass. He then tells her plainly that as the eldest daughter of the house, marriage is not a decision she can make on her own. It falls to the head of the family. Olivia's brows knit together in frustration as she challenges him, demanding to know what kind of logic he is using to justify this decision. The Count doesn't hesitate, stating that it's all about profit and benefit. He explains that Jacques has promised to support House Copperhead once the marriage is finalized, emphasizing just how significant that is. He continues, noting that in the Western region, only two major houses possess middle-class core forces, Gold Pixie and Lion Bloom. By aligning with Jacques, House Copperhead would gain access to that same level of power. Moreover, the man promised to share weapon cultivation methods. Upon hearing this, Jackson nearly leaps out of his seat in shock. Anger wells up inside him. His master never taught him those techniques, despite being his disciple. The girl lets out an exasperated sigh as her arguments begin to crumble. She sinks back into her chair, bitterness creeping into her voice, as she laments that her father is essentially selling her off for the family's gain. The Count glares at her, irritation etched on her face. "Watch your mouth and refrain from speaking so recklessly," he snaps. Jacques finally interjects, asking if the proposal has been accepted. After a moment of contemplation, Count Copperhead concedes that the terms are indeed tempting, but there's one small hiccup. Jackson is still a complete nobody as a knight. Taking a nameless man as the family's son-in-law would tarnish House Copperhead's reputation. Jacques quickly identifies the true issue at hand. With a calm demeanor, he reassures the Count that his disciple will triumph in the tournament tomorrow. The Count hesitates, reminding him that Damien is also in the running. Unfazed, Jacques maintains his composure, insisting that victory is still within reach, if only the Count agrees to grant him a small favor. The Count, however, raises a cautionary finger, warning Jacques that he won't entertain any unreasonable requests. Jacques nods, a sly smile creeping across her face as he reveals that the favor he seeks is surprisingly simple. He asks the Count not to intervene, even if the hero were to perish during the match. Olivia instinctively opens her mouth to protest, but the words catch in her throat when she notices her father contemplating the request. After a long, tense pause, Count Copperhead takes a sip of wine and quietly consents. In the present, the girl stands before Damien and Abel, his expression tense and apologetic as she recounts everything that transpired. As they listen, the hero begins to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that Jacques is far more dangerous than he ever anticipated. Count Copperhead is behaving just as he did in his past life, willing to do anything if it serves his family's interests. Despite everything, the hero resolves not to run away. Abel, taken aback, demands to know what he means, emphasizing that facing a middle-class opponent is akin to suicide. His brother merely offers a faint smile and assures him that he already has a plan. For now, he suggests they concentrate on finishing the tournament. Moments later, he strides toward the fighting grounds, hands casually tucked into his pockets. The remaining fighters huddle together, their eyes fixed on him in unison. Drums begin to beat, marking the start of the match, only to fall silent at Count Copperhead's command. As he scans the arena, his gaze lands on Olivia's empty seat, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Where could she be just as the finals are about to begin? Shaking off the distraction, he turns to the guests with a bright smile and announces the commencement of the final match. There will be only one winner, and the last one standing will be crowned champion. After bowing to the audience, he declares that there are no extra rules. Everyone can fight however they wish. Inwardly, he apologizes to the MC, convincing himself that this is the only way to ensure Jackson's victory. The drums begin to thrum once more, igniting the crowd's excitement for the impending battle. Standing calmly in the center of the arena, our protagonist instantly recognizes the Count's no-rules announcement as a devious trap. As the match begins, all the fighters draw their swords and aim them directly at him. In the spectator area, Jacques watches with a cold smile. Meanwhile, Jackson stands outside the circle, his frustration evident. He mutters curses under his breath, but he knows the harsh reality of survival. Eliminate the strongest opponent first. Drawing his sword, he leaps forward, charging at our boy alongside the others. Yet Damien merely smiles, standing his ground without moving an inch. The scene shifts back to the night before the tournament. Inside a tent, the blonde man protests angrily, demanding to know why his master is making all these decisions without consulting him, particularly regarding the marriage. In the next moment, his master delivers a sharp blow to his chest, commanding him to comply. The impact sends Jackson crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Internally, he seethes, cursing his master as a heartless bastard. Jacques, however, merely fixes him with an icy glare, coldly insisting that he should just obey his commands. The guy insists that he already has Sophia, so there's no need for another marriage. However, his master casually brushes her off as useless, suggesting that he should simply let her go. He then reveals that he only allowed him to pursue Sophia because he needed the support of Viscount Russell. Now that he has obtained the fencing manuals and the elixir he desired, the Russell family seems to have lost their purpose. Jackson stares at him in disbelief, questioning whether his interest in House Copperhead is purely strategic. His master responds without hesitation, revealing that through this marriage, he intends to control Count Copperhead and expand his influence even further. Yet, the blonde guy remains baffled, unable to comprehend why his master would go to such lengths. His master reveals that everything has been driven by his own ambitions. Despite this, Jackson pleads with him to reconsider, insisting that his feelings for Sophia are genuine. Jacques coldly counters, reminding him that he had already dumped Damien once, and could just as easily do the same to him. He highlights how her attitude shifted once the hero began to gain fame. Then, with a chilling finality, he pulls out a ring and orders Jackson to take it. Confused, Jackson asks what the ring is. Jacques explains that it can trigger a mana rampage. He instructs the man to use the ring when he gives the signal during the tournament. Once the hero loses control and goes berserk, he is to seize the opportunity and kill him. Understanding that his master has no intention of listening to reason, the man decides to pretend to comply for the time being. He takes the ring and acknowledges the orders. The scene cuts back to the present, where the blonde knight and his companions launch their attack on our hero all at once. Despite the overwhelming assault, he stands still, a smile on his face. With barely a movement, he slips through the barrage, dodging every strike with flawless precision. At that moment, another knight charged in from behind, thrusting his sword directly at Damien's back. In a split second, Damien leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly stab. He landed lightly on the knight's head, using him as a springboard to propel himself even higher. As he twisted his body mid-air, he descended with a powerful elbow strike aimed squarely at the knight's head. The helmet shatters on impact, and the knight collapses to the ground. Damien lands gracefully beside him, slipping effortlessly into a fighting stance. The audience erupts into cheers as Abel and Victor enthusiastically shout Damien's name. With a soft chuckle, he turns his gaze toward the remaining knights, casually suggesting they must have believed their numbers would be enough to bring him down. Raising one hand, he gestures for them to come forward, silently questioning what they're waiting for. Jackson scowls, utterly bewildered. He can't comprehend how the hero is effortlessly taking on low-class knights without even drawing his sword. Behind him, one of the knights mutters that Damien is a monster. It's at that moment, the blonde guy starts to wonder if our hero has truly surpassed the low class. Suddenly, a female knight charges forward from behind Jackson, declaring that she's ready to showcase the swordsmanship of House Alter. At the same moment, another knight rushes at the hero from behind, shouting about the glory of House Saint Roller. It's only then that Damien finally draws his sword from his subspace ring. With a casual smirk, he remarks that attacking in a group while boasting about glory is rather absurd. The two knights strike simultaneously, one attacking from the front and the other from behind. But before their blades can reach him, Damien's sword flashes with blinding speed. In that very instant, he meets both attacks head-on. His secret art activates, twisting the force of the impact and bending both knights' arms in ways that are definitely not meant to bend. The pain tears through them, their screams echoing in the air. Yet he remains unfazed. Without altering his expression, he raises his sword once more. With a swift motion, he disarms both knights. The female knight is sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud. Both opponents struggle to remain upright, their bodies trembling, their hands rendered nearly useless. Calmly, our boy reminds them that they all signed an agreement before the tournament. Then, in an instant, he vanishes, only to reappear at the end of his strike as the knights behind him collapse one after another. With a casual tone, he suggests they view the outcome as an unfortunate accident. The arena erupts with cheers, and Damien's name reverberates throughout the stadium, a triumphant chant that fills the air. Caught up in the chaos, Abel nearly loses his composure as he proudly declares that the man is his brother. From above, Count Copperhead gazes down in utter shock. Abel then turns to Jackson with a grin, pointing out that he's the only one left. He silently questions whether Jackson plans to join the fight. Jackson lowers his head, gritting his teeth as he swallows his curses. Then, without warning, he straightens up and pulls a pill from his ring. With a sneer, he implies that the hero's showboating has gone on long enough and that his arrogance is about to meet its end. Without a second thought, he swallows the pill. Damien watches in confusion, wondering what on earth Jackson just ingested. The effect hits him instantly. Jackson's heartbeat races and a searing pain tears through his chest. Damien's eyes narrow as he detects an unfamiliar mana pattern. Turning fully, he follows its flow and sees the energy reaching one of the fallen knights. Suddenly, the knight screams in agony as this strange force invades his body. Damien freezes, utterly bewildered, as the mana continues to spread, infecting not just one, but every single fallen knight around him. The blonde man smiles, and an unsettling aura begins to emanate from him. Damien's instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. He glances back at the fallen knights and realizes with horror that the energy is consuming them from the inside out. The blonde man's grin widens as he lets out a low chuckle, casually informing the hero that this is known as a mana rampage. He explains that it's a phenomenon where the mana within a person's body spirals out of control. When that happens, the mana loss is immense, and the body suffers severe damage, often leaving the victim crippled. As this realization dawns on him, our protagonist coldly asks if this is the power of the gemstone Jackson just acquired. The blonde man steps forward, confirming with a smug grin that it is indeed a trump card from his master. As he strides confidently, he elaborates that this gemstone incites a mana rampage in everyone nearby. Growing increasingly excited, he grins and taunts Damien, reminding him that he shouldn't have been running his mouth for so long. Closing the distance, he steps right into Damien's face, smirking as he declares that soon, Damien will be crawling on the ground like a worm. Standing directly in front of him, a thick fog-like energy spills from his body, enveloping the space around them. Seconds stretch into an eternity as our boy stands motionless, not even a twitch betraying his thoughts. Then, without warning, he bursts into laughter. His mirth quickly morphs into an evil smirk as he taunts the other man, asking if he truly couldn't devise anything better than this, clearly accusing him of using black magic to cheat. Jackson, taken aback, snaps back in denial, shouting that it's not black magic at all, while demanding to know how he remains unscathed. Before he can finish his question, Damien delivers a brutal kick that leaves him gasping for air. His eyes go blank as the impact sends him flying backward. With a satisfied smile, the hero keeps his leg extended while the man crashes to the ground, bouncing several times before slamming into the arena wall. Damien strolls over, looks down at his fallen opponent, and remarks, "Honestly, it's a shame that this kind of trick just doesn't work on me." Even the master is at a loss, pondering whether the hero might actually be immune to the mana rampage. Inside the arena, Damien feels the weight of his gaze and understands that both Jacques and the Count are intent on eliminating him. To make matters worse, the Count has even enlisted his own disciple in this scheme. If Damien plays his cards right, he could turn the tables on them all. Suddenly, the blonde guy appears right in front of him, unleashing a furious downward strike with his sword. Our protagonist effortlessly sidesteps, causing the blade to slam into the ground and shatter the earth beneath it. Jackson quickly pivots for another attack, but Damien instinctively jerks back, creating some much-needed space. Planting his feet firmly, the blonde guy takes a battle stance, shouting that he's going to kill the main character. As he charges forward, our hero simply smiles and reminds his opponent to remember his place. In that moment, he swings his blade in a smooth upward arc, unleashing a wave of energy that spreads wide. The attack strikes Jackson before he can close the distance, sending his sword flying from his grasp. The man screams in agony as the mana engulfs him. In the next moment, a massive explosion rocks the arena. The ground quakes as dust and smoke billow into the air. The blonde fighter collapses onto both knees, covering his mouth as he gags, dark mana seeping from his body. The crowd watches in stunned silence, frozen in horror at the sight unfolding before them. Afterward, Jackson collapses, falling unconscious, while Damien remains calm and composed. Dark energy begins to spread across the arena like a thick fog, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Panic erupts as people shout that they need to report this to the Holy Order. Meanwhile, the Count breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that all of this chaos is unfolding right in his own backyard. His butler rushes up, panic etched on his face, reporting that the situation is spiraling out of control. He warns that if this continues, word will reach the Holy Church in no time. Gritting his teeth, the Count makes a swift decision, ordering his men to halt the match and silence the crowd immediately. Meanwhile, Damien coolly sheaths his sword into his subspace ring, murmuring to himself that everything is unfolding precisely as he intended. Glancing at the Count's now vacant seat, he scoffs, realizing the rat has already fled. Meanwhile, the Count rushes across the grounds, flanked by his guards, muttering curses at Jacques under his breath. He desperately tries to convince himself that there's no evidence connecting him to the crime. As long as he maintains his innocent facade, he believes everything will be just fine. Just as he is about to step into his carriage, he hears the MC's voice casually asking where he thinks he's running off to. The unexpected sound makes the Count jerk nervously, struggling to maintain his composure. He asks what the problem is. Damien tilts his head and replies, "There's absolutely no point in pretending." Despite his bravado, the Count attempts to dismiss the situation, though a tremor of fear betrays him as he commands our protagonist not to approach. In an instant, the MC's fists dart forward, knocking the guards unconscious before they even have a chance to react. In the blink of an eye, he slams his fist against the carriage door, splintering the wood and eliciting a terrified shriek from the Count. Maintaining his unwavering smile, the hero asks him once more for his thoughts. Bro realizes he can no longer afford to play games, so he quickly nods and agrees to reveal everything. Meanwhile, the Count is seen shouting in his room, demanding to know if his daughter is responsible for the chaos that just unfolded. In contrast, the girl remains seated with her arms crossed, calmly admitting that she was the one who informed Damien. Upon hearing this, the Count's expression darkens with rage as he jabs a finger and screams that she has completely lost her mind. In that tense moment, our protagonist suddenly lifts his heel and slams it down on the table, delivering a chilling warning that he is still speaking. The Count, now drenched in sweat, stammers in response, acknowledging his words before fearfully inquiring just how far this situation has escalated. The hero scoffs, revealing that the church will soon send investigators. He adds that they will easily uncover the Count's conspiracy with Jacques to orchestrate the assassination attempt. Pressing further, he asks what the Count thinks will happen when the church discovers that forbidden black magic was also used. Panic washes over the Count as he hears this, and he hurriedly denies any responsibility. "I had no idea Jacques would go that far," he insists, claiming he never could have imagined that black magic would be involved. Damien scoffs, questioning whether the Count truly believes the church will accept such flimsy excuses. In a moment of utter desperation, the Count begins to beg for forgiveness, confessing his mistakes and pleading not to be reported to the church. After a brief pause, the hero replies in an indifferent tone, "Even if you keep quiet, Jackson will eventually reveal everything." He then reminds the Count of the brutal torture methods employed by the church inquisitors, asking if he has ever heard of them. The revelation drains the color from the Count's face. Damien's eyes narrow slightly as he straightens up, presenting an alternative solution. He mentions that he has connections within the church, making it relatively simple to protect the Count. Shocked, the Count eagerly inquires if that's truly possible. Our hero smiles and confirms that there are a few conditions. The Count, desperate for a solution, agrees to anything within his power. First, the hero clarifies that the Count must formally approve the relationship between Abel and Olivia. Though taken aback, the Count quickly nods in agreement. Next, Damien points a thumb at himself, declaring that he must be officially recognized as the winner of the martial tournament. The Count nods, acknowledging the obvious, and asks if that's all the conditions. Damien hesitates for a moment, but before he can respond, Olivia interjects, calmly demanding that the Count pay 300 gold coins to the hacks in Vice County as compensation. Upon hearing this outrageous demand, the Count gasps in shock. Our protagonist glances at the girl, genuinely surprised, as this detail had never been discussed before. However, he quickly turns back to the Count, excitedly declaring that it's an excellent suggestion that should definitely be included. Clenching his fists in deep resentment, the Count begrudgingly agrees. His daughter speaks up once more, declaring that before the year ends, the Count must transfer half of his territory into her name. Damien is momentarily taken aback, silently questioning what he just heard. Meanwhile, the Count, wearing a deep frown, demands that she repeat herself. In a fit of absolute rage, he slams his hand on the table and screams. The girl reminds him that she is the only witness who saw everything unfold from beginning to end. The Count is left momentarily speechless before he bitterly accuses her of trying to rob her own father. Without a hint of hesitation, she confirms his accusation, declaring that she intends to take what is rightfully hers and escape the suffocating confines of her family once and for all. The Count can only stammer in complete shock. The girl continues, asserting that she has been treated as nothing more than a tool her entire life. Now, however, the roles have reversed. She is making him her tool. Grinding his teeth in blind rage, the Count can barely manage to ask how she dares to go this far. Meanwhile, Damien stands bewildered, realizing that the situation has escalated far beyond his expectations. Olivia is proving to be far more terrifying than he ever imagined. The girl slowly turns to our hero, asking if there are any other conditions remaining. He reassures her that the current terms are more than sufficient. Turning back to her father, he declares that if he has no objections, his silence will be taken as consent. The Count trembles with rage, yet ultimately finds himself utterly powerless to resist. A few days later, the Count finds himself under interrogation by a holy knight from the church. Just then, our protagonist steps in to defend him, boldly declaring that Count Copperhead is completely innocent. Holy Knight Thomas, taken aback, expresses his confusion, noting that Jackson has already confessed to conspiring with the Count to take Damien's life. The Count, flustered, quickly defends himself, insisting that the conspiracy charge is nothing but a blatant lie. He explains that he only requested a little interference in the duel's outcome and had no knowledge of their true, sinister intentions. Applying gentle pressure to the Count's shoulder, the hero reinforces his statement, adding that the Count had secretly warned him beforehand to avoid the duel, as he too was unaware of what those people were plotting. Thomas remains openly skeptical, prompting our protagonist to smile and reason that if the Count truly wanted him dead, there would be no reason to warn him in the first place. He then turns to the Count, asking him to confirm this. Sweating profusely, the Count reluctantly affirms the claim, adding that had he known about the black magic in advance, he would have intervened himself. Damien then adopts a solemn and benevolent expression, urging Thomas to trust them, as he swears in the name of God that there is no deceit in their words. Overcome with emotion, Thomas asserts that his words must hold true, especially since Lady Agnes places her unwavering trust in him. He lets out an awkward laugh, silently repeating those very words to himself. With a sense of finality, the Holy Knight officially declares that the case is closed and the Count is exonerated of all charges. Just as the Count begins to relax, our boy places his heavy hand back on his shoulder, a firm reminder that it's his turn to uphold his promise. A week later, we find the group making their way back to Hexenby County. While his little brother chatters away with the girl, our boy can't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Yet, despite the distraction, everything has gone according to plan, leaving him quite satisfied. The church's investigation concluded after a week, with authorities determining that the only suspects were Jackson and Jacques. Consequently, a wanted order was officially issued for Jacques. Although the Count was cleared of all suspicion, Olivia had already distanced herself from him completely, opting to leave with Abel instead. Damien reflects on how Abel has finally captured Olivia's heart, but he himself has secured a different kind of prize. With that thought, he reveals a glowing red orb. Although there was no official award ceremony following the tournament, he ensured he claimed his reward. A faint smile crosses the hero's face as he realizes the Count remains completely unaware of its true value, while he knows precisely what it holds. He recognizes it as a spirit heart, an incredibly rare item that only forms upon the death of a high-ranking spirit. He knows that if melted down and absorbed, it grants a tremendous boost to one's mana and spirit power. Gripping the orb tightly, Damien feels a surge of excitement, realizing it is a heart infused with the abilities of fire spirits. He realizes that absorbing this energy will quickly elevate him back to the power level he once held in his previous life. Meanwhile, Jacques trails the carriage silently, fury burning in his eyes. As everyone inside the carriage sleeps peacefully, the master stealthily approaches and unsheathes his sword. At that precise moment, our protagonist, casually perched high in a tree, remarks aloud that he was beginning to worry his neck might snap from waiting so long. The moment the words leave his mouth, the branch beneath him is cleanly sliced apart. As he drops downward, excitement bubbling within him, Damien remarks, with a hint of amusement, that this must be what it feels like to be middle class, given how swiftly his opponent reacts. Jacques, taken aback, immediately demands to know if Damien had known he was being followed all along. Holding up the red orb with a faint smile, the hero replies that he was aware from the very beginning, adding that he also knew Jacques was tracking him specifically for this item. Catching sight of the orb, Jacques confirms that the spirit heart is indeed in his possession. The hero responds with a hint of pride, noting that it's only natural given that he is the tournament winner. Frowning, Jacques inquires how he managed to detect his presence. With a confident smile, our boy explains that it was surprisingly simple to figure out. If Jacques' sole aim had truly been to arrange a marriage between Jackson and Olivia, he wouldn't have become so utterly obsessed, nor would he have resorted to the perilous depths of black magic. His true target from the beginning was always the winner's prize. Upon hearing this revelation, the man raises his sword and declares that, if that's the case, everything is unfolding perfectly for him. With the church's presence everywhere, he thought sneaking back in would be a challenge. However, following him proved to be a wise decision, as now he could simply eliminate him and claim the prize with ease. The hero sneered at this notion, taunting him that if he truly believed that, he was welcome to try. Drawing his own sword, he boldly challenged him to come and take it. Jacques swiftly swings his blade, unleashing a twisting slash. Damien reacts with lightning speed, using his sword to deflect the onslaught of attacks coming from multiple angles. Just when he thinks he has the upper hand, Jacques thrusts his blade directly toward Damien's eye. In a split second, Damien raises his sword, forming a circular guard to block the strike, but the force still sends him stumbling back slightly. As he notices a tear in his sleeve, he silently assesses his opponent, recognizing that Jacques is a top-tier fighter, even among the middle class. Every movement in his attacks is precise, each strike razor-sharp. The man, taken aback, remarks on how remarkable it is for a low-class fighter to endure his blows so effectively. However, he believes this is where the hero will finally reach his limit. Just then, he steps forward, conjuring multiple copies of himself. The clones speak in unison, taunting our hero, asking if he finds this display impressive. They explain that this sword art is a technique from a legendary swordmaster, one that he dedicated his entire life to restoring. Twisting the tips of their swords, they reveal that all of their blades are both fake and real, meaning Damien's senses will never be able to discern the original. With that, the clones surge forward in unison, launching a coordinated assault and unleashing the false true mirage sword technique. On the other side, our hero gently taps the body of his sword, infusing it with energy. Moments later, an overwhelming power radiates from the tip of his blade. Channeling this energy, he unleashes a colossal surge that obliterates all of Jacques' clones. In an instant, Jacques can only stare in disbelief at the spectacle. As the dust and smoke begin to settle, it becomes clear that only the two of them remain, standing face to face. Terrified, the man exclaims in disbelief that what he just witnessed is impossible. Panic grips his heart as he realizes this is the very same technique that had blocked Jackson's blade earlier. In response, Damien mocks him, scoffing at the man's outburst. "You're making far too much noise over such a trivial matter," he retorts, unable to accept that his lifelong technique is being dismissed so easily. Our boy offers a slight smile, casually asking if that's truly how the technique is meant to be used. In response, he flawlessly replicates the exact move, causing his opponent's eyes to widen in horror. Suddenly, multiple silhouettes begin to materialize, and within moments, thousands of Damien's clones stand before him. Jacques' entire body trembles with fear. Pointing a shaking hand, he demands to know how he can wield the false true mirage sword. The hero replies nonchalantly that he simply tried to copy him. This pushes the man to his breaking point. Throughout his childhood, he had convinced himself that he was a genius. But now, confronted by a true genius, that illusion crumbles in an instant. Gripping his chest in pain, he mutters in disbelief that this can't be happening, demanding to know how someone could defeat him so effortlessly. In his memory, the true genius merely looked up with indifference and offered a vague response. That day marked a turning point for him. He resolved to change, determined to overcome his shortcomings and stand shoulder to shoulder with true geniuses. He tirelessly sought out elixirs and master-level techniques. After more than a decade of grueling effort, he finally achieved the status of a middle-class practitioner. As he reflects on this, the man tightens his grip on his sword, questioning how Damien could treat the techniques he spent a lifetime mastering as if they were nothing, effortlessly copying them. While he seethes with anger, our protagonist strides past him, casually swinging his blade in a single fluid motion that cleanly severs his neck. After the kill, he simply walks away, nonchalantly remarking that he needs to get some sleep. However, he pauses after a few steps and adds that once an enemy is defeated, it's important to properly loot them. The scene shifts to a month later, where we find Olivia washing her own clothes. Upon noticing her, the maids rush over, their faces filled with concern. They insist that she shouldn't be doing such chores herself, since it's their responsibility. Olivia calmly replies that it's perfectly fine and that she can manage this much work on her own. Just then, a voice calls out from a short distance, urging her to leave the chores and take some time to rest. Olivia turns around, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognizes the woman as her mother. With a gentle tone, she asks where her mother is headed. Her mother replies kindly, explaining that she heard the stable master's wife is pregnant and is going to visit her. Olivia's face lights up at the news, and she excitedly suggests they bring along some healthy food for the occasion. Her mother beams with delight, calling it an excellent idea and asking if she would like to join her. With a smile, the girl eagerly replies that she'd love to, and the two engage in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, the hero and his father stand by an indoor window, observing the scene. The father comments that managing the territory has become much easier, all thanks to the girl. Our boy nods in agreement, mentioning that the servants are equally grateful for his careful oversight. This prompts his father to reminisce about the moment he and his wife first laid eyes on Olivia, their surprise still fresh in his mind. He recalls how swiftly she adapted to her new surroundings, and he can't help but reflect on his astonishment when they first met. After all, a count's daughter had not only brought half a territory with her, but had boldly declared her intention to marry Abel. In just 1 month, she has seamlessly become a part of the family. The father remarks that, thanks to Olivia, they've managed to shatter the pride of those who once looked down on them at social gatherings. He then turns to the hero, suggesting that it's time for him to start searching for a wife as well. When our protagonist mentions that it's a bit too early for such discussions, his father swiftly pulls back the curtain, unveiling a board filled with information about potential marriage prospects. With a hint of pride, he explains that this isn't sudden at all. His recent rise to fame has led to a flood of matchmaking offers coming in non-stop. Despite his father's insistence, the hero firmly rejects the offer, stating that it's simply too soon for him. This leaves his dad bewildered, launching into a lecture about settling down and family responsibilities. Frustrated, Damien realizes he has only one option. He breaks the window and makes a daring escape from the lecture. Once a safe distance from the mansion, he mutters to himself in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his father suddenly chose to bring up such a topic. He gazes down at a dark stain on the ground, reflecting that indulging in such ordinary thoughts is a luxury for someone like him. In his past as a death knight, he slaughtered countless lives. Even if it wasn't by his own will, he still shattered many families. Seeing himself as nothing more than a murderer, he believes he doesn't deserve this kind of happiness. He makes a resolute vow in his heart he must become strong, and before anything else, he must kill Dorgo. Just then, a book materializes in his hand. As he flips through its pages, he reveals that it's a new mana cultivation method he discovered after defeating Jacques. Unlike traditional techniques, this one doesn't require him to sit down and absorb mana, though he acknowledges that it's complicated and absorbs less mana overall. Damien believes that by combining it with existing methods, it could prove quite effective. He calculates that if he pairs this approach with the proper absorption of the spirit's heart, he'll be able to quickly regain the power level he once had in his previous life. Just as he considers squeezing in a bit of training, Victor comes rushing in, announcing that he has a visitor. To his surprise, the visitor is none other than Agnes, who quickly apologizes for dropping by unannounced. Our boy responds awkwardly, then leans over to whisper to Victor, "Next time, just say I'm not around." Turning back to the girl, he asks why she has come so unexpectedly. Agnes hesitates, finally admitting that she needs to ask him for a difficult favor. She reveals that they have finally located the Dungeon of Corpse Play. The girl had been relentlessly tracking the necromancer and has finally found him. Gripping his hand tightly, Agnes confesses that this is precisely why she sought him out. Looking him in the eyes, she asks if he would lend her his strength to finally put him down for good. The scene shifts to a half-open window where the hero crouches before lightly dropping to the ground below. Suddenly, he hears Victor's voice calling out, asking where he's off to so early in the morning. Feeling uneasy, he avoids Victor's gaze and awkwardly replies that he's just going out for some early morning exercise. Victor immediately shuts that down, accusing him of lying, clearly believing he's sneaking out at Lady Agnes's request. He directly asks if he truly intends to join such a perilous subjugation. Realizing there's no use in denying it, the hero calmly admits that Victor is correct. Victor hesitates for a moment, then earnestly pleads with him not to go this time. He explains that while he knows his skills are impressive, a necromancer's dungeon is perilously dangerous, and above all, the Viscount would never grant his permission. Damien nods in agreement, acknowledging that his father would indeed never allow it. With a sly smile, he adds that this is precisely why he's sneaking out, casually suggesting that Victor should simply pretend he never saw a thing. Hearing this, Victor shouts in frustration, stepping forward to block his path with his broom. He insists he won't let him leave, declaring that he refuses to send him to a place that's practically a death trap. Firmly, he tells him he must not go. But before Victor can finish his sentence, he suddenly feels a sharp blow to the back of his neck and collapses, instantly unconscious. Damien effortlessly catches the boy's limp body and leans him against a nearby wall. After tending to him, he dusts off his hands and offers a casual reassurance. There's no need to worry. He won't lose to someone like Corpse Play. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he adds, "This is the perfect opportunity to sever one of Dorgo's limbs, and I can't let it slip away." As he walks away, he cheerfully waves, reminding Victor to put in a good word for him with his father. With a playful leap, he sets off toward his destination. A few hours later, a woman approaches and extends her hand in greeting. Introducing herself as Margata, she explains that she is a second-class paladin and expresses her pleasure in meeting him. Our hero notices her impressive stature and politely returns her greeting. When they shake hands, her grip surprises him with its unexpected strength, leading him to reflect that a second-class paladin's power rivals that of a middle-class knight. The girl, a bit sheepish, admits that it may sound rude, but she hadn't anticipated him actually showing up, especially since this dungeon was crafted by Corpse Play. Damien responds that he couldn't refuse Agnes's request, as he harbors a deep-seated grudge against necromancers. Hearing this, Margata leans toward Agnes and remarks that she was initially concerned because Agnes seems so inexperienced with men. However, it appears she made the right choice after all. She draws her sword, clicking her tongue in mild frustration as she mutters that it's a bit of a waste, but it can't be helped. With that, she hands it over to Damien. He accepts it with a blank expression, asking what it is. But as he pulls the blade from its sheath and sees it glowing with a dazzling light, his eyes widen in shock. Margata smiles and explains, "It's a holy sword." As he gazes at the weapon, he realizes it's crafted from a rare metal, tempered countless times by skilled dwarven masters, and infused with divine power by priests. Just holding it makes all his fatigue melt away, and he can't help but exclaim how truly incredible it is. The girl bursts into laughter and reveals that Agnes had pleaded with their master to grant him a fitting reward for joining the subjugation. With a teasing tone, she remarks that it's quite rare to so easily bestow a holy sword upon an outsider, playfully suggesting that their junior disciple is utterly smitten with him. Before she can finish her thought, Agnes delivers a flurry of kicks, her cheeks flushed as she mutters that she had already warned her to stop with the nonsense. Feeling bashful, Agnes turns to the hero and expresses her gratitude once more for accepting her request. Our boy responds calmly, assuring her that it's no big deal, and asks if she can explain the details of the current situation. The girl, adopting a serious tone, agrees to explain everything inside the carriage, and the entire group climbs in. As the carriage begins to move, she reflects on the events that unfolded a few weeks ago in the Nelfree Mountains. There had been a string of mysterious disappearances, prompting the dispatch of a few knights to investigate. Suddenly, the dog guiding them grew agitated and began to back away. As they watched the animal tremble uncontrollably, both knights exchanged worried glances, wondering what could be wrong. Just then, a haunting voice echoed through the forest, crying out in agony and pleading for relief. Initially, they thought it was a human in distress, but then a massive creature emerged from behind the trees, shattering their assumptions. Both knights could only stare in horror as they realized the creature's body was covered in the faces of multiple people. Back in the present, Agnes explains that local soldiers identified the dungeon's location. Hearing this, our protagonist senses something suspicious about the situation. He reflects that it makes no sense for the test subjects of someone like Corpse Play to be discovered so easily, especially since he was known for leaving no traces behind. Margata nods in agreement, acknowledging his assessment. She mentions that headquarters also suspects it could be a trap. Curiously, Damien asks if they are still sending the subjugation squad. She confirms they are, but emphasizes that it's not an act of recklessness. In anticipation of a potential trap, elite members from 3 different orders have been assembled to manage the situation. Hearing this, Damien furrows his brow in confusion and questions why they need him when they already have more than enough manpower. Agnes hesitates before confessing that she is the reason behind it all. Her master had initially rejected the mission, deeming it far too dangerous. Yet, she insisted and pleaded to be allowed to join. Margata chimes in, explaining that the decision was made at the last moment, which is why only she and Agnes could participate. Had he refused, she would never have allowed the girl to go either. After absorbing everything, our protagonist finally admits that he understands. In his thoughts, he reflects on the inevitable conclusion of this subjugation. Memories flood back from his past life, where a massive subjugation squad ventured out, only to be utterly annihilated. The grim truth emerged later, revealed through the words of a lone paladin. What the paladin revealed was that there was a traitor among the squad members. It didn't take long for the group to reach their destination. Inside the subjugation forces camp, the hero quietly surveyed the bustling knights. Observing their expressions, he noted to himself that they appeared to be highly trained. As he continued to scan the area, he realized that several paladins seemed to be of a lower class level. This clearly demonstrates how the Order has disrupted everything during the subjugation. At that moment, Margata calls out to him, urging him to come over. He quickly acknowledges her and follows her lead. As they enter the tent, she greets everyone inside with a cheerful smile. Gamal, a second-class paladin of the Swirling Blizzard Order, grumbles about her being late once more. Beside him sits a third-class knight named Dionisio, who attempts to soothe his agitation. The girl takes a seat and explains that she merely paused for a brief moment, playfully assuring them that she won't be late next time. With a teasing smile, she warns Gamal about his foul temper, joking that if he keeps scowling like that, he'll end up with wrinkles on his forehead. This only serves to infuriate the man further. He retorts that this is precisely the kind of behavior he expects from the Scorchers, whom he labels as ignorant and rude. Margata's anger flares at his words, and she warns him to mind his tone. She makes it clear that, while she might overlook a personal insult, she will never stand for disrespect toward her order. As the two of them argue, the hero turns to Agnes and asks about the man. She explains that he's a disciple of Black Snow and a second-class paladin of the Swirling Blizzard Order. Observing that neither side is willing to back down, the hero realizes that these two orders clearly do not get along. Just then, a thick voice booms into the tent, commanding everyone to stop fighting. Her name is Sanis, a second-class paladin of the Dazzling Agony Order. She urges them to channel their rage towards the filthy black mages lurking in the dungeon. Her presence seems to bring a calming aura to the room. Once seated, she turns to our protagonist and inquires about his identity, noting that he doesn't quite resemble a paladin. The towering girl beside him introduces him as Sir Damien Haxon. Upon hearing his name, Gamal freezes in shock. "Are you saying he's the same knight who defeated a Yulin executive?" he asks incredulously. The girl beams with pride, confirming his identity and adding that Agnes personally recruited him. Just then, Dionisio raises his hand to halt the conversation, his surprise evident. "Are we really considering an outsider for the subjugation team?" he questions. The girl quickly responds, emphasizing that Damien is no ordinary outsider. He has made significant contributions to the Order and has been granted associate status. Upon hearing this, the man frowns, remarking that it merely makes him a mercenary. His companion agrees, questioning the wisdom of allowing an outsider into such a crucial operation. Agnes clenches her fists, her anger boiling over as he demands to know what he means by that. He responds, cautioning that an outsider might harbor hidden motives, reminding them that black mages have previously infiltrated the Order with spies. Hearing this, Margata slams her fist on the table, her anger palpable as she warns him that he's crossing a dangerous line. The stout girl also sides with the man, believing that bringing in an outsider only increases the risk. The man then turns to our protagonist directly, explaining that the paladins are here to purge heretics and demonstrate the greatness of God. He then poses a question. What is his reason for being here? Damien falls silent, understanding that he must choose his words wisely to gain their trust. He hesitates briefly, beginning to formulate his response, but before he can complete his thought, someone bursts into the tent, breathless with urgency. The scouts have spotted a flesh golem in the mountains. They report. The scene abruptly shifts to a different place, revealing a child's tear-streaked face filled with despair as he cries out for his mother. The knight yells in horror, questioning how such a terrifying creature could possibly exist. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy envelops the monster's body. It recoils, snarling and shouting in pain, demanding to know why they are tormenting it. With a fierce warning not to touch it, the monster lashes out, striking the knight and sending him flying a great distance away. It screams that it will kill him. Just as the knight prepares to strike the group, a massive girl suddenly appears, catching him mid-swing. She blocks the impact and shouts at him to get a grip. Gamal rushes forward, urgently urging Margada to look ahead. The monster's body begins to emit an eerie blue miasma that spreads ominously in all directions. The toxic fumes instantly wither the grass and plants around them, leaving a desolate scene in their wake. The girl gasps in shock, exclaiming that it's poison, and urgently commands everyone to shield themselves with holy power. The rest of the squad springs into action without hesitation. Gamal curses loudly, realizing the poison is incredibly potent, and insists they must focus solely on defense until the assault subsides. Yet his thoughts spiral into confusion as he catches sight of the hero standing directly in front of him. Everyone gasps in shock as Damien pushes back the potent poison with nothing but his own aura. Taking a determined step forward, the monster growls, questioning whether he intends to hurt it too, urging him to stay back. In an instant, it opens its mouth and unleashes thousands of poisonous needles aimed directly at him. Yet undeterred, our hero continues to advance. At that moment, the monster lifts its fist to strike. He swiftly raises his sword, piercing its hand with precision. Turning to Gamal, he speaks in a chilling tone, asking if they truly want to know why he's here. As Gamal stares at him in shock, he reveals that a black mage named Egido once cursed his family estate and attempted to murder everyone within it. He adds that after enduring such a horrific experience, merely killing one black mage is far from sufficient for him. With a fierce determination, he drives his blade deeper, piercing the monster's core and instantly freezing its hand in place. Damien vows that he won't rest until every last black mage is eradicated. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room filled with skeletons and suspended bodies, the dark mage Delrant gazes intently into a massive mirror. His two allies are shouting at him, furious for exposing their secret hideout to the outside world. The man shows no concern, mocking them as he declares he's merely following his master's orders to dismantle the kingdom's military. One of the men dares to ask if his master even speaks to him anymore, prompting the mage to swiftly warn them to watch their words. Suddenly, a shadow materializes, seizing both of them and slamming their heads into the floor with brutal force. Delrant instructs his servant, Kite, to drag them away so they can commence their dark magic ritual. Staring at a glowing purple orb, he feels a surge of excitement at the thought of crafting a powerful masterpiece from a holy knight's corpse, all to impress his master. With deft hands, he weaves magic threads to reanimate a monster from an earlier battle. But as he glances at his magic orb, his excitement turns to shock. He watches in disbelief as a young man named Damien effortlessly shatters the monster's hidden core with a single strike of his blue energy sword. The dark mage suddenly realizes that Damien isn't even a holy knight. Fueled by excitement over his extraordinary strength, he decides then and there that this hero will be the perfect subject for his experiments, the ultimate masterpiece of his life. The next day, Gamal stands atop a rock in the forest, laying out the battle plan for his troops. He assigns various squads to lead the charge, protect the center, and guard the rear. Damien considers it a clever strategy. Meanwhile, Agnes grumbles about being relegated to the back instead of joining the fight up front. Hearing her frustration, the Initial advises her to conserve her energy and commends the main characters for their performance in the battle the day before. However, he confesses that he still harbors some doubts about them, given that they are outsiders. Our boy simply shrugs it off, but the girl firmly tells the man to return to his position. As she argues with him, Damien smiles to himself, contemplating that uncovering a traitor within the Order might be just as thrilling as hunting the Dark Mage. He turns to Agnes, asking if they should get moving, curious about what fuels her deep hatred for their enemies. Moments later, the blonde guy and Gamal charge ahead, slicing through a frozen monster with precision. Damien watches them, utterly captivated by their magical snowstorm powers. As the snowflakes drift down around him, he can't help but feel a sense of awe. Even he cannot replicate such an ability. This power is exclusive to this order, despite the fact that he once fought against the 5 saints in his previous life. Lost in thought, he barely notices Sana's approach. She comments that the blended snowstorm is one of the strongest abilities. While it may seem like overkill, she suspects they might be a bit hesitant after witnessing him battle that monster the day before. He glances back at her, casually assuring her that he doesn't mind at all. Sanis continues, expressing her concern that the knights are dispatching the monsters a bit too quickly for her liking. If it were her, she would have torn them to pieces and ensured they suffered before ending their lives. Hearing this, the hero realizes that she is indeed a true disciple of Radiance. The girl tells him that after watching him fight yesterday, she could sense his deep hatred for dark mages. She even invites him to join her fervent religious squad, but he quickly declines, stating that he's done with holy knights. However, the girl suddenly reveals that if he joins, he might be able to solve his mana capacity problem. Intrigued, he listens as she explains that each knight receives a power based on their faith, and this power grows stronger with each heretic they defeat. As tempting as it sounds, he ultimately declines, insisting that he is not yet worthy to fight for the divine. Inside, he realizes that he can solve his problems once he fully absorbs the spirit's heart. As they converse, the towering girl playfully teases Agnes, suggesting that she might lose her man at this rate. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl begins to blush, admitting that she now desires him even more since he rejected her offer. Confused by her sudden shift, he watches as she starts flirting, slowly unbuttoning her shirt. My man has never felt the touch of a woman before, so in a moment of instinct, he draws his sword and slashes through the air in an instant. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd as they witness his sudden attack. But then, the truth unfolds. He was actually targeting an invisible monster that had been stealthily approaching the short-haired girl. Startled by the monster's screams, the girl turns around, her eyes widening in disbelief. There's a monster that can hide its presence, he exclaims. Meanwhile, our boy stands poised with his sword, noting, its armor is tougher than I expected. He prepares to engage, but before he can make a move, the girl raises the book in her hand. In an instant, a powerful force erupts from the monster, halting it in its tracks. Still smiling, she explains that she is in the midst of spreading her faith and asks him not to interrupt. The hero is taken aback, astonished that she can contain such a formidable flash column with nothing but a book. Just then, Agnes and Margata rush over, breathless, to report that enemies are attacking from behind. They urge Sanus to return to her position. Before departing, the girl casually remarks how unfortunate it is that they can't continue their conversation. He even attempts to recruit Damien into a 3-month scripture program. Agnes observes them, her expression tinged with unhappiness, while the other girl checks to see if he is hurt. The hero assures her that he is fine and offers her help, but she confidently replies that she and Agnes can handle it, as it seems she needs to. The white-haired warrior steps forward, gathering blue energy around her fists. Watching her, our hero recalls that she is the greatest disciple of the Azure Flame. With determination, she charges ahead, unleashing blue energy that slices through the monsters with precision. Their bodies are severed before blue flames consume them, reducing them to ashes. Among the 5 great saints, the Azure Flame is the mightiest, while Luminance proves to be the most challenging adversary. After the battle, the group finds themselves in a heated debate about how to navigate the cave. Some advocate for sticking together, while others push for splitting into separate teams. The hero grows weary of the conversation, prompting the girl to suggest bringing food. Just then, the blonde guy arrives, carrying meals he has already prepared for his sister. With a reluctant sigh, he offers one to Damien before departing, casting a resentful glance over his shoulder. As they eat, the girl reminds Damien that their true target is corpse play. Curiosity piqued, Damien asks his why she harbors such animosity toward him. After a moment of hesitation, she reveals that she is one of the survivors from the village he destroyed. On that fateful day, her older brother had returned home, quickly hiding her away and instructing her not to come out or make a sound until someone came for her. That was the last time she ever saw him. By the time the Holy Knights finally rescued her, both the village and the undead had been reduced to nothing but ashes. Upon discovering that corpse play was the catalyst for the tragedy, she resolves to become a holy knight herself. In that moment, Damien understands the depth of her pain and the weight of her past. Later, Margata returns to announce that the meeting has concluded. The subjugation force decides to split into 5 groups, each taking a different path. Gommel gathers everyone, urging each squad to move swiftly and provide support to any team that falters. He declares with conviction that this will be Yulin's final day. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shatters, sending everyone tumbling into a vast abyss concealed beneath the mountain. While chaos erupts around him, our hero maintains his composure, skillfully leaping from falling rocks to guide his descent. It dawns on him that the entire mountain has been hollowed out as a trap, revealing the reason the dungeon entrance was positioned halfway up the slope. With a cold smile, he reflects that corpse play has prepared a grand grave just for him. After landing safely, he spots Dionisio nearby. The man quickly channels divine power to heal himself. Watching him, the hero muses that this is precisely why he likens holy knights to cockroaches. Thanks to their tenacious ability to recover, the short-haired man curses his luck, frustrated that, of all people, he has ended up trapped with Damien. Our boy casually remarks that if he dislikes it so much, they can part ways because he intends to move forward alone. But just as he turns to leave, the guy tightens his grip on his spear, rushes forward, and thrusts it at an unseen monster lurking nearby. He warns the hero not to let his guard down, reminding him that they are deep within a dark mage's dungeon, where traveling alone can be perilous. Damien is taken aback. Aware of Dionysio's disdain for him, he questions why he would offer his assistance. To his surprise, Dionisio candidly admits that he still harbors hatred for him. However, he adds that if Damien were to die, Agnes would be devastated. That alone is reason enough for him to ensure Damien's survival. With a teasing grin, Damien suggests that Dionisio must have feelings for her. Instantly flustered, Dionysio's face turns red as he snaps back, angrily insisting that Damien stop spouting nonsense. Seeing his reaction, our boy can't help but draw a comparison to his brother. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted when a massive creature with glowing red eyes looms above the guy and launches an attack. Fortunately, the hero swiftly pulls him out of harm's way. As the dust settles, they catch sight of a creature that almost resembles a human. Damien recognizes it as one of Corpse Play's flesh golems, crafted to mimic real people. The blonde warrior unleashes a strike infused with divine power, aiming to obliterate the golem. However, as his spear makes contact, his divine energy vanishes into thin air. In a swift retaliation, the golem delivers a powerful punch, sending him crashing into a rock wall. Stunned, Dionisio comes to a chilling realization. His divine power has failed him. Just then, Damien intervenes, slicing through the monstrous creature with precision. Inside the golem's body, he discovers a strange orb, instantly recognizing it as a magic artifact linked to someone from his past life. After defeating the golem, he hands the orb to the blonde guy, instructing him to deliver it to the Order for further investigation. This orb is the source of the failing divine power. The hero recalls how in his previous life, the Order uncovered the solution far too late, resulting in devastating losses. This time, they can prepare much more quickly. Afterward, Dionisio becomes noticeably more respectful toward him. The two venture deeper into the vast cavern concealed within the mountain. Before long, they encounter Sanus, who greets them cheerfully as if everything is perfectly fine. However, our protagonist quickly realizes that she is gripping Gamal by the throat. The blonde man is horrified, demanding an explanation for the chaos unfolding around him. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Agnes and Margata recover from their fall, only to realize that most of the ordinary holy knights have perished. Before they can process the grim scene, a figure materializes before them. He introduces himself as Corpse Play, the very target of their mission. The white-haired girl's fury ignites as she finally confronts the man who destroyed her village. Back with Damien, Sanus accuses Gamal of betraying the Order and attacking members of her sect. Dionisio immediately dismisses the claim, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. However, our boy notices something odd. If Gamal had truly fought her, the area would be in ruins, yet she appears completely unharmed and pristine. Realizing the truth, he boldly declares that she is the traitor. The girl smiles, acknowledging that she can't deceive him. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivers a powerful punch, sending Dionisio flying. She then reveals her belief that the Order has grown weak and complacent. In her eyes, heretics warrant immediate execution, and she intends to restore the Order to its former glory through ruthless means. She reveals that once everyone else perishes in the dungeon, her faction will rise as the new heart of the Order. To the outside world, it will merely seem as though the subjugation team met their end during the mission. Without hesitation, her followers launch their attack. However, the hero swiftly defeats his foes with a single strike and stands before Sanus, pressing his sword against her throat. To his surprise, his attack barely leaves a mark. With a smile, she looks up at him and asks if he truly intends to fight her. In response, she unleashes her power, dazzling pain. This authority allows her to enhance nearly anything, from physical abilities and weapon sharpness to the very density of objects around her. The stronger the user becomes, the more enhancements they can stack. With pride, she declares that she can apply them up to 30 times. As Sanus unleashes a series of powerful attacks, Damien deftly dodges each one, his mind drifting back to his battle with Radiance, one of the 5 great saints who wielded this same authority on an even grander scale. The girl questions why he is merely dodging instead of unleashing his renowned technique against magic. With a casual demeanor, the hero responds that even with her enhanced strength, her attacks remain far too predictable. As he continues to engage her, he realizes that relying on his insight into the flow of magic drains more mana. The stronger the attacks he redirects, his mana reserves are dwindling, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep pace. Sanis abruptly shifts her strategy. With a powerful strike, she slams the ground, sending Damien crashing into a stone wall. Confident in her dominance, she declares that she's finished playing games. Faced with no other option, Damien resolves to take a gamble. He reaches into his chest and absorbs the spirit heart he had been saving for a critical moment. Red energy surges from his body as his mana skyrockets. The girl immediately senses the shift and attempts to finish him off before he becomes a greater threat. However, Damien skillfully redirects her attack, landing a powerful kick that sends her hurtling through the air. Realizing his sword can't penetrate her enhanced defenses, he opts to overpower her with sheer brute strength instead. The hero realizes just how close he came to death. Had he been any slower in absorbing the spirit's heart, the outcome could have been fatal. With his mana fully restored, he declares that it's time to confront the traitor. Meanwhile, Agnes and Margata are locked in a desperate struggle against the relentless corpses. The white-haired girl is baffled by the sheer strength of these monsters. Her heart races as she watches Kite tighten his grip around the other girl's neck, choking her mercilessly. Moments earlier, the man suddenly commanded his servant to attack. The girl fought back valiantly, but to her shock, their holy attacks had no effect on the monster. As he overpowered them both, Margata swiftly stepped in front of him, urging the other girl to run. Agnes hesitated, torn between her loyalty and fear, but Margata's desperate scream pierced through her uncertainty. She needed backup. As she desperately tries to escape, Corpse Play grins, revealing that he has her surrounded by monsters on all sides. He assures her not to worry, stating that he won't kill her, though he might turn her into one of his twisted creations. Agnes watches in horror as Margata is defeated, her heart racing. Turning her gaze to Kite, she realizes with dread that the man before her is indeed Corpse Play, the only one capable of conjuring such nightmarish creatures. As he contemplates his next move, she clenches her fist, grappling with the chilling thought of whether this is truly how her life will end. With a voice trembling with emotion, she confronts him, accusing him of murdering her brother. He raises an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of recognition crosses his face. He thinks he might have seen her before. With a mocking tone, he replies, "I kill so many people, it's hard to keep track." When she reveals the name of her village, he finally recalls it and asks if she had any family there. Agnes, her voice trembling with emotion, discloses that she is one of the survivors. She confronts him, demanding to know why he killed everyone, including her older brother, who had been a holy knight. Instead of expressing regret, the guy bursts into laughter, marveling at the situation. He recalls a paladin from that village who had put up quite a fight, but ultimately, he became nothing more than a test subject. As the girl stares at him in horror, he reveals his twisted philosophy. He doesn't kill for no reason. To him, everyone is merely a part of his grand masterpiece. Suddenly, he turns to her and asks if she wants to see her brother. Agnes is horrified as the monster finally removes its mask. She immediately recognizes the face beneath it, her own brother, but something is terribly wrong. He's no longer there. Overwhelmed, she breaks down in tears. The sound of her anguish only fuels her excitement as he begins to recount the day her brother struggled. He managed to defeat every single golem he faced, but ultimately, he had to surrender to save the remaining villagers. As he watched helplessly while they screamed for help, her brother could no longer bear it and gave in. The man, wearing a chilling smile, remarked that he was truly remarkable material. He felt a twisted sense of pride in what he had created, turning to show it to the sister. As he continues to speak, Agnes's fury boils over, and she declares that she will never forgive him. Unfazed, the man dismisses her words and commands the golem to bring her closer. Suddenly, a brilliant energy begins to radiate from Agnes's body as she reiterates her vow of vengeance. In an instant, that energy erupts throughout the cave, leaving a cross-shaped mark glowing on her forehead. She unlocks the stigmata, a divine blessing that bestows overwhelming strength. Even Corpse Play is astonished by the power she has just acquired, grateful to the god for providing such invaluable material once again. This rare moment grants her immense favor from the divine, along with an extraordinary surge of power. In this very instant, Agnes successfully claims that incredible strength. She makes it abundantly clear that she'll never forgive Corp for his actions. After all, he's an absolute monster. Meanwhile, he grows even more excited as he watches her reaction. Laughing, he finds the entire situation utterly fascinating and casually suggests it might be time to begin the second round of interviews for his masterpiece. With that, he commands his monsters to attack her. As the monsters surge forward, the girl presses on, shattering them one by one amidst brilliant streams of light. Each punch she delivers is infused with such power that it creates dazzling streaks illuminating the battlefield. The man watches in genuine amusement, openly acknowledging the stigmata's incredible strength. He notes that the stigmata itself is essentially a manifestation of divine power. Amid the chaos, Margata is hurled toward Agnes, who instinctively catches her and swiftly moves her to safety. In that moment, Kite races toward them at breakneck speed, and Corpse Play points out that they are confronting the very power he had bestowed. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl charges back at Kite and delivers a powerful punch directly to him. This catches him off guard, as the divine power shows no signs of fading. He realizes that the magic tool he possesses is utterly ineffective against the stigmata. He reflects that individuals with the stigmata are incredibly rare, which explains why even Dorgo had limited information on them. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he casually checks to see if any pests are still alive. Suddenly, the entire cave begins to shake violently, and rocks rain down from above, plunging everything into chaos. Corpse instincts kick in as he swiftly shatters the falling boulders heading his way, while the girls look on in confusion, unsure of what's happening. From above, the hero peers down and calls out to him, demanding to know what is going on. In that tense moment, he seizes a blood-soaked Sanis by the collar and demands to know if everyone is present. The girl watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Damien is with her. With a swift motion, he throws her to the ground and declares that she has betrayed him, which is why he took it upon himself to deal with her. This shocking revelation leaves both Agnes and Margata reeling. The hero catches sight of the white-haired girl in her transformed state and immediately recognizes that she has unlocked her stigmata. Dionysio loudly confirms the shocking news. The girl has indeed betrayed them. Gamal gazes at Agnes in awe, taken aback by her striking new appearance. With a faint smile, Damien suggests that Gamal and Agnes should escape first, assuring them that he can handle Corpse game on his own. The man's voice trembles as he declares that escaping is impossible. Annoyed, the hero demands to know what he hopes to accomplish by staying behind. Ultimately, the knight can't argue further and decides to take the other man with him. Together, they lift Sanis and begin to move out. As they leave, Corpse Play smirks, sarcastically asking who gave them permission to take his subject away. He calls out to Kite, and in an instant, his body begins to transform into a horrific monster. The man commands him to unleash his full power and bring everyone back. Shock ripples through the crowd as the aura emanating from the creature rivals that of a high-class knight. Without hesitation, Kite launches a punch straight at Agnes, prompting Gamal to shout a warning as he senses the imminent danger. The girl steps forward, countering his attack with a devastating punch that sends a shockwave rippling through the ground. She urges the others to heed Damien's warning and leave at once, pouring all her strength in defending off Kite's relentless assault. Observing her determination, our boy can't help but smile, recognizing that he doesn't need to intervene. The girl calls out to him, requesting the chance to handle this fight entirely on her own. When he asks why, tears stream down her face as she reveals that the creature Kite is actually her brother. Damien is frozen in absolute shock. The realization hits him hard. Her brother is being used within that golem. A wave of intense anger surges through him at the sheer depravity of Corpse Play. Meanwhile, Corpse Play finds the entire scene utterly entertaining and nonchalantly orders Kite to capture everyone alive if possible. Sensing an opportunity, Gamal shouts that this is their chance and urges everyone to run, insisting they're of no use just standing there. He also implores Agnes to leave quickly. However, their retreat only infuriates Corpse Play. He bellows, demanding to know where they think they're going without his permission. Internally, he grumbles about the dwindling number of flesh golems at his disposal. With a swift motion, he crushes a peculiar egg, revealing a human mouth from which a horse emerges. He then commands Kite to seize both the horse and the mouth and drag them to the sewing room. The hero stands in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Just as he attempts to pursue, Kite steps in his way, blocking his path. Agnes steps forward and unleashes a powerful kick that drives Kite's face into the ground. "Damien, you need to leave now," she commands. After a moment of hesitation, he nods in agreement. "I'll meet you later," he replies before dashing away at lightning speed. As he escapes, Kite erupts in a furious roar. Gritting her teeth, Agnes continues to rain down punches on him, determined to keep him at bay. As Kite presses forward, she plants her feet firmly into the ground, bracing herself to block his path. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she pushes back with all her might, silently apologizing to her brother. Her eyes squeeze shut as the painful realization dawns on her. She might have arrived far too late. Elsewhere, Corpse Play cackles as he pursues Gamal's group, shouting for them to stop. Suddenly, our hero leaps down from above, moving with astonishing speed. In one swift motion, he slices off the horse's legs, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. He steps forward, firmly planting his foot on Corpse Play's chest. Now that they are completely alone, Damien makes it clear he has a lot to say, pressing his sword against Corpse Play's neck despite the perilous situation. Corpse Play appears more thrilled than frightened. After all, the hero has successfully bypassed his flesh golem. Damien pauses for a moment, taking in this unexpected reaction, but he quickly returns to the matter at hand, demanding to know who provided him with the magic tool. At that moment, a monstrous spider lurking behind him lunges forward to attack. Without a trace of panic, he deftly dodges the strike, continuing his questioning mid-motion as he demands to know the origin of the numerous flesh golems. Observing his reaction, Corpse Play brandishes his sword with a sinister smile, clearly amused by the chaos unfolding before him. He casually asks if the undead creatures caught him off guard, then, with a teasing tone, wonders if he ever considered how he managed to move so many bodies without leaving a trace. Lifting the item in his hand, he excitedly reveals that a subspace magic tool made it all possible. Just then, even more monsters begin to emerge behind him, and he proudly boasts that while they may not be on Kite's level, he still has plenty of puppets at his disposal. Damien observes the unfolding situation in silence, quickly identifying the item as a subspace bag. A thought crosses his mind. If he can just eliminate the owner, the bag will be his. With a smug grin, Corpse Play remarks that while Damien lacks the refinement of Kite, he still views him as a potential masterpiece, one who might eventually eclipse that flesh golem. He then orders the beast to charge, intent on capturing Damien alive. Our boy drops into a fighting stance, feeling a surge of mana coursing through him, stronger than ever before. This newfound strength means he can finally wield his technique. As he channels mana into his sword, he reflects on how he's only scratched the surface of the 1,000-mile sword art until now. For the very first time, he stands on the brink of unleashing its true power. His eyes fixate on the approaching monsters, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashes his ultimate technique. A devastating strike rips through the battlefield, its roar echoing like a mountain crumbling. In that single powerful attack, every monster is swept away. Corpse Play stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at his puppets. The hero, with a casual flick of his hand, seems to dismiss the entire spectacle as if it required little effort. In a mocking tone, he asks if that was meant to be the grand surprise, then suggests they resume their question and answer session. For the first time, genuine fear flickers across Corpse Play's face. He realizes that the situation is spiraling completely out of his control, and Damien's combat power far exceeds his expectations. Clutching his hand anxiously, he acknowledges to himself that his transformation isn't stable yet, but he has no other options left. The hero remarks in a bored tone that it appears his opponent still has one more puppet to play. But in an instant, everything changes. Corpse Play confesses that he never thought he would have to resort to this method in his life. Suddenly, his body begins to distort, transforming him into a massive, monstrous beast. As the transformation completes, he feels a wave of disgust wash over him, repulsed by his own condition. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Agnes, who is still locked in battle with her transformed brother. Raising her hand shield, she deflects Kite's claws, but the force of the impact sends her crashing into the rear wall. Undeterred, she pushes herself back up and charges forward again, weapons gripped tightly in both hands. Kite lunges at her with a deafening roar, but this time, her speed allows her to evade his attack just in time. Her mana-coated fist strikes deep into the monster's thick hide, unleashing a massive blow that sends a flash of blue light illuminating the area. The impact hurls Kite against the wall, scattering debris in all directions. Suddenly, her broken voice begins to call out her name, freezing the girl in place. With each desperate cry, he realizes that her brother is still alive, trapped within that monstrous form. He pleads with her for assistance, begging her to end his life. Agnes hesitates, calling out to her brother. After a tense moment, she closes her eyes, as if she has finally made her decision. With newfound resolve, she unleashes a flurry of direct strikes, determined to shatter the golem before her. But the sorrow within her continues to swell as she realizes that the final words of those transformed into flesh golems are merely the lingering thoughts they had before their demise. The attack causes the monster to collapse, yet even in his last moments he calls out her name. Agnes approaches him gently and whispers, "I'm right here. Kite asks her to end his life one last time, and in that moment, she finally comprehends the unbearable pain he has endured. Tears well up in her eyes as she acknowledges just how incredibly difficult this has been for her brother. Gradually, Kite's strength begins to wane, and he leans heavily against her shoulder. Summoning his remaining energy, he expresses his gratitude and affectionately calls her his little sister. Agnes's expression falters as she hears this, transporting her back to her childhood. He apologizes, urging her to live bravely from this moment forward. Sobbing, she promises to lead a good life. He gently runs his hand over her head one last time before his body begins to fade away slowly. Once he is gone, the girl collapses in the empty cave, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Corpse Play remarks that he never imagined he would have to resort to such a method in his life. The sight leaves our boy visibly perplexed. He begins to question whether a human can truly fuse with a flesh golem. Damien has never encountered such a form in his past life, and he speculates that perhaps the reclusive creator never required this kind of transformation, as he remained on the front lines. In that moment, he conjures a massive sphere of magic above himself, proudly declaring that Damien is the first person to force him to reveal his trump card. His obsession has taken a darker turn, as if he's determined to capture Damien at any cost. In the blink of an eye, multiple streams of magic surge toward our hero, but with lightning-fast reflexes, he leaps to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught. Observing the attack pattern, the hero quickly recognizes it as magic from the School of Ruin. He suspects that Corpse Play has likely transformed other dark mages into flesh golems as well. Without hesitation, he charges forward and strikes Damien with his massive hoof. His attack crashes into the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Yet a grin remains plastered on his face. But that grin quickly shifts to confusion as Damien emerges from the smoke. He charges forward, and with a swift slash, he cleanly severs his shoulder. The arm falls off completely, eliciting a scream of pain from him, but within seconds, it regenerates. Witnessing this, our protagonist quickly deduces that magic from the Frenzy School is likely involved. Corpse Play launches another brutal attack, forcing him to stagger back, gathering immense power in his hand. He declares that resistance is futile and commands the hero to surrender and become his material. Damien grits his teeth, his hand instinctively resting on his blade, as the man unleashes a colossal wave of magic. Corpse Play laughs with manic excitement, reveling in his own power as he proclaims himself the pinnacle of dark magic, a true masterpiece. Activating his glowing bracelet, Damien remarks that the fools of Yulin believe dark magic to be supreme, all while lacking a grasp of the fundamentals. Corpse Play freezes in shock as he realizes the hero is wielding dark magic. Confusion washes over him. How could a member of the Order's subjugation force tap into dark mana? Desperately, he demands to know who Damien truly is. With an emotionless demeanor, Damien forms a massive magic circle and calmly declares that he will now demonstrate real dark magic. Corpse Play stares at the intricate formation, his disbelief palpable. He admits he's never encountered dark magic like this before. As an ominous energy begins to envelop his entire body, panic sets in, and he attempts to launch another attack, knowing he must eliminate Damien before he completes his spell. However, his assault halts abruptly upon striking an invisible barrier. Alarmed, he realizes the surrounding dark mana has begun to disperse, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that Damien possesses an artifact similar to his own? He swiftly dismisses that possibility and demands once again to know the true nature of the hero. Meanwhile, our protagonist continues his chanting. Countless chains erupt from within the magic circle, binding Corpse Play's entire body at lightning speed. The guy forces a smile, attempting to downplay the situation as if the chains binding him are nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. Yet, beneath that facade, he is gripped by horror. His body is completely immobilized. Damien approaches him slowly, his demeanor calm as he reveals the chilling truth. It's not just his body that has been sealed, his mind is trapped as well. Corpse Play trembles visibly, his voice quaking with horror as he asks who Damien truly is to wield such dark magic. With a mere flick of his finger, Damien sends Corpse Play crashing face first into the ground. In a grave tone, he demands to know the whereabouts of Dorgo. The mention of that name leaves Corpse Play utterly stunned. In a state of shock, he questions how Damien knows it, immediately suspecting that he might be yet another contractor working for Dorgo. The hero raises his finger once more, demanding a straightforward answer. Straining against his restraints, the man laughs, insisting he sees no reason why any contractor would betray their master. He adds defiantly that the hero won't extract a single piece of information from him. Damien, his voice icy, counters that he could easily kill him and interrogate his soul directly. The man sneers at this, acknowledging it as typical dark mage behavior, but then reveals that his soul is already sealed under a restriction. Our boy appears puzzled, prompting the man to explain that he has placed a restriction on his own soul, ensuring it would instantly destroy itself if anyone dared to question him about Dorgo. Internally, the hero can't help but think the man is utterly insane for cursing himself in such a way. Oddly enough, Corpse Play begins to show signs of excitement. He proudly declares that Damien must now understand that there is nothing left for him to learn. He admits with a hint of regret that he can't turn Damien into a puppet, but dying for his master is still an honor. The hero grits his teeth, vowing that he will certainly kill him, just not with his own hands. Confused, the man looks up and asks, "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, countless souls materialize before him, and our protagonist explains that these are the spirits of the very people he has killed. He notes that the dead often linger around dark mages, but dark mana typically conceals them. Now that his mana is completely sealed, he can finally see them. This is one of the most agonizing punishments for dark mages, where vengeful spirits relentlessly devour the soul. Terror grips the man as he trembles, pleading with Damien to stop, crying out that this punishment is far too severe. He begs for a swift death instead, but Damien has made up his mind. He watches as the very spirits the man tormented begin to close in. In an instant, they swarm over him, consuming him piece by piece. The scene transitions to a dimly lit room, where piles of human bones are strewn about. In the center, a girl sits silently within a magic circle. Countless vengeful spirits swarm around Corpse Play, clawing at his flesh. His screams reverberate through the air as his consciousness begins to fade. Showing no emotion, our protagonist approaches him and with a single, precise strike, severs his head from his body. The spirits seem displeased, their angry whispers swirling through the air as if they long to prolong his suffering. Ignoring their discontent, the hero impatiently inquires how much longer he has left, emphasizing that he needs to create the illusion of having killed for the Holy Order. Raising his bracelet, he explains that the paladins will be returning soon, and he must eliminate every trace of dark mana before they arrive. He methodically seals all the power back into the bracelet, a sly smile creeping onto his face as a new plan begins to take shape in his mind. Casually, he declares that the farming here must come to an end. After completing the cleanup outside, he steps into the hidden room. The moment he enters, the damp, putrid air assaults his senses. Scattered skulls litter the floor, and human corpses dangle from iron chains, a chilling sight that underscores the darkness within. The spirits continue to follow him silently, and as the hero surveys his surroundings, he realizes he must be in the man's research room. He can't help but wonder why these spirits are unable to achieve ascension, and instead linger behind him. His gaze settles on a mirror positioned at the center of the room, and he recalls the magical tool that once connected him to Dorgo. Stepping forward cautiously, Damien reaches out to touch the mirror, hoping that if communication is still possible, he might uncover Dorgo's whereabouts. But touching the mirror yields no response, leading him to conclude that the communication link was severed long ago. This raises his suspicions. After all, he believes Dorgo valued Corpse Play enough to promote him to general, so it seems odd to abandon him so easily. Reflecting on the previous battle, he wonders if Dorgo chose to cut ties himself this time. Another thought crosses his mind. Could this have happened because he eliminated Yulon too quickly? Frustrated, he shatters the mirror and curses Dorgo, calling him a meticulous bastard. However, the broken shards reveal something unexpected. A hidden door now stands exposed. Damien's suspicion peaks, compelling him to investigate further. He pushes the door open slowly, pondering aloud whether another mana storage bracelet might be concealed within. As he enters the room, his gaze lands on a map pinned to the wall, and he decides to take it without hesitation. Just then, two glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, and a figure lunges at him. Reacting instinctively, he throws a punch, sending the attacker sprawling backward. The creature now stands revealed, a half-human, half-beast hybrid. Damien is taken aback to see that this creation can still move even after its creator's death. He observes that the wound from his attack regenerates instantly, leading him to conclude that it possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, an explanation for the absence of any stitching scars on its body. As he studies the creature with growing curiosity, he realizes it has self-awareness and can even conjure a magic circle on its own. He speculates that the obsessions of countless dead souls may have merged to create a single consciousness. However, given its confinement, it's clear that this outcome was entirely unintentional. Damien finds the situation intriguing, but calmly observes that the undead are still just undead. With a hint of determination, he adds that he will help it achieve ascension. In an instant, he freezes as two spirits step protectively in front of the creature. Our hero immediately demands to know their intentions. One spirit addresses him as Sir Knight and explains that this child was born with an innate hatred for the dark mage who created her. The spirit urges him to take the child with him, insisting that her abilities will be invaluable in the fight against the dark mages in the future. Composing himself, Damien cautiously points his sword at them, though his tone reveals no real threat. He inquires if the spirits are connected to the creature and demands to know its name. The spirit softly responds, introducing herself as Mia. Just then, two flashes of light slice through the air, shattering the chain around Mia's neck. Despite this, Damien remains wary and sets a condition. If she ever attacks humans or fails to prove her worth, he will not hesitate to end her life himself. He asks if they have any complaints before turning to walk outside, casually noting that his farming is done and it's time to head back. Later, when Dionisio and Gamel return with the reinforcements, they find Damien and Agnes standing there holding the puppet master's head. Though shocked, they decide not to ask too many questions. Everyone is astonished that the hero managed to defeat such a formidable enemy without sustaining a single scratch. Remarkably, he skillfully sidesteps any probing questions about his victory. Meanwhile, Damien receives news that the traitor Sanus has safely arrived at the church trial court, and the giant lady, who had been gravely injured, is now on the mend. Overall, everything unfolds seamlessly, revealing that the church's core combat force, which had been entirely wiped out in the previous life, has managed to survive this time. Shortly after, the reinforcements begin to prepare for their return, and Damien gets ready to leave with them. Before they depart, he takes a moment to thank Agnes. He notices his imminent departure and casually asks if he's leaving right now, even offering him a ride in her carriage. With a polite smile, he declines, explaining that he needs to go somewhere else first. Intrigued, Agnes asks if he's not heading home. He admits, a bit awkwardly, that he left without telling anyone, so his father is probably quite upset. To give his dad some time to cool off, he decides to travel for a while. The two of them chat for a bit before he finally sets off. Damien feels a surge of happiness, knowing that the girl has awakened her stigmata, which will be a tremendous asset in her battle against Dorgo. He bids farewell, determined to reduce the number of dark mages as much as possible. Meanwhile, at the Yulin stronghold, the members are in a frenzy, anxiously discussing the death of their master. Suddenly, an explosion shatters the wall behind them, and our hero emerges from the smoke, gripping a grotesque, mouth-like object in his hand as he absorbs dark energy. Mia stands beside him, her expression far from cheerful. The mages quickly identify her as the test subject their master had been experimenting on. Suddenly, the hero commands her to charge, declaring that it's time to eliminate some pests. In the next scene, patrons inside a bustling tavern are engaged in lively gossip. One man leans in, curiosity piqued, and asks the others if they've heard about the dark mage causing a stir throughout the empire lately. Another man chimes in, revealing that he knows about Victor, the dark mage who exclusively hunts other dark mages. Amid the chatter, someone quips that his nickname is Wood Chopping Victor because he chops mages like firewood. Just then, Victor strides into the tavern, casually mentioning that he's there to collect the luggage left under his name. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts as the entire tavern erupts into chaos and panic. Panic erupts as people scream in terror, frantically insisting they hadn't said a word. Within moments, the tavern is completely deserted, leaving Victor standing there utterly bewildered. He struggles to understand what has caused such a commotion. As he begins to gather the luggage in front of him, assuming it belongs to his young master, a figure in a black cloak approaches and asks, "Is your name truly Victor?" Turning around with a hint of hesitation, Victor confirms his identity. The cloaked figure then brings up the title of Wood Chopper, to which Victor casually responds that he's actually quite skilled at chopping wood. In an instant, the man erupts in fury, declaring he has finally found Victor and prepares to strike. But before he can land a blow, our hero intervenes, swiftly slashing the man in half. He jokes that Victor has become quite popular since their last encounter. The hefty man is taken aback as the hero casually smiles at him and inquires about his well-being. As they step outside, the man begins to trash-talk a new dark mage named Wood-Chopping Damien. Nervously, Damien agrees with him, all the while internally cringing, as he knows he is actually that Victor. He then asks if his dad has calmed down. The guy assures him that he's fine, yet he continues to gaze out the window, waiting. Our boy then inquires if his dad typically holds a weapon while looking out, to which Richter confirms with a nod. This revelation indicates that his father is still quite angry. As they discuss family matters, Victor's expression shifts abruptly as he reveals that there is something important he needs to share. Initially, the hero believes the situation involves dark mages, causing him to feel a surge of worry. However, the man quickly clarifies that his sister is marrying Sir Ballad Hugo. This revelation stirs deep emotions within him, as he recalls how he had once ruined her chance at love in a past life. Overwhelmed, he takes off running, announcing that they must return immediately. Just then, he catches a glimpse of dark mana emanating from a girl passing by. This moment freezes him in place, prompting him to stay another day to eliminate the remaining rats. The scene shifts to a fortress later that night, where Mia is effortlessly dispatching a couple of dark mages. Our protagonist strolls in casually, revealing that these mages were guarding some valuable items. As he glances down, he spots a box with writing that indicates it actually belongs to Dorgo. This moment fills our boy with excitement, as he has been pursuing it for 3 long months. With a swift slash, the top comes off, revealing his personal demonic sword, Erebus. Dorgo's ambitions extended beyond merely destroying the Empire. He also sought to complete the demonic sword by gathering all its fragments. In his past life, he had found it already half restored, but now it appears a bit smaller. Suddenly, the sword begins to glow with energy, leaving our protagonist wondering if it has truly recognized him as its owner. In his previous life, it took him 6 months to earn that acknowledgement. Lost in thought, he is abruptly interrupted when a girl leaps at him from behind and delivers a swift punch, sending him sprawling. She glares at him, demanding to know if he's the infamous wood-chopping Victor, warning that he won't be around for much longer. Damien recognizes her from his past life and quickly instructs Mia not to attack, warning her that the girl is far beyond what she can handle. The girl looks taken aback and asks if he truly knows who she is. He nods, confirming that she is Slaw, an executive of Pandemonium, the largest organization of black mages on the continent. In other words, the girl standing before him is an archmage. The hero realizes that he's not quite ready to confront someone like her just yet. He considers using the demonic sword, but the cramped space makes that a risky choice. Suddenly, a kid with blue hair appears behind him, grumbling about the noise. It seems he has just woken up from his slumber. With a puzzled expression, he asks where he is and who Damien is. The kid grips Mia by the chin, curiously asking what kind of cat she's meant to be. Glancing ahead, he casually notes that if he remembers correctly, the lizard standing over there is Slaw. The moment the girl hears this, she's utterly stunned. It turns out she had kept him asleep for an entire month using some drugs, yet somehow he still managed to wake up. Suddenly, our boy recalls that this guy is none other than the mercenary king himself, Karl Hopper. Even after becoming a Death Knight in his past life, it took him an entire week of relentless fighting just to barely defeat him. The mage girl swiftly ascends into the air, spinning rapidly to conjure a binding trap. She believes that if she can subdue Karl before he fully awakens, she might still have a chance. With determination, she leaps toward him and activates the trap, which ensnares Karl's body in its tight grip. But the kid breaks free almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, he lunges at the girl, attacking her and calling her an annoying brat. Within seconds, she is utterly defeated. Observing the chaos, our boy thinks this is exactly what he anticipated. Stepping on top of Slaw, Karl smirks, remarking that he only played along because she was nice to look at. Meanwhile, our protagonist contemplates the fact that there are only 3 transcendent beings in the entire world, and Karl is one of them. After dealing with the mage, Karl shifts his focus to our hero, inquiring about his true identity. Moments later, he bursts into laughter, realizing he is speaking to Damien Hexen, the honorary Knight of the Order. Damien explains that he was pursuing a black mage and somehow ended up here. From that point on, things escalated quickly. Karl chuckles, realizing that he almost killed the very person who saved his life. To his surprise, the kid is actually 72 years old, a Grand Master and the commander of the Fafnir mercenary group. Curious, Damien asks how someone of his caliber ended up in a place like this. The man chuckles, revealing that when Slaw approached him, he recognized his as a black mage. However, his beauty tempted him to indulge in a bit of mischief. Hearing this, Damien nervously laughs, acknowledging it was a close call. Yet, he still can't wrap his head around why Dorgo wanted to kidnap the mercenary king, or how Erebus became entangled in all of this. He yearns to delve into the Black Mage's soul memories for answers, but with Carl standing right there, he can't take the risk. Just then, several cloaked figures rush in from the distance, calling out for their commander and father, asking if he's all right. The commander looks up and chuckles, remarking that they always seem to appear only after witnessing his lightning. Damien offers to clean up the mess, but Carl quickly dismisses the idea. He insists that he can't ask the person who saved his life to do such work. Instead, he wants to show his gratitude and announces that he will open his treasury, sending its treasures directly to Damien's home. Meanwhile, in his laboratory, Dorgo reflects on the incident, noting that it has sparked a wave of fresh inspiration within him. His servant approaches, delivering the grim news that Slew failed to capture the mercenary king and has met his end. Dorgo merely shrugs, remarking that she would have made an excellent base for a Death Knight, but he can always find someone else. However, his demeanor shifts abruptly when he hears that the demonic sword has also vanished. As our protagonist walks alongside Victor, he reflects on everything that has transpired. After parting ways with the mercenary king, he attempted to search Slow's soul, but it was already sealed, leaving him with nothing. Meanwhile, Victor excitedly chatted about the upcoming family gathering, but the hero couldn't shake his anxiety about his father's potential wrath. The hefty man reassured him, insisting that his father was only upset because he cared deeply for him. They are also returning with a variety of gifts, but Damien believes they need something more impressive to truly catch his attention. Just then, nearby citizens begin discussing the upcoming Helion tournament. At the mention of it, Damien's mind races back to the competition held every 4 years in the Helios Empire, where knights from across the continent gather to showcase their skills. The tournament is fiercely protected by the Empire's finest swordsmen, with the victor earning immense wealth and unparalleled honor for their nation. Each division has its own age restrictions, and sadly, the elite fighters from the Apple Kingdom have already aged out. Suddenly, our boy halts in his tracks, having finally devised the perfect way to calm his father's anger. He turns to Victor and declares that they need a more impressive gift. Without missing a beat, he announces that they are heading to the Helios Empire. Just then, a carriage driver passing by calls out, announcing an express carriage bound for the Empire. Our boy quickly calls the driver to stop, while the heavy-set man lumbers after him, struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, through a weapon mirror used for communication, someone inquires about Gray's assessment of the demonic sword's user. Gray reports that the user's strength is steadily increasing and has already reached high-class level. However, the voice on the other end is far from satisfied, insisting that the progress is far too slow. Gray explains that if the growth had been too rapid, it would have attracted unwanted attention. However, his reasoning is dismissed as a cold voice interjects. The most important goal is to complete the demonic sword. He elaborates that the weapon absorbs the blood and souls of its opponents, transferring their talents to its user. This growth-type demonic sword means that both the blade and its wielder grow stronger together. His own son possessed no talent whatsoever, yet thanks to this sword alone, he had managed to rise to a high-class level. The voice then revealed that his wish to meet that higher being would be the reward for his next mission. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gray loudly vowed to complete the mission, even if it cost him his life, and immediately asked for his orders. In response, the voice commands him to drench the Empire's festival in blood during the Helion tournament. Without a moment's hesitation, he vows to fulfill the mission, addressing the voice as Lord Weapon Master. The scene shifts to the Helios Empire, where we find our protagonist walking alongside Victor. The portly man asks if he has visited this place during his travels, to which he nods in confirmation. The two finally part ways and agree to meet at the registration desk. As Damien walks alone, he suddenly hears someone calling his name. Looking ahead, he spots Michael, who is beaming with excitement. As they chat, Michael shares that he took Damien's advice to heart and worked diligently to reach the middle class. However, Damien barely acknowledges him, his attention solely on registering for the tournament. The man notices his own reaction and remarks that he had hoped they would duel again. In response, Damien reveals that they are now in different divisions, as he has ascended to the rank of high-class knight. The man freezes in shock. Just moments ago, they had both been low-class knights. Undeterred, the hero casually adds that he was already in the middle class back then. As the guy continues his pursuit, a figure in the crowd observes the two of them in silence. The scene shifts to the arena, where Victor ponders the absence of masterclass battles this year. Our protagonist explains that reaching the masterclass is no simple feat. It typically takes around 65 years to achieve mastery. As a result, most contenders are beyond the age limit. The overweight man comments on the formidable appearance of the monsters around them, expressing concern for their safety. Our protagonist reassures him that as long as there are no masterclass battles, the barrier will keep them safe. Just then, Michael strides into the arena, casually stretching as the tournament rules are announced. A total of 100 knights from across the globe will compete, and only the last one standing will be declared the winner. Michael wonders if the rival Damien mentioned is also present, as he feels the urge to prove himself. As the tournament begins, he swiftly draws his blade and charges forward, cutting down multiple fighters in a single fluid motion. Victor watches in awe, remarking that no one from the ordinary class stands a chance against him. The hero nods in agreement, but reminds Victor that not everyone here is ordinary. Below, a girl calls out to Michael, introducing herself as Rachel. She asks if he wants to spar, noting that he's the only one here who can rival her. Recognizing her instantly, he charges forward without hesitation to attack. Moments later, we find him in the arena's waiting room, badly beaten. He admits to himself that the world is vast, and it's clear that she is stronger than he is. Despite his reach, he should have landed a hit, but the girl skillfully coated her body in mana. This technique was reserved for high-class knights, making the battle truly one-sided. Our protagonist understood that there wasn't much the opponent could do. The knight he faced had once been one of humanity's strongest warriors in her past life, known as the Sword Queen. Her specialty was the formidable full-plate aura. As he lost himself in thought, the Emperor suddenly strode into the arena. With his arrival, our protagonist sensed that the real show was about to begin. It was time for the high-class division to take the stage, which meant he would be fighting as well. To his surprise, there were only 6 participants in this elite class. Victor and Michael cheered him on, urging him to secure the victory, and he confidently replied, "I've got this." Meanwhile, a young man stands nervously, surrounded by powerful figures. He only joined this competition because his father insisted, but now, seeing renowned competitors like Damien fills him with dread. Struggling to steady his racing heart, he tells himself that he must win to prove himself to his father. In a moment of desperation, he places an oddly shaped blade over one of his eyes, as if to shield himself from the overwhelming pressure. In the high-class division, a few standout fighters dominate the competition. Among them is our hero, along with several other knights. Damien swiftly advances to the semifinals, taking down his opponent with a single strike. As he strolls back with a proud smile, he catches sight of that guy from earlier, who has also just defeated his opponent. Despite his lack of combat sense, he still stands as a high-class knight. Just then, a girl approaches him and asks how he's doing. Our hero is taken aback, unsure of who she is. Sensing his confusion, she removes her mask, revealing herself to be Agnes. Before he can call her name, she swiftly covers his mouth and explains that she's here without permission. The girl concocts an excuse, claiming she wanted to test herself against the experts, but in truth, her heart is set on him. Hearing this, our boy casually mentions that he also needs to visit the order, suggesting they return together once the tournament concludes. A blush creeps across her cheeks as she misinterprets his words, thinking he's asking her out on a date. Just then, she remembers that her match is about to begin, prompting her to awkwardly walk away. As she steps into the fighting arena, she can't shake the thought of whether he truly asked her on a date. Her opponent is another girl named Athene, who exudes strength and confidence. With a mocking grin, Athene taunts her for wearing a mask, declaring that she'll deduct points for being too dull. Meanwhile, Agnes can think of nothing but going on a date with the MC. Determined not to embarrass herself in front of him, she knows she needs to focus. Without a word, she readies herself to attack her opponent with a series of kicks. Her rival, thrilled by Agnes's fierce approach, rewards her with 20 points for her intensity. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes a shift in her fighting style, realizing she's cleverly concealing her true identity. As soon as the match begins, Agnes bursts into action, moving with astonishing speed and effortlessly dodging every attack from her opponent. Athene watches in awe, impressed by her agility, and awards her additional points. Just as Agnes prepares to land another kick, her opponent swiftly flips her sword and swings it dangerously close to her face. In a swift decision, Athene deducts 10 points for Agnes's failure to evade the strike. Meanwhile, Damien observes, aware that Agnes is deliberately holding back her divine power to conceal her true identity. Still, her raw power is undeniably impressive. However, her opponent seems somewhat disappointed, remarking that only Damien is truly worth fighting. Upon hearing his name, Agnes suddenly unleashes a punch infused with mana. The girl barely manages to dodge it, but she quickly realizes that the white-haired girl is concealing her true strength. As their battle rages on, our protagonist acknowledges that the white-haired girl has certainly improved. Yet, she knows that raw power alone won't secure her victory against her formidable opponent. His assessment proves accurate when Athene suddenly levels up, overpowering her with newfound abilities. Agnes quickly realizes that she stands no chance of winning this way, but she remains hesitant to use her other skills, fearing that revealing her true identity could be disastrous. The red-haired girl comes to a realization she won't be using her powers any longer. With that decision, she unleashes an overwhelming surge of mana, obliterating Agnes in an instant. After her victory, she nonchalantly reveals that she scored 42 points, yet still considers it a failure. Turning to our protagonist, she declares that it's time for her to confront the man her father spoke of. We finally arrive at the semifinals of the high-class division. The next match features the Sword Emperor, Jaliwa Haribo, facing off against his opponent, Javier Joshua. Javier, the same eccentric fighter from before, has dispatched all his opponents with a single strike up to this point. As the knight prepares to face him, he reassures himself that he can handle Javier's speed, having studied his previous matches closely. As the round begins, the strange man swiftly swings his sword at his opponent's neck, leaving no time to react. It seems he has only gotten faster this time. Despite effortlessly defeating his opponent with a single slash, the strange man remains unsatisfied. He points his sword at the Emperor and declares that he won't be content until he spills the Emperor's blood at the winner's ceremony. We transition to the second round of the semifinals, where our protagonist is set to face the same redhead girl once again. His group rallies around him, cheering and playfully teasing him by calling Agnes his sister-in-law. Although Damien has triumphed in 2 rounds, he still hasn't drawn his weapon. The girl regards him with a disappointed expression and remarks that since he arrived late, she will deduct 10 points from his score. Confused, he asks her what she means. She simply replies that it's just her thing, and then inquires if the girl standing there is indeed Damien. He refuses to answer, frustrated that she isn't responding to any of his questions. In response, Athene grabs her weapon, asserting that it doesn't really matter since his points depend on his skills. This brings a smile to his face as he acknowledges her, calling her the daughter of the mercenary king. The girl is taken aback that he knows her name, but she quickly resolves to begin the fight. Informing him that she'll start with only 20% of her power, she leaps into the air and unleashes her signature move, the Dragon Tail Slash. The commentator, recognizing the iconic attack, can hardly contain his excitement. This is shaping up to be an incredible match. Despite her fierce assault, our boy keeps his hands in his pockets as Simple continues to evade her strikes. Impressed by his confidence, the girl awards him an additional 10 points, raising her power to 40%. The hero dodges her attacks effortlessly, even thanking her for the generous score she's bestowed upon him. As he swiftly closes the distance between them, he calmly tells her that she's not strong enough to judge him. The girl, caught off guard, attempts to strike him, but he effortlessly dodges her blow. The commentators are astonished, convinced that Damien is merely toying with Athene, never even drawing a weapon. Watching from a distance, Javier muses that regardless of the outcome, both of them are absolute monsters. Realizing she can no longer hold back, the girl activates Dragon Thunder, enveloping her body and spear in crackling lightning. She reveals that she has longed to meet him ever since her father spoke so highly of him, but she insists that she only believes what she sees with her own eyes. Declaring this her final test, she challenges Damien to withstand her attack with his bare hands as well. The spectators are left in awe by the sheer power of her move. A dragon materializes in the sky, unleashing the Thunder Dragon's extinguishing breath. Our protagonist realizes that since she is showcasing something extraordinary, he must respond in kind. He activates his own mana cultivation technique, the Infinite Cycle Union art. The ground trembles beneath his feet as the first ring ignites with a brilliant light. Before Athene can even react, he appears before her with astonishing speed and calmly asks how many points that move is worth. Then, with a sudden force, he slams her into the wall, creating a massive crater behind her. Barely conscious, Athene manages to give him a score of 100, admitting it's a perfect score before reluctantly accepting her defeat. The announcer proclaims him the winner and announces a 10-minute break before the final match. Damien helps Athene to her feet, joking that since her father treasures her so much, he hopes the mercenary group won't storm his house just because he teased her. Athene laughs, shaking her head. "That's not how things work," she replies, a playful glint in her eyes. Then, with a smile, she adds that she has a reward for him for achieving a perfect score. Curious, he asks her what she means by saying he can't turn down a reward. In response, the girl points to herself and declares that she is the reward, with a playful glint in her eye. She suggests they get married and have a child who will grow up to be the new mercenary king. Damien is taken aback by the unexpected proposal, her mind racing to catch up. Meanwhile, Agnes appears ready to explode with emotion. The white-haired girl erupts in fury at the news, while Michael nervously comes to terms with just how intimidating his sister-in-law can be. He quickly shuts down the suggestion, insisting he has no intention of becoming that troublesome old man's son-in-law. Athene, taken aback by his rejection, angrily deducts 50 points from his score. Later, the announcer informs everyone that the finals will resume the following day. The blonde guy inquires about what the hero has been up to for the past 3 months. Damien casually responds that he's been fulfilling requests, collecting elixirs, and honing his mana cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Javier observes him intently. Determined to surpass Damien and achieve his own goals, he realizes he must first understand his true strength. But as Damien walks past him, Javier suddenly freezes in place. The pressure Damien exudes brings back memories of his father, Silva Javier, the greatest warrior in the kingdom. The strange man recalls his own past, how he once lacked talent and only gained his current strength through someone else's kindness. Winning this tournament is his way of repaying that debt, but after witnessing the MC's power, he understands that victory won't come easily. That night, Damien reveals his groundbreaking cultivation method, which alleviates the strain on the body by utilizing an independent external organ to regulate mana flow. Michael is astonished, grappling with the complexity of such a technique. Sensing his confusion, Damien reassures him that with his talent, he'll master it quickly and promises to teach him later. The blonde guy, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly pleads with him to keep that promise. Our boy quietly resolves to make himself even stronger than he was in his past life, determined to keep fighting when the impending apocalypse war arrives. Agnes asks if she can learn the technique as well, but Damien hesitates, unsure if it can coexist with divine power. As he recalls that the hero needs rest before tomorrow's match, Michael decides to head out for the night. Meanwhile, Mia relaxes on the roof, enjoying the company of the spirits. As the blonde guy walks away, he contemplates whether he should attempt to create his own independent mana cultivation technique. Suddenly, a shadow materializes from the darkness, and Javier launches a surprise attack. Michael reacts swiftly, dodging a potentially fatal blow, but the blade still grazes his chest, leaving a painful mark. The strange man is taken aback that a middle-class fighter could counter his attack. Michael unsheathes his sword, demanding to know who he is. However, Javier brushes off the question, pondering instead whether he has grown stronger after today's battle. Feeling slighted, the blonde man challenges him, asking if he wants to fight. Meanwhile, the kid observes closely, suspecting that Javier possesses some instinct that alerts him to danger before it strikes. Whatever the reason, he can't shake off his envy of such talent. Without a moment's hesitation, Michael charges at him. The guy is taken aback, wondering if Michael is simply reckless or if he genuinely believes he can take on someone stronger. Noticing that Michael has left himself wide open, he prepares to end the fight quickly. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the stillness of the night. As the dust settles, a number of middle-class fighters lie either dead or injured. Mia arrives after investigating the commotion and manages to save Michael's life. Meanwhile, Damien is consumed by guilt, blaming himself for the chaos since he had only tasked the spirits with watching over the lodging. Fueled by a mix of rage and remorse, he vows to track down whoever is responsible and make them pay for what happened to Michael. The next day, the finals of the Helian tournament finally begin. Our protagonist senses a change in Javier. The kid exudes a newfound confidence, convinced that this time he can defeat him. Still reeling from Michael's condition, Damien snaps at Javier, urging him to stop showing off as he prepares to analyze Javier's mana flow. As soon as the match begins, the guy launches an attack with astonishing speed, sending blood spraying into the air and shocking everyone in the arena. However, it turns out the hero only sustained a small cut on his cheek. Javier is left stunned that his opponent even noticed the attack, while Damien concedes that he should have analyzed the guy's mana first. The relentless attacker continues, unleashing techniques that leave the audience in awe as they witness moves they've never seen before. Our boy deflects the strikes with his bare hands, acutely aware that while the power is formidable, Javier's movements seem unnatural, as if the strength doesn't truly belong to him. Suddenly, Javier unleashes the Lion's War sword strike. The devastating attack generates a massive explosion, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Damien instantly recognizes the technique. It's Michael's Lion's Majesty sword art, a technique Javier should never have been aware of. The hero realizes that he must be the one who attacked him last night. Enraged, he activates the first ring of the half-one infinite art and charges at Javier. The strange man, brimming with confidence, believes he can defeat him with the power he possesses today. But before he can react, the hero suddenly appears right in front of him, delivering a sharp warning to know his place. The two warriors clash fiercely with their swords, delivering the thrilling finale the audience had been eagerly anticipating. However, Javier gradually begins to lose ground. Despite having stolen the power and skills of many formidable fighters, he still cannot overcome Damien. Doubt creeps in as he wonders what kind of monster Damien truly is. In a decisive moment, the hero delivers a powerful strike that sends Javier skidding across the arena. As he approaches, the guy admits that defeating him is proving to be much more difficult than he anticipated, but insists he still has a mission to complete. Our hero immediately senses that something is amiss. Suddenly, the eye embedded in Javier's sword begins to glow ominously, and he declares that he will sacrifice himself for his cause. The crowd watches in confusion as the hero comes to the shocking realization that his weapon is, in fact, a demonic sword. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the arena, engulfing it in a thick cloud of smoke. From the chaos, a figure emerges, the Dark Knight of Pandemonium, a terrifying member of the Empire's notorious black magic organization. Panic erupts among the audience as screams fill the air, and people scramble to escape for their lives. Damien's thoughts race as he wonders if Javier has been fully consumed by the sword, but deep down, he realizes the outcome remains unchanged. The guy charges forward with terrifying speed, and our hero barely manages to evade his attacks. However, the blade still grazes Damien's arm. In that moment, Javier loses whatever little reason he had left, and one of his arms morphs into a monstrous limb. The hero realizes that the demonic sword gains strength by absorbing blood, revealing how Javier has been harnessing the abilities of others. The battle rages on as Damien steadfastly refuses to back down. Even the commentators commend him for his courage in standing up against Pandemonium. However, those observing closely can see that Javier's power is steadily increasing, inching ever closer to master-class warrior level. Fueled by his newfound strength, he boasts that everyone who once looked down on him now seems like mere insects. He unleashes a terrifying technique known as Crimson N. Damien quickly realizes that the attack is powerful enough to obliterate the entire city. As Imperial guards rush to shield the Emperor and mages reinforce the barriers around the citizens, our hero knows he has no choice. Despite the immense strain it places on his body, he activates the second ring of the Infinite Ring integration, temporarily granting him the power of a master-class warrior. Drawing his sword fully, he unleashes an aura blade, sending it hurtling toward Javier. The onlookers stare in disbelief as the overwhelming power races toward him. But just before it can strike, a cloaked man suddenly appears, effortlessly shattering the aura blade as if it were nothing. The mysterious newcomer then draws another sword, glowing with a menacing purple light, and lunges at Damien. Our boy narrowly dodges the strike, quickly realizing that this opponent is even stronger than him, most likely at the master class level. Anger surges within him as he curses the Empire's weak security. But before he can react further, another slash cuts through him. He collapses in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened, as blood pours from his throat. Meanwhile, Javier recognizes the voice of the man before him. It's his father. Staring ahead, Gray urges him, "We need to get out of here first." Suddenly, a knight charges forward, determined not to let the chaos unfold unchecked. He calls out to Damien with concern, but Damien has already passed out and cannot respond. Before the knight can act, Gray swings his sword, unleashing a devastating attack that cleaves the entire arena in two. The knight swiftly raises his shield for protection, but even the magical barriers surrounding the arena begin to crack under the sheer force of the attack. The Emperor, consumed by fury and heartbreak for his people, listens intently. When the knight reports that the enemies have already fled, the Emperor's expression hardens. He immediately orders a lockdown and commands his men to track down and eliminate the intruders. After the tournament, Damien recovers safely under the Empire's protection. The following day, a quiet award ceremony takes place within the Imperial Palace. As he makes his way there, his mind is consumed by thoughts of being knocked out with a single strike. He finally grasps the vast chasm that separates ordinary fighters from true masterclass warriors. Yet, despite this realization, all he longs for is to catch a glimpse of Pandemonium and return home. As he steps into the palace, the Emperor greets him with warmth. The hero is taken aback, recognizing the Emperor as the same man he encountered before. He instinctively tries to bow, but the Emperor gently stops him, insisting that a hero who has protected the people should never lower his head. The Emperor himself is puzzled by the overwhelming sense of gratitude he feels toward Damien, as if he carries a debt that can never truly be repaid. He apologizes for the ceremony and tells him to request any reward he desires, even if it means emptying the Empire's entire treasury. Damien recalls an important item that should still be in the Empire's possession, and sees this as an opportunity to grow stronger and return home sooner. First, he inquires whether he will be allowed to leave once Pandemonium is captured. The Emperor assures him that he can indeed help. He explains that progress would have been quicker if the Empire's strongest swordsman had been present, but there are still 5 other masterpieces waiting to be uncovered. Meanwhile, the class knights are managing the situation. Damien reflects that waiting isn't really his style, so he requests treasures that can enhance both his mana and his physical strength, specifically powerful elixirs. The Emperor readily agrees to provide him with everything he needs. However, our protagonist makes one final request that leaves everyone stunned. He asks for Chimera as well. Later, he reviews the rewards he's received and feels significantly more prepared. Although he wonders why the Emperor was so generous, he ultimately decides not to dwell on it. Since Pandemonium was created by Dorgo, he understands their thought process as well. He deduces that they can't have gone far and are likely hiding, waiting for another opportunity to strike. With the spirits he has gathered, he hopes to locate their base before they can escape. Meanwhile, back at his lodging, Athene waits for him. With a playful smirk, she teases that he kept her waiting and deducts 10 points from his score. Damien apologizes for his tardiness, explaining that it took longer than expected to navigate the Imperial Palace. In response, she promptly returns the points he lost. With a hint of embarrassment, she admits she thought he was getting married when someone arrived from the palace. The white-haired girl, clearly annoyed, interrupts them, insisting they stop discussing their strange scoring game. This sparks yet another argument between the two of them. As Damien observes them, he contemplates the future with a heavy heart. Agnes, a first-class paladin, has awakened her stigmata, while Athene is destined to rise as a future mercenary king. Together, they form a formidable team that even master-class opponents would struggle to defeat. Yet, Damien understands that he must continue to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in a different location, Javier's anguished screams echo as the demonization within him intensifies. The mages surrounding him struggle to maintain the integrity of the magic formation, urgently warning that if the transformation continues, everyone nearby could perish. Suddenly, a mirror flickers to life, revealing Weapon Master. With an unsettling calmness, he remarks that the attempt to assassinate the Emperor was doomed from the start. Overwhelmed, Gray drops to his knees, pleading for him to save Javier. The Weapon Master reveals that the boy's demonization has progressed too far. He is no longer merely wielding a demonic weapon. He is on the verge of becoming a demon himself, a transformation even the Master cannot control. The old man is filled with dread as he questions whether his son is no longer human. Desperate, he wonders if there might still be someone who can save him. But the Weapon Master, filled with anger, warns him sharply against invoking that person's name for selfish reasons. Before ending the call, he commands Gray to kill his son before the transformation is complete. Otherwise, the Empire could trace everything back to them. As the mirror fades to darkness, Gray embraces his son in disbelief. Overwhelmed with grief and fury, he unleashes a roar, demanding the mages return his son to normal, no matter the cost. Despite the mages insisting that it's impossible and that they can no longer hold back the demonization, he remains resolute. He convinces himself that if he can locate that mysterious figure and offer the Emperor's head in exchange, there may still be a chance to save his son. Holding him tightly, the man pleads for him to hang on just a little longer, promising that somehow he will make everything right. The scene shifts to the entrance of a sewer, where our boy stands alongside the 2 girls. They question him about how he discovered this location, but he merely replies that he has a reliable source. As they venture inside, Agnes appears a bit anxious. The red-haired girl picks up on this and playfully deducts 10 points from her score. While the 2 girls bicker, our boy remains focused on the chaos unfolding around them, particularly on the figure wielding the demonic sword. This time, he is ready to eliminate them all. With a decisive signal, he gestures for the group to charge in, and they take off running. Meanwhile, the Dark Mages are desperately attempting to heal Javier, but their efforts seem futile. His father urges them to use any means necessary, but one of the Dark Mages counters, explaining that drawing on the mana of ordinary people won't yield significant results. Upon hearing this, the man reassures them that it's not an issue, as some high-level knights are on their way. Just then, the hero bursts through the door, leading his group with a confident smile. He announces that they are here to clean the sewers. Without hesitation, the girls charge forward to attack, while the dark mages prepare to summon a monster of their own. Athene still believes they are far too weak to even deserve a grade. As she battles, she spots Agnes getting struck by the monster. A laugh escapes her lips as she quips that the girl should have stayed home since she's already dead. To her astonishment, the white-haired girl taps into her divine mana and utterly obliterates the monster. Witnessing this, Athene realizes that Agnes had been holding back during their fight and awards her 50 points for her impressive new look. While they are distracted, the old man readies a powerful slash aimed at them from a distance. Our hero spots the incoming attack and shouts for them to dodge. As they evade the strike, the girls are left momentarily confused about what just happened. He quickly explains that it's a flying sword. The man is launching invisible blades at high speeds. Gray, impressed, remarks on how he was able to decipher the technique despite being a high-class knight. As he confronts them, Agnes spots Javier chained up behind him and asks if he is the same demon the hero mentioned earlier. It appears that he can't fight, which is fortunate for their group. Seizing the moment, they resolve to finish off the old man. However, defeating a master-class fighter proves to be no simple task. The old man unsheathes his sword and boldly declares that he can take them on 3 against 1. Damien spots the incoming attack and urgently warns everyone to dodge. Yet, the old man remains confident, believing they won't be able to react to such incredible speed. To his astonishment, the 3 of them successfully evade every single strike and close the distance. Once they're near, Athene smirks and remarks that his flying sword is now utterly useless. The old man isn't going down without a fight. He deftly dodges her attack with his sword. As he retaliates, our hero swiftly intervenes, blocking the strike with a confident smile. He reveals that they are no ordinary high-class knights, a revelation that ignites the man's fury. Enraged, he begins to swing his blade wildly. In that moment, Agnes appears behind him, channeling her divine mana to strike. The attack finally connects, and for the first time, the old man shows signs of damage. Without giving him a moment to recover, the other 2 charge at him, forcing him to retreat. Gray realizes that the 3 of them are likely above the high-class rank. Just then, both girls unleash their signature attacks simultaneously, leaving the old man with no choice but to face them head-on to protect his son. Upon hearing the hero refer to the demon as his son, a realization dawns on him. The hero is fiercely protecting the demon out of fear of losing his child. Fueled by determination, he charges forward, planning to eliminate both of them in one swift strike. Just as he prepares to deliver the fatal blow to the old man, his son breaks free from the chains and shatters the sword with his teeth. The scene shifts to Javier's perspective, where he struggles to comprehend the chaos unfolding outside. At first, he thinks he's dreaming, but when he sees his dad taking the full brunt of the attack for him, the harsh reality sets in. This is no dream. Javier knows he must act quickly, or his father will die. In that moment, he makes the heart-wrenching decision to sacrifice his own life for his dad. The old man gazes at his son as his body begins to dissolve, merging with the demonic sword. Even Damien is taken aback, struggling to comprehend that the man has suppressed his own demonization to transform into a demonic sword. After the tragic loss of his son, the man picks up the sword, and in that moment, our boy senses that something monumental is about to unfold. With the power of family at his side and the demonic sword in his grasp, there's little that can stand in their way. Desperate, Damien commands the girls to attack, intent on eliminating the old man before he can wield the sword. However, it's already too late. The man launches his assault while they are still midair. With no options remaining, the hero shouts for everyone to brace for impact, but the sword slices through their defenses with chilling precision. The attack slices through all of them, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the old man, fueled by his aura, declares that he won't stop until he has claimed his next victim. Despite taking a direct hit from the demonic sword, Damien surprisingly manages to keep moving. It turns out he's wearing a special kind of armor beneath his shirt, known as Chimera. This is the very artifact he had demanded from the Emperor as his reward for winning the tournament. It's so powerful that it can withstand nearly every attack. As Damien tears off his shirt, memories flood back of Dorgo making him wear the same armor when he was a Death Knight. He glances around and notices that his 1,000-mile sword has shattered. Agnes, a paladin, has manifested her holy soul, ensuring she won't succumb to her injuries. Meanwhile, Athene, who carries the blood of the Niffle dragon, is likely unconscious. Though both are still alive, the hero must face this battle alone. He picks up the redhead's weapon and activates the third ring. Damien knows he has only 1 minute to end this fight. Wasting no time, he suddenly appears behind the old man. Gray quickly leaps back, swinging the demonic sword once more. This time, our boy successfully cuts through the slashes with his spear. However, the old man catches him off guard by appearing right behind him. Damien reacts swiftly, barely dodging the attack. Just as he lands, the old man lunges forward and grips him by the neck. In that moment, Damien realizes just how vast the power gap between them truly is. As he struggles for breath, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Is this how he will meet his end? He hasn't even seen Dorgo space yet, and that infuriates him. Suddenly, he finds himself in a dark place that feels eerily familiar. As he scans his surroundings, he spots his demonic sword, Erebos, glimmering in the distance. A realization washes over him. The sword is calling out to him. Though he hesitated to wield the sword due to its overwhelming power, he understands that he has no choice but to relent. As soon as he grasps the weapon, he begins slicing through the old man as if he were made of butter. Before the man can even comprehend the situation, he finds himself missing the entire right side of his body.